Welcome, 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 and Merry Christmas to everyone. All right, make sure we are live here. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome and Merry Christmas again to you guys. Thanks for joining us today. Today, we want to share some success stories with you. I've got my partner here, Mr. Matt McKeever. You guys know him as Canada's top YouTube real estate investor. And Matt's done so much in this space, and we got together a while ago, and we wanted to create an experiment. We wanted to take a small group of investors and see, could we create a mastermind community where the members could get massive results over the course of 6 to 12 months. And so we've done that. We started this experiment last year on real estate strategies, active to passive, and also investing for hyper growth. You see, there's a difference between the long-term investing and people who get short-term, quick results because they're focused and committed. So Matt and I, you guys know our stories a little bit. We retired from real estate investing at 30 years old. Matt went through an amazing corporate career where he was able to create his own destiny. And at 30 years old, he was able to kick the can and say, that's it, I'm doing my own thing. And you guys have known him and have seen him all over social media. And I built a small business and started really years old. And at the age of 30, I was able to quit and focus on doing things that I'm really passionate about. Like, hey, we're going to reveal to you those stories, those results. This is the Council Mastermind. I'm pretty amped up, Matt, because I've been waiting here for 12 months to show folks it's absolutely possible to quit your job, to gain financial independence, to create wealth in Canada with Canadian real estate strategies. And it's possible to do it in less time than you'd think. I truly believe that your level of commitment, focus, and the attention that you give investing in your business is directly related to how quickly you can scale, get results, and get life-changing changes for you and your family. So we're so happy that we wanted to share stories. Today, you're going to hear a lot of these stories. Stories about people who lost tremendous amount of weight and grew their personal development. Stories about people who made money in real estate, $10, $20, $30, $40,000 through creating an active because they're able to find a different income source and create different revenue. Stories of people who have time freedom and money freedom that just didn't have this before. And I'm honored to be a part of this community. I'm just super blessed to be a part of these people's lives and a part of their journey. So we're going to get started right away here. We're going to share some of these amazing stories with you. Just want to say hello to everybody watching on the streams. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So honored to be with you here on a Sunday afternoon. Before we jump into our very first video, I'll turn it over to my partner, Matt, to say a quick hello to everybody here.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Really excited for this weekend launch. Guys, as Ben was mentioning, it's been a year in the making right now, the private mastermind that Ben and I have called The Council. And for the last year, we've really just been tweaking it and experimenting and really trying to refine the process. And you guys have heard it on my YouTube channel time and time again, talking about your network is your net worth. I think one of the greatest struggles for real estate investors is really surrounding themselves with like-minded individuals that are going to push and compel them to take the next level of action. And oftentimes, you know, success, as we hit different levels of success, we hit different plateaus. And with those different plateaus comes a certain comfortableness. And I think we constantly need to be leveling up our network and the people around us to keep compelling us onto the next level, to take the next challenge, to reach that next plateau. And so that to me is really what the council is all about, is just for the last year, Ben and I have been focused on trying to create a network, a community, an ecosystem that will really allow people to flourish and just become the best versions of themselves. I think after this, 12 months of experimenting with it, I'm really excited that we can now finally announce it to the general public, roll things out, and just really looking forward to seeing how, the audience, the community reacts to that. I know some people on Cashflow Tribe have maybe heard bits and pieces about the council, but this is really our big, welcome to the entire world in regards to what the council and our private mastermind is. And both Ben and I, we've been involved in a lot of different events and communities throughout the last, 5+ years. And we've been constantly in search of finding the right community or the perfect community for Canadian real estate investors. And when we didn't really find the perfect community, we decided to create the council. So again, really excited to be launching this to everyone. If you guys are enjoying this on YouTube, make sure you smash that like button. And just really excited to be sharing all the different success stories that we've helped contribute to over the last year.
So Matt, we've got people on different streams here. So we're broadcasting here on several different channels. Here's what you guys can do. Do us a favor. We'll be dialed in today for the next 5 hours together. Consider this Cashflow Church. Okay, we're going to have awesome community. We're going to share a bunch of awesome stories. You're going to meet a bunch of real Canadians doing deals, which is what I'm excited for. Do us a quick favor. Go ahead and broadcast this back out. Share it to your audience. Share it to your friends on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Smash the like button. Host a watch party. Let's share these amazing stories, because I think a lot of times Canadians are underrated. I mean, there's a lot of amazing Canadian success stories out there. And there's a lot of people that started from the bottom, not just Drake, that actually made something of themselves in real estate space. They were able to quit their jobs and all this stuff. So let's dive right into it. We're going to come on and we're going to bring one of our very first success stories and let him share, an incredible story of literally starting in a horrible position, in life-wise, mindset-wise, struggling financially and all these other things, and how he was able to turn it around. So I'm excited to share that story and to get things kicked off here right after this short video. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. So before we jump into today's conversations and stories, I want to give a quick shout out here to our audio-visual director, Mr. Peter, the Hungarian Experiment, who's doing a phenomenal job behind the scenes. I don't know if Peter's backstage somewhere, but just want to say thanks so much. There he is. Thank you so much, man. I know it's not easy putting all this stuff together. Just appreciate having you, dude. There he goes. Okay, so let's jump into it. So guys, let's talk about this real quick. Why did we even create this council? What's the point of it? Let me give you a quick background story, then we'll jump into some of our amazing stories here today. So first of all, Matt and I got together about a year ago and we said, there really doesn't exist a community of investors out there young, ambitious investors that are pursuing wealth and pursuing success of every age. Young, I mean that they're ambitious and they want to take action, but there really isn't an environment out there where they can become successful, where they can really learn everything they need to learn in a transparent environment, where they can really push for massive results, where they can have a sense of community without this like massive competition. So we decided to get together and create it. And for us, it's a passion, folks. And for me, just right to the point, I'm a no bullshit kind of guy. I love results. I'm the first one to admit it. I love getting right to the point of things, and I love seeing people get results. You know, when you start from the bottom, you don't have time to waste. And this is what Cashflow Tribe was for us. It was a community focused on abundance. It was a way for Matt and I to meet thousands of new people all across Canada looking to get into the investing space that were looking for an opportunity but just didn't have the resources. And Matt's been so generous in the last 4 or 5 years cultivating a YouTube community, you know, teaching people about different aspects of investing and bringing a lot of confidence to the space. We wanted to take that and turn it into a physical community where people could collaborate. And we've been so blessed to be able to create this and create this just amazing relationships where deals come out of it, growth comes out of it, and abundance thinking comes out of this type of environment that we wanted to create. Now, in that group, as we know, there's a Pareto principle in life. There's an 80-20 rule. There's always going to be a small handful of people that are going to push massively for results. They're frustrated with what they have in life at the moment. They're ready to commit at the higher level, and they want more one-on-one attention. So what we did is we took Cashflow Tribe, which is our amazing community of folks all across Canada, and we created a small group mastermind. We allowed people in Cashflow Tribe to participate with us at the highest level possible, creating a small room, tight conversations about business, personal development, mindset, because the truth is this. I know it's not just always about strategies. Sometimes it takes a lot more to become successful. It takes personal growth. It takes a mindset shift. It takes personal sacrifice. There's a lot of reasons why Matt and I were able to acquire financial independence at the age of 30, and a lot of it comes down to what we were willing to trade off. We're willing to trade spending copious amount of time with our friends and family, or, you know, having extracurricular hobbies all the time. These were the trades we were willing to make. So we know that there's a path, and we wanted to take the journey that we went on and create a tight process for people to get involved. So we did that, and we created a small group of allies, calling it the Council. We do deals together. We lend money to each other. We joint venture with each other. There's different types of relationships being built because I truly believe relationships matter more than transactions. If you want to really grow as a real estate investor, it's about forward thinking into the next economic cycle, not just today's up market, but also next year, next decade's down market. And I believe you've either built relationships with the right people with the same thinking as you, with money partners, JV partners, let's say it's flippers, wholesalers, or you haven't. And if you don't take time to cultivate relationships, I truly think you're going to regret it. How do I know? Because folks, that was me. I worked by myself for years before I recognized the value of relationships and how powerful they could be. So in my own life, I started going to mastermind groups. I started getting help from mentors. I started focusing on my own personal development. Because if you want to be the best investor, I truly think you have to be the best you, the best version of yourself that's open to working together. You know, when I met Matt, I saw another rock star individual like me in real estate who had done a whole bunch of stuff, you know, a lot to be, accomplished with. And I thought, here's another guy that did this, and I didn't even know him for the last 10 years. We were both building a business. We're roughly the same age, and we didn't even meet until a few years ago. And I thought, isn't that a shame? Wouldn't it have been cool to have met Matt McKeever back when we were both 22, 23 years old and have gone through the build together? And I recognized with Matt that he had built some solid relationships with other people in his network. Some of you guys might know Jeff Weibo, you know, known as the real estate investing realtor, right? What a great person to know and be connected with over the years. So this is why we decided to create the smaller room, so we could force higher level relationships. And I'm so excited that we've done this. So for people who have heard the phrase, your network is your net worth, well, I want to take that a step further. I agree with that slogan or that saying, but I also agree with the idea that your network is your net worth if you actually use it. That's where I would take it further. If you simply know of Matt McKeever but don't know Matt McKeever, there's a difference there. So giving you a chance to get proximity to other investors like Mark and Daniel and Anastasia and people that you're going to meet on today's conversations and stories, giving you exposure to real life people who are doing real life deals is one of the first steps. This is what I think it takes to become successful. Number one, I believe it takes changing your environment, takes changing your awareness so that you can see the opportunities differently. And number three, I believe it takes changing your actions and activities so you can actually follow through, execute on these strategies, and get big results. So that's why we created the council, and I'm excited to launch this out. Now, one other thing I should say, and Matt will agree with me, we also have fun. So in the council, we've also created an amazing video here, an amazing connection. We put together a little song for everybody. This is what I'm going to call the council rap song. And this is what we were able to get together, create this awesome project. It features my brother Daniel Blagrove on it. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and just play the song out right now, and we'll jump right into the stories.
Yeah, come on, man. Yes. Hey, yo, it's your boy. Hey, it's Humble B. We dropping wisdom on the streets with Danny B. Yeah, we about to live the truth while ripping council on the beat, the balance sheet. Ay, it's growing steadily, cause you know my cash flow on repeat, so tell your peeps. Oh, in the tribe we're the elite, cause we come in and take the heat and say, hey, we the council, we the best, and we putting it to rest, and ain't no faking on the stats and say, yo, cause we blessed, and we're making money, moves out playing checkers, we play chess. I sing in council, not advice. Say advice, we say it twice. Sing in council, not advice, cause with advice you pay the price. This is the family that you'll never be, cause we just stick together and we're pushing mindset every day. So any storm or weather, and I'm here to leave a legacy to a mark upon this letter. And I'm lifting up my brother Danny B, a trendsetter.
Council meetings, skip the greeting. We be like the Navy SEALs, getting real estate investments. We be buying real deals. Got my mind up on the vision, no time for distractions. I told my team put in the time, the results come after. Many used to be employees, now they employers. Doing big deals now, needing big lawyers. And now I'm here, I gotta take it to a new level. If you don't know it now, real growth is in the struggle. Y'all never heard this before.
Hit it one time, humble.
Let's get it, humble.
Let's go. Put in the question to rest. Council is first and then all the rest. The journey to hard for many to quest. Repping for council and selling for less. And mindset develop and never depressed. By living in faith, we mitigate stress. I see perfection, just daily progress. We're rolling together and hashtagging blessed. Pushing to grow our fortune so we can give back and help families. I'm focused on getting my portion and feeling this gut. Starting with me to say that rich people greedy have more than they need. But the root of all evil is their jealousy. Live in abundance and not scarcity. My brothers and sisters are winning with me. Trying to live like the Jones, live like I'm broke and thinking we're dead. Living paycheck to paycheck to paycheck and retire with only regrets. And trying to survive but to live in the thrive. We're making no ceilings no floors overnight. Got only one shot at doing it right. And mind, body, spirit come into the fight.
Come into the fight until we die. Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, we the council, we the best, and we putting it to rest, and ain't no faking on this test and say, yo, cause we blessed, and we're making money, moves out playing checkers, we play chess and say, hey, we the council, we the best, and we putting it to rest, and ain't no faking on this test and say, yo, cause we blessed, and we're making money, moves out playing checkers, we play chess. We the council, we the best.
You're all enjoying this amazing content today regarding our council. Hey, we'd love you to join us. But hey, I'm sure you have some questions. So why don't you text me? We'll set up a time and we'll chat. Just takes a few minutes. And the bonus is, hey, we can talk about anything you want to talk about in that 15-minute call. And you get a chance to win some prizes. So here's the deal. Send me a text. The number is 226-407-5565. Again, 226-407-5565.
So I go by Mark Smith. I've been part of Cashflow Tribe since January of 2020. Yeah, so before Cashflow Tribe, I was a blind and deaf man being led astray by other blind and deaf individuals. Thought I could do it on my own, a life full of scarcity, just bad environments. Trying to do it by myself, that's where I thought the ability was. And I hit barriers and my mindset was completely shattered. You know, there's the old saying, right? When the student's ready, the teacher presents himself. That's basically what happened. I was at a low point in my life. Nothing seemed to go right. A lot of people in my world were what I thought giving up on me, but at the same time, I don't blame them. I'd given up on myself. So at that time, you know, just where I was in my journey and just connecting with Ben and Matt and so forth, and it just started to me and where I needed to be in my life. You know, I have a hard time looking at my old pictures actually, because that's a person I completely detested. That's not someone I want to do anything with now. So the mindset was just a complete game changer for me. So everything from my purpose, finding my purpose, looking for my purpose. Number two was taking care of myself. That was important. So taking care of my mind. Increase my relationships, really focusing on my relationships. I mean, I'm reading a book every 10 days right now. I mean, so I'm not even talking about the monetary benefit and stuff that's happening on the investing side, but I had to invest in myself first before looking at elsewhere. Since joining Cashflow Tribe, it's really tapped into my true potential and forcing me to learn and become anti-fragile. I'm a totally different person now. The biggest success actually is really realizing it's okay to be selfish. It's okay to invest in yourself before anything else. At the end of the day, I've come to realize I'm the asset. No one will want to invest in me if I'm not investing in myself. So that's what I've learned. A lot of individuals will have goals that they want to be a millionaire by a certain date and so forth. I don't need goals. I have something that's already in my head. I am a billionaire. I say it straight out with a straight face. I'm a billionaire. I think like a billionaire. So having said that, I've come to realize with the investment I made in myself in Cashflow Tribe and where I am in my short period of time, I made a declaration out there, which is I'm going to invest $1 million into my personal development. Because if I've been able to invest this much and where I am today, where will I be when I invest $1 million for myself? Mark Smith, and I am Cashflow Tribe.
Awesome, guys. So we're going to be bringing on Mark Smith next and doing an interview. If you guys want to reach out to Mark direct, there's a number you can text 226-407-5565. It's in the little banner scrolling across the bottom. We've got a special little prize for you guys. There's an opportunity to win a free ticket to our next upcoming weekend event. So anyway, it's really excited to jump in and start chatting with Mark. So we'll bring him up here now. And just curious, let us know in the chat if you guys have already connected with Mark in the past. And just an FYI, Mark, looks like your mic is muted there, but welcome to the live stream.
What's going on, Matt?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Amazing. Good to be here today.
So I'd love to just hear a little bit more about you, Mark, and your background. But before we even get into that, would you mind just kind of giving us the backstory? It was about like a year ago, I think right around this time, maybe actually just over a year ago, that we sat down together and I kind of chatted with you about Cashflow Tribe, the council, and, you know, really what Ben and I were trying to do for the Canadian real estate investor community.
Absolutely. It was a year ago when I got the text message from Adam Martin. Matt McKeever wants to see you, and had to go see the Godfather himself at the mansion. And that's where we had that conversation. And to be honest, I was still, skeptical. My mindset wasn't there and so forth. And then from there, you arranged for me to meet Ben. I went for coffee with Ben. Still a little skeptical, but when I got in the room, that's when the enlightenment happened. And that was the best decision of my life.
Awesome, Mark. Really appreciate it. And it's been a lot of fun this last year, just kind of seeing your growth and evolution as an investor. So do you mind maybe breaking down for us, where were you a year ago in your real estate investing journey?
Yeah, a year ago. I mean, Matt, we've talked about the hero's journey quite some time. I mean, Joseph Campbell's, and actually I did a presentation last week about this to another group. But where I was living that ordinary world. I mean, I had an amazing job. Called amazing with one exception, I guess you could say. My income was $185,000 a year. I mean, it was, a lot of people look at that saying, wow, you're set for life. Actually, I was a broken individual and I was a porous person because my mindset wasn't there. So what I would do is I'd work all day. I did high ticket sales. And then what I would do is I'd get these properties, and then I would actually go and trade my time again away from family, and basically sleep on drywall if I need to, and then just do the same thing over and over again. So I was able to buy 4 rental properties within 8 months. But essentially what happened, I just hit that wall very quickly. So so maybe Peter wants to pull up I do have a little presentation I can quickly go through. But the whole idea about this is I went through this and I was dying, man. I was dying. I mean, I hated myself. I had gotten sick. I went through a nasty divorce. You name it, everything was happening to me all at once. And I came up with this thing called the 7-2. And the 7-2 is the worst possible hand in poker. But in poker, you're given a choice. You can fold that hand if you want to. But in life, as they say, you can't control the hand you play, but you can control how you play that hand. And I just said, enough is enough. I'm tired of folding. I'm tired of being, my mind, like I said, my mindset was all broken. I'm tired of being the victim. I need to fight back. And this is a time for the victor. And hence became, pushed on the 7-2 and played that hand, and was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. So if Peter wants to go to the next slide and so forth, and we can actually go further, we can go to the next. So since joining council, this is the big thing. So how am I different to where I was today? Because before, I lived a high life, had a high income job and so forth. But it wasn't until meeting the mentor and crossing the threshold that it became the next level of things. And that was when I met with yourself, met with Ben, and I made a decision to invest in myself and join council. And that's where it just opened up a whole other world. And as I say in the Matrix, right? The blue pill or the red pill. Morpheus hands the pills. You have a choice. You can either live in your current reality, or you can actually have that red pill and go into the next and create your own reality. So if Peter wants to go to the next slide, that would be great. So really, since joining council, so I joined council end of January of last year. So this gives you an example of what's happened since January. So most people in 2020, because of COVID, had a choice. 2020 was a year of choice for everyone. You could either be a victim or you could be the victor. I chose to be the victor. So let's start with mindset. Mindset was key. So a lot of people will focus on the business and the real estate and so forth, but they still have a big foundation crack between their ears, and they can never get through that. So why not fix the foundation crack first and build that house on top of that? And that's exactly what I did. Read over 54 books. I started a podcast. I launched a YouTube channel. I've joined multiple masterminds. I've completed 75 Hard, which is a mind, body, spirit element by Andy Frisella. I've written a book. My body-wise, I've lost 33 pounds. I've completed 75 Hard and take care of my nutrition. As far as my spirit goes, I've really removed a lot of the noise. Ben talked about this earlier. You got to change the environment. That's exactly what I did. I removed the bad environment, removed the pollution and so forth. Journaling, gratitude, self-love. Talk about self-love. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror. I refused to take a picture of myself with a selfie because I hated what I saw. I hated what I became. So joining a group like this with accountability and allies and a room of allies allowed me to grow and allowed me to become anti-fragile by simply learning. If you want to go to the next slide. And you can see here, since joining council, there's a lot I'm proud of. First and foremost, done 5 flips, 3 burrs, Airbnb, purchased 5 buy and holds. I became a mentor, done 3 wholesale deals. I've done 1 VTV. I've done 6 private lending deals. I've quit my job and I founded 4 corps is what I've done. So, and really the beauty is by joining council, I'm in a room with allies, my business partner, Alex Solga. We've created the Clydesdale Capital Group, and we really streamlined our business. So what we do is we are actually money partners for flips. So anybody who wants to do flips, they come to us, we bring the money, and then we're wholesaling and we invest in other people's businesses. So you can see quite the journey as I've gone through this very quickly. How many books did I read in 2020? I'm up to 55 now. I'm on book 55, so it's a race to the end here. So that includes also listening to books as well. So
awesome.
cool.
Love it, Mark. And so jumping on to the next slide, or we're done?
We're done with the slides. Yeah.
Awesome, Mark. So I'd love to hear just a little bit about what 2021 is going to look like for you.
Yeah, absolutely. 2020 was the year, like, to make that decision, right? It was a year of decision. 2021 is, I believe, it's going to be the year of action. So it's like, so I've done this, now what? So I'm going to take all of that and I'm going to build off of it. I did mention on the video that I've made a declaration to myself where I will spend $1 million into my personal development. Okay, $1 million in my personal development. And why that is because in a short period of time, I've invested into this foundation crack up here, and I've seen the results of it. Matt, you always tell us, don't focus on the outcome, focus on your daily actions. Focus on your daily actions. You talk about leads and laggards when we have these high-level conversations, and that's exactly what I've done. I focus on the actions I can do every day, and this has allowed me to be where I am today. So for the year of 2021, it's just going to put more in. I'm not going to get lead astray. I'm focusing on me. I'm focusing on my allies, and I'm focusing on counsel, because counsel is my family. Counsel is my allies, and I will I will take it to my deathbed. That's what counsel is for me. This is everything for me.
Awesome. Love that, Mark. And yeah, I just really want to hit upon that point there that, self-development and investing in yourself isn't a one and done activity. It's not that you attend one weekend workshop or you read one book and now you're set for life. It really is just part of the journey overall. And the more time and energy you invest into yourself, the more you're going to get out of it. And it's really important that everyone really starts to understand and believe in the fact that you are your most valuable asset. And by a byproduct of that, your time has to be your most valuable asset as well. So it's really important that you spend time sharpening that axe before trying to chop down the tree. And sharpening the axe is really investing in yourself, investing in your mindset and the network of people around you.
Absolutely. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, this year has been phenomenal. I mean, I'm not working no more. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I could say I'm retired, but I'm doing what I love. Not only did that, I actually retired my father. I mean, that was what I was able to do. So I wouldn't have been able to do that if I didn't join a mastermind like this, like counsel. So I was able to retire my father. I mean, that's a huge feat. So that's one of my proud moments for myself. And so I have that. I mean, I bought a Porsche. Shit. I mean, what else can you say? And this is not for bragging rights. This is simply saying, focusing on, what's between your ears. And that's all it's going to go in. So I urge anybody that is in either real estate investing or urging people that want to get into it is don't focus on the money aspect. The money will come. Focus on you. Focus on your personal development, because if your personal development is intact, it will be a house of cards. It will come crumbling down. And you have to go through that journey. You have to. I lived through scarcity for too long. And it wasn't until I got into that right room. And that's where I always say this. The smaller the room you're in is going to be inversely proportional to your success. I'm blessed that I can sit in a room with Ben and Matt. I'm blessed that I can actually pick up the phone and say, hey, Ben, let's chat. I got to go through this. I'm blessed in that I get a call with Matt McKeever ever so often saying, hey, I'm dealing with this challenge. What do I do here? So what I've been able to do is compress time. I don't have time. No one has time. There's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of deals out there. What there isn't enough of is time. So by me joining counsel, what I've been able to do in my last 8 months, you could say, or is it since joining counsel, is I've compressed time. I've actually given myself 5 years of life just based on the health habits I've made. I've actually compressed time in that what I've been able to do in 8 months' time, most people won't be able to in a generation. So it's all about the focus on the mindset. It's all about the focus. And at the end of the day, it's about investing in yourself. And I tell people all this all the time is no one will invest in you if you do not invest in yourself. That's it.
Awesome. Love it, Mark. And it's been so much fun seeing your evolution over this last year. And I'm really looking forward to seeing 2021 as well. So if anyone watching this live stream or the replay afterwards wants to get in contact with Mark, maybe learn a little bit more about the council and how the council has impacted him, we've got his phone number just scrolling across the bottom. And a reminder, again, you can just shoot a quick little text message to 226-407-5565. Really appreciate Mark. And again, just really looking forward to see where you take this in 2021, because this isn't a one and done experience or journey. This is this is a marathon. So it's awesome to see you getting started so fast, but really excited to see where you land as well.
You know what? All I needed was people like yourself, like Ben, and the birdcage was always open. You just needed to kick me out. That's it.
Awesome. Love it, Mark. All right. Well, I think we've got another little video here for the council that we're going to pull up. And then after that, we'll be jumping in and chatting with Quinton Green.
I love those videos, man. I always get chills down my back, Matt.
Awesome, Mark. So do you want to introduce our next guest, because you've kind of been mentoring Quinton along his journey as he joined the council?
Absolutely. I call him Q, Quinton. Quinton is, I'm proud to actually to be introducing Quinton here, because I've seen Quinton through his journey. Quinton is, I first met him through we had these digital workshops, of course, because of COVID and so forth. And it wasn't until we had opened the doors back in the late summer where we actually went back to, it was the end of September where we actually had an in-live event, and Quinton came, and it was amazing because Quinton had known about council back in the spring. He came to an event, and at that moment in time, he actually made a commitment to himself and to council that he was joining council. And I've seen him just completely take off with wholesaling. And in fact, I heard a rumor that he just quit his job. I mean, he's in his mid-20s. I joke about this, Matt, because you and Ben are putting more people on unemployment, more so than Justin Trudeau this year, but for the right reason.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see, someone young and aggressive just really leaning into the opportunity there. And I think Quinton is really setting himself up well for 2021.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Amazing. How are you, brother?
Doing fantastic.
Good stuff, man. So first things first, Quinton, let's just talk about yourself. Let's talk about, let everybody hear about your story, man, because I know a lot of people can resonate with you. So I know you were a drug dealer, right?
A legal drug dealer, you could say that.
Okay, of course. I meant. So he was not a drug dealer. He actually worked for a company that made medical marijuana. So I like to joke with him on that. So yeah, let's talk about your story, man, because you're doing really well, and then all of a sudden you made this bold decision.
Yeah, so a little bit about myself. I'm 26 years old, currently living in Windsor, Ontario. So I've been in the cannabis industry for about 5 years now. Kind of went through the crazy roller coaster ride of legalization, from 5 years ago, basically when it was medical, all the way through recreational sales to now. I was just managing the manufacturing department at one of the biggest cannabis producers in Canada, which is Aphria. And for me, I just kind of found that the corporate life was never really for me. It was just hard for me to wake up every day and really look forward to work. And, I think I had what a lot of people feel, which is the first thing that happens every morning is your alarm clock goes off and you have that feeling of just despair of like, I have to go to my job. And for me, it's like I've kind of always had that feeling since I was young that I knew corporate life wasn't for me. But just something I lacked was clarity on really how to get out of it. So I got into real estate investing about a year ago now. So we did a couple flips, but I just still never really felt like that clarity and like I really had a path to success. I just never truly felt happy. So what I decided to do was, just get a part of a community and be around people that were doing what I wanted to do. And that actually started to give me little bits of clarity month by month. But it really started to happen for me when I took the chance and made myself vulnerable and went to a mastermind weekend.
Mm-hmm. What led you to get to that mastermind? Because I mean, it's, we talk to a lot of people and they'll say, oh, I want to get my first deal first. I mean, that's usually what we hear. Oh, we have no money, or so it takes balls to do what you did. So walk us through that. Was it something you wanted to do, or something you felt you had to do?
Yeah, honestly, both. And to be quite honest, like I was absolutely terrified to go to the Mastermind weekend. Like it was a very intimidating experience for me at first. Just because, like a lot of people probably on this call, I've watched Ben and Matt and even Mark for a long time on social media. And for me, it was kind of intimidating to be like, okay, I have to go actually meet these people in person. Like, what if I'm not good enough? And I had all those limiting beliefs that many people probably have on this call. But what I quickly realized was I just needed to do this for me. And I also know that if you're living in comfort, you're probably going towards death more than growth. And I needed to get around people that were doing bigger and better things. Because the work environment that I was in just for the last 5 years in total was a very negative environment. And it was hard to kind of actually think clearly and think of what I truly wanted. So to answer your question, yeah, it was a little bit of both, Mark. Like I really needed to do it, but I also deep down wanted to do it. I was just scared to do it. So just by signing up and paying for it, I was like, oh, you're committed now. There's no way out of it. So, and obviously you and Ben were a big part of making sure I actually showed up and did the work. So.
For sure. Well, hats off to you. And I think what's amazing is a lot of people will spend so much money on an education, and then they basically live in that comfort zone the rest of their lives. And it's a slow death is what it really comes down to. So what you did was you put some skin into the game, and now you're living your dreams. I mean, you're at 26, you said, and you're recently retired. Is that correct?
Yeah. So for a little bit of context, I'm 26 years old. I just walked away from a 6-figure salary job, stock options, bonus plans, all the comfort and desires you could want on paper. But like I said, and similar to you, Mark, you weren't happy, right? Like there was some type of void that needed to be filled. I just wasn't feeling fulfilled every day in my daily life. It was like most people, you just go to work, you come home and you wait to work the next day. And that's just a life I needed to escape. So yeah, I just decided over the last couple of months being in council and having the support and having the clarity, I just said, screw it, I'm quitting my job and I'm going for it.
So within 2 months, that's amazing. Yeah. And then the other thing as well, which is interesting, I love what you said, because I was in your same shoes, man. I lived in minimum security prison because although I was bribed with a great check, which was good behavior, but at the end of the day, I was still defined by someone else's rules. And then on worst over is you're living in solitary confinement because you're told how to think. You're told how to act. There's nothing worse than that, in my opinion. So, so what's going on with you, man? Like, I mean, what's going on? What's your next thing? You're taking counsel. You're taking it. You quit your job. What's next, man?
Yeah. So some big news for 2021 is obviously I quit my job and have decided to join Matt McKeever and Adam Martin's wholesale team full time. So I'm actually going to be joining Matt McKeever's team in the next couple weeks. For me, that just made the most sense in the path I wanted to take. And for me, like I'm a big believer, again, of just surrounding yourself with the right people. And I just know myself and I become my environment very fast. So obviously if I'm in a negative, toxic environment all day, that negativity can really get to my head. But it also works inversely, where if I'm around a lot of very motivated people and disciplined people, it just really rubs off on me quickly and I just become the best version of myself. And I felt like it was absolutely necessary for me to make that leap. And also I just see them as great people and great partners now, but in the future as well. So that's the plans for 2021 for real estate.
Cool. Any regrets in 2020?
Yeah, that I didn't join council sooner.
That was the answer I was looking for. That was the answer I was looking for, because you joined us for a digital a digital workshop. I think that was back in the spring, if I recall. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was the first one, I think back in February, actually.
There you go. And I hate to say this to you, you lost a number of months.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
But the fact you made a decision, and that's the key thing, and that's why I'm proud of you. I mean, we've had a lot of people come through council that are in council that actually attended an event before, and they came in a few months thereafter. So I commend you on that, because again, you're taking control of your own destiny, really what it comes down to. It's never an easy decision, especially when you got to pay to play.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, Mark, big thanks to you, because you obviously always saw a lot of potential in myself. I didn't fully see it myself. And, sometimes it just takes that outside vision of someone seeing you to really give you that kick in the ass and push you to the next level. So big thanks to you as well, Mark.
Oh, no problem, man. Like I said, I'm proud of all of you guys. I mean, I'm proud of everyone in council. I'm proud on everyone that just levels up. Like I said, I mean, it's all about investing in yourself. And one of my prerequisites is I ask people when they want to do business with us, it's do you invest in yourself? And if they don't, I can't afford to invest in someone. What are your
Yeah,
thoughts on that?
100%. Yeah, 100%. And honestly, like investing in myself was always seen through the eyes of going to university. Like I think like most people, it was the only way I could invest in myself was pay to get a formal education. I tried that and I dropped out in 2 years. I couldn't do it. I couldn't finish school. It was too slow. It was too structured for me. So yeah, like honestly, just being around this community has completely changed my life. And just in terms of the way that I actually look at life has changed dramatically in the last 12 months. And just even the way I look at myself, like I just see myself as such a better person, and I just feel so much more thankful than I did before. And it's almost like you just finally feel alive. So
What's the biggest thing you've learned about yourself since joining council a couple months ago?
It's a big question. The biggest thing I've learned about myself, I definitely think the biggest thing is that I just have not set my bar high enough, and that I've just been kind of selling myself short and just saying like I'm only capable of this and setting my bar at this and then falling short of this. But I realize that like we can really accomplish whatever we want if you actually want to go get it and get some clarity on how to get there and just surround yourself with the right people. So that's probably the biggest lesson I learned about myself.
Cool. You know, as we come to a close here, I mean, you want to give some counsel. Should people be texting me? Because I'm willing to talk to anyone about counsel.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if anybody wants to hit me up on social media, on Instagram at Quinton_Green, or you can find me on Facebook as well at Quinton Green. Happy to answer any questions, hop on Zoom calls. Again, I was in your shoes a couple months ago and had a lot of questions, so totally understand and happy to help out any way I can.
Awesome, Q. I really appreciate that, man. Proud of you, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Looks like we're winning the next video here.
Content today regarding our council. Hey, we'd love you to join us. But hey, I'm sure you have some questions. So why don't you text me? We'll set up a time and we'll chat. Just takes a few minutes. And the bonus is, hey, we can talk about anything you want to talk about in that 15-minute call. And you get a chance to win some prizes. So here's the deal. Send me a text. The number is 226-407-5565. Again, 226-407-5565.
What you're seeing here is the power of real impact. You see, for years, I struggled to grow my business on my own, and until I finally was willing to ask for some help. And I'm glad that I've been able to, myself and Matt and the whole team, invest in Mark and really help him. You know, he was able to quit his job within a few short months, and now look, he's helping Quinton, other members of council. It really is about giving back. When you're building relationships with people, it's so powerful, the kind of longevity that you can truly create. See, people do business with those they know, like, and trust. And when you commit to yourself, you commit to taking action. Oh, friends, it is absolutely life-changing what happens when you start living in abundance. I truly think abundance is a state of mind. It's not a state of your bank account. Living in abundance is a daily choice that we make. And you might think, well, there's a lot of investors here. Aren't you guys afraid that you're going to steal each other's deals or steal each other's business? Absolutely not. You know, at one point in my growth, I was afraid of competition and scarcity. And it took me a while to finally realize that the only reason you'd be scared is if you're playing too small. The only reason to be scared is if you're not growing. And the only reason to be scared is if you don't trust other people. So I, these days, truly believe that you need to cultivate relationships. My next guest, one of my friends, Nadia, is going to come on and share her story here. And from the moment I met her and Danny, her partner in the business, they've been such an incredible couple, so willing to do the work, so willing to have life-changing results, and so willing to have an incredible attitude. So I'm going to bring on Nadia, let her share her story a little bit right now.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Welcome.
How are you?
Welcome,
Ben?
welcome. I'm excellent. Welcome, welcome. I want you to share your story with folks. The floor is yours, Nadia. Tell them who you are and what your goals are and what council has meant to you.
Yeah, for sure. So hey everybody, my name is Nadia Stalard. I'm also part of council with my boyfriend, Danny Ramdary. So you can find us on Facebook or Instagram. So we both live in London, Ontario, and we're kind of new to the real estate game this year. My partner, Danny, he does have one rental property. So basically, it all kind of started when we both attended the Mastermind event in October, at the beginning of October. And from that point on, we were pretty sold on it. You know, we had conversations with Ben, with Matt, with Mark, with a lot of other people that were there. And we were super inspired. We realized, okay, we need to join council. Like, we need to get this thing going. We're serious about real estate and we don't want to waste any more time. We don't want to move slowly. We want to get really into this. And so that's what we did. We made the decision at the Mastermind event, and we said, yeah, we want to join council. So since then, that's what we've been doing. We've been connecting with everybody, making really good relationships. We've been doing the training calls online, and it's been wonderful. And then actually, we started doing 75 hard in the middle of October. So Ben challenged us to start early, and I was hesitant at first, but both Danny and I, we made the commitment, like, okay, we're going to start this. So after today, we've got 2 more days left. So we're almost done. We'll be done 75 hard right before New Year's. So we're really excited about that because honestly, this whole journey, we've been so grateful for it. It's really helped us work on our own personal development. It's helped us build our mindset, to work on our physical aspect, and just to build the relationships. So we really love that. And honestly, when in terms of joining council, we made this decision because this is just the best track for us to get on in terms of getting the resources that we need to accomplish our goals in real estate, and also mainly having the mentors like Ben, Matt, Mark, everyone. They've been so amazing. So that's what we're really grateful for. And actually, we just applied as well to be on Matt and Adam's wholesale team. So here's to hoping, for 2021, that would be a huge goal, is to actually be on the wholesale team, to just take off from there. But if we don't make it on the wholesale team, we're still going to keep going with this. And we want to buy houses. So we're looking for anybody in London, Ontario, anybody that wants to either get out of a sticky or, a troublesome situation. We just want to help anyone out, buy your property. We want to help out our other fellow investors with Cashflow Tribe as well. So, if we can help somebody, like a seller, out and wholesale your house to one of our fellow investors, or we'll just keep it for ourselves as a rental property. So that is our main goal, is to do one of those two things. So again, my name is Nadia Stalard. My boyfriend is Danny Ramdary. Find us on Facebook. That is the best place to connect with us. Send us a message. Let us know if you want to work with us, if you want to sell us your property, or if you know somebody who wants to sell their property in London, Ontario. So yeah, reach out.
Awesome. Hey, Nadia, real quick for you. So 75 hard. Yep. This is an incredible program. It's really a personal development and commitment program. It's about cutting out the excuses.
That's right.
Yeah, people want to know, what is 75 hard? Real quick, guys, 75 hard is 75 days of 5 consecutive things every day. It's 2 workouts, 1 indoor, 1 outdoor, reading every day 10 pages, progress picture every day, committing to no alcohol, getting on a diet, and no excuses. If you mess up, you start again. See, we believe that we have to start cutting away at the flesh and the nonsense for us to actually grow where we need to grow. You're not going to be able to grow unless you have a constraint. So many people struggle to just say no to all the things around them and the distractions, and that's why they never get ahead in their personal journey or their real estate journey. Nadia, tell us about 75 hard. What has that done for you and Danny as people developing yourself?
So the main thing is, it's really given us a lot to focus on in terms of being disciplined. Like, because of this list of stuff that we have to do every day, it's helped us to figure out, okay, well, we have to organize these things in our schedule. They're non-negotiables. We have to do them. Like, there's no chance that we're starting over. So we've been committed to doing those things no matter what's going on in our day. And especially with Christmas just passing, that was probably, I'd say, the hardest time to actually do this.
Yeah.
Is, we're spending time with family and we want to just hang out. And it's middle of winter. Of course, it just so happens to snow Christmas Eve. So Christmas Day was probably like the worst. Sidewalks were not even plowed yet. So of course, Danny and I were like, hey guys, like, it's, at the end of the night, we still have to do our outdoor walk, and our family's complaining. We're like, come with us. No, they don't want to. Well, we're going anyway. So anyway, we got some of them to come with us, and it was great. We all walked, a bunch of us walked together, and Yeah, and then afterwards we're like, so was it that bad? And they actually kind of enjoyed it. So it was just nice to get, a couple people involved in that with us. So I'd say that was the hardest part, but it's been so great. And like with the books that we have to read every day, we got to read 10 pages of something nonfiction. Well, personal development books, what's better than that, right? Like there's so much that you learn from that, and it just puts you in a different frame of mind. Like either starting my day with that or ending my day with my 10 pages while riding our stationary bike. It's the best. I love it. Like it just makes you feel so much better.
So what Nadia knows, folks, that I want you guys to understand is this one thing. There's a lot of information out there about how to get into real estate, how to lose weight, how to become a better person, all this stuff. Where people struggle is the keyword accountability. See, until you have somebody truly holding you accountable, until you have somebody truly doing it side by side with you, you're not likely to do it. That's the reality. If it was just about information, Matt McKeever says everybody would have a six-pack and be wealthy because there's enough information. There's never been more free information in the world. What you need is somebody who's done it before. I've done 75 hard twice. So it's easy for me to kick Nadia's butt and everybody else's butt if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, right? Until you have that level of accountability, most people are just never going to get the result. Why? Because it's hard. Nobody wants to go without alcohol for 75 days or get on a diet for 75 days or go for a walk in the snow for 75 days. Nobody wants to do that. But when you have a small group of accountable people that truly believe that results come after the work, and we truly unite to do it together, you're changing the influences in your life, which in turn will alter your daily habits, which in turn will change and create discipline in your life. And I think that's what Nadia has gone through, and Danny. And I think that's such an incredible piece, because when you master personal discipline, friends, when you master the personal habits, you can master the business habits and build wealth. Real estate isn't just about a tactic or one strategy. Real estate investing is really about being able to leverage yourself, leverage your own priorities, leverage your own discipline, leverage capital, and leverage your maturity to go and put deals together and to create opportunities within the real estate sphere. So Nadia, I'm really proud of you for your growth so far. I'm excited for your journey. You're in London, Ontario. So if anybody's in London, I want you to plug in with Nadia. She's what we call a stud. A stud is one of those people that just powers through it with an incredible attitude. So that's Nadia for you guys and Danny. So thank you so much, Nadia, for sharing. Appreciate you so much. Keep going, girl. You're almost a couple days and you're home free just in time for New Year's. Congratulations on your growth so far. And just thank you for being an awesome addition to our family.
Thank you so much for everything.
You're very welcome.
Guys.
Let's go. All right, so we're going to keep moving forward here today, folks. We've got an amazing testimonial next of somebody who truly went through a life-changing development. This is actually one of my favorite stories. It's near and dear to my heart because this person and I have gone through a journey together. This person is just like me in many, many ways. And I'm so thankful to have met her and have gone through the development and been a part of her story. So check this out. We'll be right back.
My name's Alison Pazo, and I've been in Cashflow Tribe since November when it started. Well, I did start into real estate in 2016 and read the Rich Dad Poor Dad book, and it sort of went on a weekend and did kind of similar thing to the boot camp. However, to be quite honest, you said what was life like before? I didn't know there was life before. I was literally dead. I was just going through the motions as a teacher, someone else's pawn in their game. I've been from about September till June during the school year. I was not Alison. I was a teacher. And it takes you a month to recover and a month to prep to be able to go back into school. So for really and truly, since I started teaching way back in 1997 up until this year, I have not been alive. I don't really think I had a why as to the reason why I started. I've struggled with that. For me, when I was at the boot camp and realized that my predictive index was the same as Ben, and I saw how powerful Ben was, and the things that I struggled with for myself, to realize that that's the way I should be. I shouldn't try and be somebody else. and that if I am my own person, I can be happy. And so that sort of became my why after joining council. To be quite honest, I'm very skeptical, and Matt is brilliant, but it was Ben. It was his mindset. It was him sort of seeing into my soul, to be quite honest, and releasing me and asking me questions that I never really thought of before. So he just asked me the deeper questions, which helped me to realize that there was life outside of the box and I didn't have to wait to retire to get there. So since joining Cashflow Tribe, honestly, my life has completely changed. It has saved me. As I mentioned, I was put in a box and I wasn't alive. I didn't feel. I always said that I didn't feel. So since joining, mind, body, spirit has been a huge part of it. I've lost 35 pounds. That's just from the health point of things. At the naturopath the other day, she says I'm 30 years younger. My body is 30 years younger than it was when I came to her early in February. So that's a good body plus that's happened to me. In terms of monetary, I got 2 checks this past week from our first properties that have closed since joining council for $145,000 that went into the bank. So phenomenal. My husband has left his job. He's happy. He comes down the stairs and is happy. I have not gone back to teaching this September. It's just, there's so many pluses. This could be a very long video if I went through all of them. I'm in here for life. I'm sort of stuck. Well, you guys are stuck with me, so I'm not going anywhere. My future is going to involve a lot of this, a lot of beaches and waves. I need to get back to the Caribbean. I was born in Bermuda and I need to get back there. However, I would like to run a successful business from the beach. So in the process with partnerships, and I want to start doing some lending and basically just being in control of my money, my future, and my life. Would I recommend Cashflow Tribe? Well, it depends on the person. If you feel that there is something out there for you that you don't fit your current mold, then 100% you need to be here. If you are incredibly happy and in control of your life, then you don't really need to be here. So that's what I would suggest in terms of should you come in or should you not. Oh, that first big check was just incredible. Just incredible. My husband sat there staring at the check for the longest time, like literally 20 minutes to half an hour, was staring at the check. And I said to him, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I have suffered for years being at work from 7 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, turning wrenches as a mechanic, absolutely hating it. And one property where I went and I painted for a weekend has resulted in 1.5 times what I was making." And he's now, of course, bought into the process, and we're lifers here. If you've ever considered real estate, if you've ever considered having a life outside of your current 9 to 5, making money for someone else on their agenda, then you need to join.
So friends, what I've come to realize about mentorship over the years is it's not about what you do. It's truly about who you become. If you listen to Alison, her story is absolutely amazing. Not just because of the money she's made, and a couple checks from 150 grand, that's amazing. I love the results, but it's about who you become. Alison's grown so quickly that we've asked her to become a mentor. You see, I truly believe that our community is about inspiring, equipping, enabling people to become phenomenal versions of themselves, create wealth, and then raising them up as leaders that they can invest into the next community. That is impact. That is why we do this. This is not about the Ben and Matt show. This is about people like Alison who I have a special spot in my heart for, because Alison was that person who sat at the back of the room and said, this sounds too good to be true. And maybe you're one of those people today, and I get it. Hey, these guys are getting crazy results. This can't be too good to be true, could it? Well, my friend, what I would tell you is this. I think you're too good to be true. I think you've got way more in you than what you're given. And you just need somebody sometimes to kick you in the ass and go, do this. Do this. Go lose 30 pounds. Go and learn how to create a real business around real estate. Go and develop your marriage. And if you guys follow me, you guys will know that this year I retired my wife, and we're actually traveling. Right now, we are in Florida, traveling and growing our business virtually, investing in people and investing in real estate at the same time. So I'd like to bring on Alison, let her share a little bit tactically and also personally what her journey is like. I'm so excited to invite my friend Alison Pazo to the show, who reigns out of the Kitchener area. Let me see if she's ready to go. There she is. Hello there. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for introducing me, Ben. It's pretty amazing. I'm just thrilled to be here and super excited that we're spreading the word to everybody else. Just want to give a couple of highlights. There was a fair amount in the testimonial video, so I'm going to try not to repeat everything. But basically, I do live in the Kitchener-Waterloo region, which is phenomenal economic area, very diverse, and we're able to handle the challenges of this year without really stumbling. So pretty lucky to be living here. Quick recap of my life. Basically, I was born in Bermuda, so I do have island blood in me. Really enjoyed riding horses on the beach, competing internationally where we had people flying in. And that was all before I was age 10. Then my parents moved myself and my sister, obviously the family, to Canada for more opportunities. And of course, when you move countries, you move areas, there's different hiccups that you come up with. The first one being snow. We moved here in November. I had issues with snowball areas in schools taken to the office and things like that. And then your usual drama that goes on through high school. I did end up marrying my first boyfriend from high school and still happily married to him. I was the first person to go to university. So I had that, just looking back and reflecting it was just like being put on a pedestal and wow, you're just so impressive because you were competing as a rider, and then you've gone to university and you've got a fantastic job as a teacher and that type of thing. And it's all helped to build who I am today. However, becoming a teacher, honestly, I went into it because I loved my math teacher in grade 11, and also we had summers off, right? So honestly, that was why I first went into it. But I did end up realizing how much I loved mentoring people and loved the students that an awful lot of the teachers didn't want to teach. They were the ones I enjoyed, the challenge. However, as years went on, I noticed upon reflection that I shrank and conformed to the rules. I became a chameleon. I was really good at morphing into whatever role I was put into. And in doing so, essentially lost who I was and I lost myself. Walking down the hall one day, I did realize that the system was broken. I was looking into classrooms and going, this system is broken. Something needs to change. 2020 has certainly given us that change, but I was also very unhappy. I was uninspired. To me, that was a bit of a challenge because I like to inspire people, and then realizing that I wasn't happy and how could I be inspire people? So I did kind of fake it well. And what I ended up doing was teaching financial literacy and how to think outside of the box. You don't need to go to post-secondary school and that kind of thing. Anyway, let's fast forward a little bit here. I ended up attending a boot camp in January of last year. It's almost a year ago. And I'd followed Matt McKeever, and I think he's brilliant, but he was also bringing this guy with him who I happened to meet at a conference in 2018. And let's just say I wasn't impressed at that point. Anyway, I thought, no, I'm going to go to this boot camp. And honestly, just like Ben said, I sat at the back of the room. Actually, Mark Smith was on this side of me. So we sat there and I literally was like this. And I figured any minute now they're going to be selling me. This is going to be some sort of sales pitch, run to the back of the room and be the first to sign up and that type of thing. And I was right. They did. They did try and sell me on this thing called a mastermind. And I had no idea what a mastermind it was at that point. But as time went on, as they were describing things, there was something different about these two. They genuinely seemed like they wanted me to succeed. They wanted to help me and give me the accountability that I needed. And as I mentioned in the video, Ben just really and truly seemed to reach into my soul and could see potential in me that I couldn't see in myself. So even though that was a crazy amount of money, I went, okay, I'm going to do this. So I signed up for the council. I had no money, literally no money. So I had to call my daughter, who was in third year university, who is very frugal, and I borrowed money from her. So did so, and that was in January of last year. That changed my view on the world, really and truly. How I can control my future. I don't know if any of you feel like you're out of control. There's a way for you to control your future, your finances, your life, your mindset. And what I discovered as well, that my network is directly proportional to my success, not only financially, but also mentally and physically. So that Nadia was just describing 75 hard. I completed 75 hard. My motivation was there were some guys that were doing it in the group as well, and they weren't successful. They kept having to start over, so I was going to beat them because I'm not at all competitive. Anyway, since January of 2020, I have read 44 nonfiction books, self-help books, and that type of thing. I've retired my husband, Terry. I retired myself. Now, the way that I did that was because I was confident in my success. I had not had any major financial income at that particular point in time, but because of my mindset that I gained through counsel, I was able to walk away from my job. I became a mentor. I incorporated 3 businesses. There's a 4th one that's being incorporated right now. I met my partners, Keith and Melissa. We formed Blue Ocean Property Group that is doing very well. We've hired an assistant. We've hired and are expanding our wholesale team. We've hired a business coach. I've lost 38 pounds. I do CrossFit 4 times a week, or I did before we were locked down. I've raised a national service dog puppy. I've completed 12 deals, holding 3 properties, and have created over $400,000. And there's still 1 more property that we're finishing up that needs to close. So here's a few properties with the numbers, if we can quickly bring up the PowerPoint. So as you can see on the left, this was Blue Springs, our condo flip. The left is the before picture of the kitchen. The right is the after. We've taken down a wall and so on. Total profit was $153,000. My investors' return on investment is 265%. The one on the right is York Street in London. This property I came across with a wholesaler who was also part of council. Total profit on that is $80,000. My investor, who was also my daughter, her ROI is 344%. Let's go to the next screen. This is our current property that we've just accepted a firm offer on in Waterloo. Purchase price was $530,000. You can see the picture in the middle. That was the kitchen before. The one on the right is the kitchen after, where we took down a wall and removed that horrible wallpaper. Reno was 40 grand. Lender costs are 48,000. Bird dog fee, 2,000. The bird dog I met through Cashflow Tribe. Total amount invested is 133,000 approximately. We just sold it for $780,000 with a total profit of 117,000. Our annualized ROI is 80%. So pretty impressive. So on to the next slide. This is our future. So in 2021, I want to scale Blue Ocean Properties to a 7-figure revenue through 12 flips, 40 wholesale deals, develop and partner with the council corporation, spend at least 1 month with palm trees and beaches, and be able to give back to the community. That's a big part of why I do what I do. In 5 years, we're going to grow to 10 million, have 50 short-term rentals, expand internationally into the Caribbean, build a village in an impoverished country. So basically, what am I looking for to be able to achieve this? I'm looking for some partners who are able to continue, and so I can continue the trend of giving them great returns. I'm looking for contractors who are dedicated and honest and who want a piece of the pie. I want to share some of that equity that you've helped me build. I would like someone as an admin assistant, a guru who is high detailed and willing to become specialized. To be able to connect with me, let's go to the next slide. Oh man, you can tear those. The font is terrible. So my email is allison@blueocean-properties.ca. On Facebook and Instagram, it's my name, Alison with 2 L's, Pazo. So I'm hoping that to see you in the future, either in council so I can help to mentor you to become the best you possible, or as part of my team. Blue Ocean, we're just building the wave and we're starting to grow. And with Matt and Ben leading the way, there's no stopping us. So jump on, join the wave. Oh, Ben, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Okay, how about now? I love it. I'm so thankful that you've been able to share with us. And guys, if you're out in the region, connect with Alison. She's not just an investor, just a wonderful human being. And her and I have a passion for helping people, especially with her work in the public school system. We've been able to do some cool stuff already, and we look forward to being able to donate more money. And guys, we do this for the impact piece. Once you have enough money for you and your family, what's next? Your community, the people that you can truly help. So I've got a belief system that if we can fill our own cups first, for me, it's biblical, fill our own cups first to the point where we're overflowing with abundance, then we can overflow into other people's cups. I think that the most important thing we can do as successful humans is to start pouring into other people and help them climb their own ladders, financially, emotionally, relationally, etc. And this is why Alison wins. Alison is, to me, the epitome of the compound effect. It's personal development over here on 75 Hard. Business development over here by learning key foundational business practices. Real estate development by understanding strategies at a higher level. Relational development by knowing that it's important to connect with people and then actually doing it. And when you bring all of those things together, who's not just a successful investor, but a well-rounded individual, who it just seems like everything they touch turns to gold. And that's what I think a mastermind effect is. Thank you, Alison, so much. Really appreciate you. Keep growing, girl. We're excited for 2021.
Thanks. And people reach out. I'd love to help.
So, guys, let me quickly talk about what Council is. Council is a real estate, personal development, and business development mastermind. Here's where we differ from every other group in Canada or in the US. Number one, I've been a part of several masterminds. I put over $250,000 into my own brain for mastermind growth. And what a mastermind basically is twofold. Number one, it's going to be tactful. So all the foundational, fundamental things that drive success and revenue. This is in your business life. Also, there's very tactical things that you can do in your personal development. This includes accountability programs like 75 Hard. This includes things like in your business life and real estate life, making offers every day. This includes things like learning how to JV and create real business structure and foundation. Should you create a corporation? Should you not create a corporation? So here's what we do. Everybody in Council comes into a 6-week intensive. We call that the C5 program. That's meant to level you up very quickly and get you into the right environment with the right language, with the right mindset, and the right thought process. We do one-on-one mentor calls on a regular basis. We have 3 structured live calls, one on business building, one on personal development, and one on high-level business building. And we also do in-person events, COVID pending. A lot of it is small groups and virtual as well. We're all across Canada, and here's the best part. The room is small. This is the smallest room, the most proximity to people who are actually doing deals. There's only about 50 people in Council right now, and we intend on keeping it a small, tight environment going forward because we believe the relationship matters. We don't need everybody to participate and be a member of Council. We want the top 20%. In every world, there's an 80-20 rule. There's 20% of people that are doing all of the business, 20% of athletes who score all of the touchdowns, 20% of investors who get most of the deals and the results. So the reality is, if you're looking for massive personal push with accountability, massive real estate push with leveling up your knowledge, fixing the right strategy, etc., and massive business push, I bring in all the business development strategies that allow you to create a virtual business to me and to Matt, to not only have a business, but don't become a slave to the business you're creating. Be able to run it virtually from anywhere, build a team, use the right process, etc. So this is what we're doing. If you guys are interested, here's what I want you to do. Send me a quick text right now, 226-407-5565 as we continue. Again, just text us really quick at that number, 226-407-5565. And my friend Mark, one of our mentors that you met earlier, will be glad to jump on a call with you, get to know you real quick, and see if counsel really is a good fit for you. Again, it's not for everybody. If you're just looking for just something to do, probably not a good fit. Counsel is for the person who wants incredible results in a short period of time through accountability, through precision, and through a personalized roadmap. I don't believe that business is built in a box. I don't think you can just copy your way to success. I don't think you can just go buy somebody's program and become wealthy in business. Remember, real estate is a business like any other, which is why I really like the fact that we create a personal blueprint. We'll sit down and go, what do you want? What are your resources? And what is a reasonable amount of time for you to get there? You know, compressing time and getting to your goals faster by removing distractions, saying no, and creating better and better priorities is the way that I became a millionaire at 30. I'm telling you, if I can do it, if Matt McKeever can do it, if Mark Smith can quit his job in a few months, if Alison can retire her husband or herself in a few months, and so many other people in our organization, you guys can do it as well. So I'm just encouraged. I hope you're enlightened and encouraged, and you should check this out, get some more information. At very minimum, you'll know what's available to you in Canada as a Canadian investor, not some American course trying to sell in Canada. So here's the number, 226-407-5565. Okay, we're going to jump on here to the next amazing. By the way, are you guys enjoying this? If you're enjoying this live stream, give me some thumbs up in the comments. Give me some pounds, some hashtags, whatever you young kids are driving in the hashtags these days and all that. And do me a favor and go ahead and share this stream with your friends and family. You know, somebody needs to hear a positive word of encouragement from Canadians who are starting business. My next guest is my brother, TJ, and TJ is an awesome young guy. TJ has a young family. TJ is an ambitious young hustler. Some of you guys are there. People who are always looking for a way to grow real business, to level up. And when I met TJ, he's like, man, I'm doing this and this and this and this and this, just like me, right? But what I love about TJ is TJ got clarity. Not only did he use his new knowledge and skill set to go ahead and do real estate deals and create a business out of that, he also used it to create a whole different type of business. And he's been able to buy a company on amazing terms through some of the financing structure teachings that we have, and also do real estate at the same time, and also push to grow his business, his wealth, and to keep growing. So let me bring out my brother TJ here whenever he's available. There he goes, and he's actually at one of the businesses that he bought. Brother TJ, welcome to the live, man. Good to have you, man.
Hey, Ben. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome, brother. I'm going to give you the floor, TJ. I just want to let everybody know, if you're in the Simcoe area, hit up my brother TJ and connect with this guy. I just love the energy and the attitude. So TJ, the floor is yours, brother. Go ahead and share with us, man, what you've been up to.
Yeah, so a hell of a lot. In the last 6 months since I joined council, things have exploded on my end of things. I joined June 1st in council. It started actually the month before. There was a digital mastermind. It was a 2-day course. Jumped on it. After the 2 days, I told my wife, I was like, all right, this is, I think, on the spot that's going to level me up to hit everything I wanted in life. I always wanted to, flip real estate like crazy. I wanted to have a hawk shop. I wanted to do all these things, but I always thought, oh, I can't get there, or it's going to take so much money. Oh, I have to have this amount of money in my bank account before things like that happened. After doing the $500 2-day course, digital weekend, I wanted to join council. I didn't have the money to join council, so But so I started just networking like crazy, and I ended up finding it ended up raising enough money to be able to join council by finding someone willing to invest in me. At the same time of me joining council, I ended up working out terms with an old boss of mine on purchasing the King franchise that I own now. Within the last 6 months, learning the things I know from council, I was able to scale this business from what I got it at to about 5 times the amount of value that it's worth now. I have about 3 employees now as of Tuesday, and I don't even have to be here if I don't need to be. I want to be because I love it and I love the hustle, but I was able to scale it up to that point. Before joining council, I was just a hobby flipper. I worked in Alberta for 8 years. I'd fly out in the wintertime for 6 months, and I'd come back and I'd flip a house. This has been absolutely crazy. So after joining council, Peter, if you want to jump to the next slide. I was able to partner up with another council member at the time, Anastasia, and after doing the predictive index, which is something that you guys might learn after joining Cashflow Tribe, it was almost like seeing your personality on paper. So I used to get so upset at myself because I'd start something and I'd fail something, and I'd start something and I'd fail something, and it always put me in like a little bit of like a leg, I guess, for a period of time. I'd be so ashamed that I failed this and yada yada. And when I saw my personality on the predictive index, it just was amazing seeing how crazy I am on paper. And having a couple conversations with Ben, was able to kind of reprogram myself about not being ashamed of it, and to stop trying to fix all my weaknesses and just partner with somebody who shores up your weaknesses. Not only partner, but create a business essentially based on finding people to supplement those weaknesses. And since then, we started a company called Buy Homes Ontario. You can follow us on Flippy and Simcoe or at the Buy Homes Ontario on Instagram. We've been killing it in this business too. You can swap to the next slide there, Peter. We've purchased 3 properties in the 3 months since we've started, which is phenomenal, because I was doing 1 a year and now we're doing 3 in the last 3 months. They're almost all complete at this time. We're looking to list the one on the far right will probably be listed in the middle of January. Next one following the first week of February, and most likely the next one in the middle of February. And we're looking at almost 300,000 in profits between just these 3 properties alone. If you want to flip to the next one, Peter. We have another couple properties under contract. This one we're actually looking for a joint venture on at the moment. The other 3 properties that I mentioned before, we have a couple joint ventures in there, and our investors are looking at over 6 figures in income being made just from those deals, and we're looking to do the same on this deal. So yeah, hit us up at on Instagram, or PM me on Facebook, and see if this is a right fit for you guys for a deal. Yeah, skip to the next one. We also partnered up with Matt's team on an idea, because I live in cottage country. I'm from Simcoe County, and we did a campaign out to specifically target cottages. One thing I learned from council is to focus on niches and focus on what you're good at, and to scale it into 10 times it, almost like Grant Cardone. And like my area, my niche, we got cottages. The flipping company has been insane. We plan on buying. We're on target to buy another 15 by the end of the year. Goal is 30, but set the bar low and the name high. So Yeah, and honestly, between Matt's technical know-how and Ben's mindset, like the ability to change your limiting beliefs, it's been an amazing process for me. Even every month, I've been in council for 6 months now, and every month I just feel like another barrier is broken and another barrier is broken. And in 2020 was an amazing year for me, as shitty as the year it was. With everything else going on, I kind of drown out the noise, and I no longer work in the oil fields, which is amazing. I've been doing that for 8 years, and not being able to spend time with the family. I've spent more time with my family than I ever had. I was able to start essentially 2 businesses, a third one partnership, and then we have 2 more that we're starting in the in 2021. Which is going to be phenomenal. We were able to employ almost like between my Hot King franchise and the Buy Homes Ontario, we've been able to employ 6 people already, which is phenomenal in essentially a recession. We're giving employment and letting other people win. I think in 2021, part of my goal is to start giving back more. And do a little bit more mentorship. One of my greatest, one of the happiest moments of 2020 was, one of my good friends where it was able to buy a property that we all thought he couldn't. When I was a mortgage agent a year ago, it was never a possibility that he would be able to buy a house. But with what I've learned from cash flow and all the techniques, he was able to get a property with essentially 95% VTB financing from the lender, and a grant that he applied through Simcoe County. So essentially 100% financing for this property. And now he's in a duplex where the back unit pays his whole mortgage. He got the property, no money down, and I was able to help in that process. And one of the things I'm going to do in 2021 is to make sure, I'm a part of it more. If you guys want to, if you ever want to hit me up and learn more about what I'm doing and and if you ever have any questions, I'm looking to do a lot more connecting and a lot more helping. So if there's anything you guys need, definitely hit me up. And I think Ben's hopping on now.
TJ, you're awesome, my brother. You know what I love about TJ? He's a regular dude with a family doing real deals in our beautiful country of Canada. TJ is he's the Canadian entrepreneur. You bought the hawking, you're doing the pawn shop, you're doing real estate deals, you're helping people, you're starting another company here doing the cottage business. And you've done all kinds of things in the past, from mortgage brokers to all this other stuff. So TJ, this, it's not about what we're doing for TJ. It's about what TJ is doing for himself. And dude, we're just happy to be a part of your journey. We're happy to help you push every time there's a roadblock. We got 2 choices in life, friends. It's either going to be a brick wall or it's going to be a speed bump. You got to decide how fast you're going to go through it. And I think a lot of times when you have nobody to ally with, you have nobody to really talk to and connect with, it looks like a brick wall. The thing I love about TJ is that it wasn't easy. TJ, we had to come to terms with some tough questions, right? We had to go, hey man, it's tough for this, and this. It's tough. And some of you guys are at home thinking it's tough to trust people. It's tough to, to put myself out there. It's maybe difficult for me to build trust and rapport with people. Maybe I don't see the value of having a mentor because mentors cost money. And I can't see it as an investment in myself because all I see it as an expense. Because I've never invested more than $1 into myself, let alone invest $100 into a weekend or $1,000 or whatever that is. So number one, folks, it's a progressive development. Very few people I have no pain and no desire, I need a mentor. Usually you're going to work towards a problem. You're going to hit that brick wall a few times like I did in my business until I finally said, okay, I'm going to drop my ego and I'll drop my guard and I need help. And you know what, TJ, sometimes I think in life, other people, maybe they screw around or they're not trustworthy or whatever on you. But when you find 2 people that trust each other, like TJ and myself, we can have very awesome conversations. And you know what? He grows and I grow as a result. We both get to benefit from a real deep relationship that actually matters. And I think that's the key to driving forward. So TJ, I'm proud of you, buddy. I'm excited for your growth and your journey. I'm glad that we could promote you and share what you got going on. Folks, I want you to plug in with my brother TJ, connect with him at Flipping Simcoe. Go see my dude. Go see him at the store. See that he's a real father. See that he's a real man and just a real entrepreneur in the Canadian space trying to make it happen. So I'm proud of you, buddy. Keep going. And any last words to the folks at home, TJ?
Just thank you, Ben. Thank you, Matt, for having me here. It's one of those things that I want to promote this for everybody. But if you don't put in the sweat and the tears, if you don't try, then you're not going to succeed. Like you got to be able to try. The accountability, you got to be able to show up, and you got to be able to create that accountability for yourself, because this isn't a place where they're going to hold your hand. You got to be able to go out and you got to earn it.
I love it. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, TJ. All right, folks, we're moving forward here. Excited to share story after story. By the way, do you love these stories from real Canadians? If so, give me some comments. Give me some love. Some of you guys are asking, well, what does it cost? Well, guys, I'd love to get you all the information. Instead of jumping into everything right now, do me a favor. Shoot us a text, 226-407-5565. If you don't want to do that, then just send me 200 grand wired over. No, I'm just kidding with you. And we'll get you set up. But 226, check the number right here. Just it's going across your screen. 226-407-5565. And we'll get more into the pricing, etc. We do have some events coming up very soon in the next couple of weeks. We've got a 3-hour to 4-hour intensive. We've also got a 2-day intensive. So if you simply text for more information, we're going to enter you in to win a $500 training. This training is powerful. In fact, just about every council member has gone through one of these trainings. Council for the last 12 months has been a private company exclusively offered to our Cashflow Tribe community. We're making it public and aware to you today because we want to let you know there is a better way. There is a better accountability. There is a better group of people. There is more intentionality. People focused on 4 core things. Here they are. Number 1, results. If you don't get results, you can't stick around, period. Everything you do in life, you have to drive a result. If you're going to invest in yourself, whether that's buying a $10 book or joining a mastermind, have to get results. You owe it to yourself, your family, and your future to focus on results through accountability. Number 2, transparency. Guys and girls, there's no hidden strategy. We have to present to you every potential strategy that meets your criteria. If I just give you a random strategy and you follow it and fail, it's not because the strategy doesn't work. It's because it doesn't work for you in your circumstance. So it's not just about strategy. We got to be honest. Number 3, impact. You have to become the better version of yourself. Really, masterminding is about connecting with other people who are all pushing. 2 kinds of people in this world. We got reachers and leechers. Reachers are the people that are pushing for more. That's me. I'm always pushing for more. Maybe because I came from communism. Maybe because I was an immigrant to Canada. Maybe because I was the oldest of 9 kids. Maybe because everything I have I had to build from scratch. But whatever it is, I'm always reaching for more. Not out of greed, but out of abundance. I think if God's given me opportunity on this planet to do more, I need to do it. I need for my cup to overflow so that I can invest in other people. And I'm glad my cup overflows, which is why we can even create the council mastermind. And that's why we even create a Cashflow Tribe. And then the last thing here, so we have results, impact, right? Transparency and community. I believe we all get further by working together. It's that simple. If you want to be a Lone Ranger investor, I'm sorry for you. And even if you're moderately successful, imagine how much more successful you could be if you had allies. Not friends, not family, but allies. Allies won't suck your time. Allies are not going to go ahead and be needy, or they're not going to come to you with problems. Allies are going to come to you with opportunities. And that's what I'm excited for. So all these friends are my allies. Okay, so let's keep kicking it off. I'm about to bring on one of my next friends here, Mr. Shane. Before I do that, let me start it off with this video right here. See you soon. Okay, so we've got a new addition to our council family, my brother Shane. Shane is basically 1 or 2 months ahead of most of you who are thinking of joining council. What was cool is I met Shane at a boot camp that we did on the beach, and we had a very intense couple of days. And I'm pretty sure for Shane, it was life-changing. The proximity to people doing massive things, the abundance, the mindset, all the different things, which eventually led us to an amazing exclusive getaway that we did in Cancun. Actually, recently, while my wife and I are traveling, Shane joined us on the island. We were able to connect for an entire week. And Shane, to me, is one of those guys who just has a deep desire for more, for his family, for himself, and has a deep desire to create legacy wealth for his family and people around him in his community. So I'd love to bring on Shane, not because he's done 1,000 deals, but because he's literally one step ahead of most of you who simply made a commitment and he joined council. And as soon as I asked him the first time, I said, do you think council is a right fit? He stood up and said, I'm in. Shane is that guy. Shane is the action taker. And I believe in life, action takers get rewarded. So let me introduce to you my friend, Shane. Welcome, my brother.
It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. We just came back from Mexico, guys, so we're still speaking like we do down there. Shane, I'm going to let you share your story a little bit, brother. I'm so happy that you're here, my man.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just a regular dude. I've been working my blue-collar job as a heavy equipment mechanic for 7 years now. And, you know, I've always been wanting to do something else. There's always been this burning desire inside of me for more. I've tried my hand at stock market investing. I dabbled in cryptocurrency, and, you know, I've always wanted to be an investor and a business owner, and I've never really known how to get there. So here I am, just, you know, working my regular job like everyone else, earning my income. It's a decent income, but I've always wanted more. And so I started watching Matt on YouTube some time ago and just learning what I can. I was reading books. I've probably read a dozen books on real estate investing. There's definitely no lack of technical information. I've listened to hundreds of hours of podcasts, and there was still something that was just stopping me from taking action. And, you know, I knew a little bit about everything, but I didn't have any direction. I didn't know what to do. You know, do I want to syndicate big multifamily deals? Do I want to have a duplex and a triplex and something else? I wasn't sure. Eventually I decided, okay, I think I'm going to burr some properties. I'm going to go get one, and then great, I can burr it, pull all my money out, and go dump that into another property and do it over and over and over. And eventually I'm going to have this big portfolio. So that was the plan until I met the council. And yeah, so I was in the background just kind of watching for a while, and I decided to attend the Mastermind event on the beach in the Niagara region, and that's where I connected with pretty much everyone. You know, they were all just sort of these mythical creatures that we all watch on YouTube and online, and when you actually go out there and meet them, you realize these are just regular people, just like me, and we connected, and I realized these people are actually here to try and help me reach my goals. That's what they want, and so I just decided to, you know, take the plunge. And so now I'm only a couple months in, but so let me talk a bit about the council, though. So we all hear that saying that Ben was saying earlier about you are the average of 5 people that you spend the most time with. Well, like, who are your 5 people? What kind of people are you around? For me, it was, you know, the people that I was around, they weren't helping me get towards my goals. If anything, they're holding me back, because every time I have some great idea and I want to push and try and achieve more, there's, you know, those 5+ people that are giving me reasons why I can't do it, or why I shouldn't do it, or why I'm going to fail. So the difference is that you get around people that are actually doing it and succeeding, and they're going to encourage you. They're going to give you reasons why you can push, why you can do it, and they're going to help you get there. So really, you know, it takes you away from all those people that are energy leeches and trying to hold you back, and it gets you around those that are going to push you forward and help you reach your goals. So the other thing is, now that I'm part of council, I have, like, every day is still a grind, right? You're always trying to push forward and get to your goals, and it's easy to get off track. So, but these people are there, they're pushing you, and they're they're trying to keep you headed in the right direction. That part is huge. So I mean, there's definitely a wealth of information and resources. We have videos every week. We have group calls. Often they're pretty small, so there's lots of opportunity to ask whatever questions you need. There's definitely no lack of information. And the main thing is the big thing that we're all working on that we don't even realize that we need is mindset. You know, that's the biggest hurdle for most of us. It's not knowing what to do or how to do it. It's actually realizing that you can do it and acting in a way that's going to get you there. So now, like after maybe 2 to 3 months of being in council, first of all, just being around these people, I've lost some weight and I'm eating better, just because it's like, well, if they're doing it, why shouldn't I? And that's not even something I was trying to achieve. That's just something that's kind of happened. There's been this realization that I can become a full-time investor or business owner now, whereas before I thought it was going to take me at least 10 years. It was going to be this sort of side hustle that I did with whatever free time that I had. And eventually, you know, 10 plus years down the road, I can leave my job and I won't have to do it anymore. Well, no, I can actually do that in 2021 if I want to. And so that's now the goal. So I've also formed all kinds of key relationships. I mean, I have access to private money, have access to other investors to help me analyze my deals. I have access to all kinds of industry professionals. And really, I think that's the thing that's holding most of us back is, you know, you can read a book and figure out whatever you need to know, but it's all these relationships that are going to actually help you get there. So I've also got a vision for the future. I mean, I don't want to be just a real estate investor. I want to be a business owner. I mean, let's say, God forbid, one of my kids gets sick, and I'd love to be able to just take that year or two or however long off to spend the time with them, or whoever it is, not just one of my kids, but I mean, just to have that option, because right now I don't. Most people that I know don't have that option. Some people that I know do have that option, and that's where I want to be. So yeah, I mean, if you're out there and you're watching and you kind of want to be headed in this direction too, I'd love to hear from you. Just reach out. My name is right there below me. You can find me on Facebook. It's probably the best way to get in touch with me, and let's connect. You know, we'll get on a Zoom call, or if you're in Eastern Ontario, I'm in the Ottawa area. We can get together in person and have a coffee. And I just want to hear your story. You know, I want to know where you're at. I want to know where you're going, where you want to go, what are your goals, and how can we help each other get there? You know, reach out to me, reach out to anyone else in the council. We're all just regular people. We just have extraordinary goals, and we're actually working towards getting to them. So, hey, Mark.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, Shane, that's awesome, man. I love it. Great. I appreciate you sharing that, man. I met you at that event. And I mean, you were so dialed in. I mean, when we had talked about it, as we were mid-presentation, you came up to me and said, I'm in. I'm not waiting. I'm here. I came here for this. So, man, I'm proud of you, man. I've seen your growth already. I've just seen you're coming out as your own, man. This is who you are. So great. And thank you so much for sharing that, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate that. Yeah, there you go. Looks like some people already want to have coffee with you, which is awesome. So, hey, we want to have coffee with all of you guys. We enjoy our coffee accounts, don't we, Shane? So
we do, yeah.
So you guys want to hop on a call with me? Let's do it. The number is 226-407-5565. Text me at 226-407-5565. There's a reason why a text me is because I'm the defender of council. Shane knows it. Everybody within council knows I'm the protector of council. So I want to be able to talk to each and every one of you. As Ben says, this may not be for everyone. So we want to be sure that the people that are coming in council are ready to focus on impact, focus on results, and so forth. So awesome. Shane, thank you so much. Any last words, Shane?
No, I mean, I agree with you. It's like council is for people that want to actually do this. It's not people that are kind of maybe think they might want to but aren't sure. It's this is what I want to do, and I'm willing to put the work in to get there.
Love it. Love it. So true, right? Because a lot of people are out there and they want the fish. That's what they want. They want the fish. You will not get the fish in council. However, what you will get is how to fish. That is what you'll be able to do. So that's the key thing. So Shane, awesome. And we've got another guest coming on right now. Someone that I'm mentoring right now. Vinod, he came to the last Mastermind experience that we had. This was in end of November, actually. And again, another, like, if there's a constant theme here, just like Shane, Vinod is the same story as well. Came in and said he had to do something. He wasn't happy with the status quo, had to do something for his family, and he leveled up and he was willing to invest himself. And at that same event, I put him on the spot and I told him to grab his calendar, and in his calendar, he actually had to put a date with a reminder of the date he was going to retire. So Vinod, love to have you on. I love you tell us your story. And make sure you tell people, man, they have to text me if they want to chat. I'll answer all the questions they have. 226-407-5565. Welcome, Vinod.
Oh man, I have folks from my work here watching this. Just kidding. Just kidding. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for the introduction. How are you guys doing? I think this has been a great event so far. Thank you. Peter, can you bring up the presentation, please? So I'm Vinod. I'm from Oakville, Ontario. And who am I? So let's move on. So I'm a real estate investor. Obviously, that's why I'm here. Member of Cashflow Tribe for the past 3 months and member of council for the past 1 month. And I also have, other than the mentorship with Ben and Matt and Mark, I'm also part of a couple of other real estate investment groups. And I have a couple of other mentors too. So let's move on to the next slide. So what do I do? Before getting into the real estate investment strategies that I'm following right now, real quick. So prior to joining Cashflow Tribe, I've been struggling with what strategies I need to follow. Like I had all these educations, or I've been following all these videos and getting into all the websites, real estate websites that I could, investment websites that I could, but I really didn't know how or where to start. So I started, and then I heard about Cashflow Tribe, joined about 3 months back. And then since then, in just 3 months, I have had a phenomenal growth, both in terms of my mindset, my personal development, and even with the real estate investments. So some of my strategies, even though it's only like 3 or 4 months since this started, I'm already investing in some multifamily buy and holds, some fix and flip, Airbnb arbitrage, and lending. So all this happened in the past 3 to 3.5 months. And can we move on to the next slide? Yeah, so a couple of things that I do currently. I'm working on a flip in Eastern Ontario, JV with 2 other investors. It's a 6-bed plus study and 2-bath, 2,500 square feet. And as you can see, the purchase price plus rehab is about 310K and ARV for 20K. So expected profit after all expenses is about 75K. And so nothing out of my pocket. So essentially whatever profit I'm making on this is infinite return of investment. And then I'm making about 100% ROI for the finance partners. And another active work that's going on is I'm acquiring a unit for Airbnb in Calgary. And I live in Toronto, near Toronto. I don't live in the location where this flip is happening. I don't live in the location where this Airbnb is happening. And that's the beauty of this, right? All these connections that I got through Cashflow Tribe and particularly from council, that's helping me manage all this without stepping foot in these locations. So for that Airbnb, expected monthly cash flow is close to $900. And next slide, I believe, yeah. I have also deployed some capital in another flip project that's currently ongoing. So these three are my currently active deals going on. Prior to this, I also bought a couple of duplexes, a couple of buy and holds, long-term buy and holds. And all this happened in the past 3 months. So again, prior to the Cashflow Tribe and prior to joining council, I wouldn't have got the courage, first of all, to get involved, to take actions on any of this. Thinking about doing a flip project with no money out of pocket. I had no idea how to do this. I didn't have any contacts, didn't have the money to do this, and yet this is happening. So that's the beauty of this group. And next slide, please. Yeah, so continuing on that topic, the impact on me is, first of all, foremost, and this has been the theme, I'm pretty sure everyone's talking about this, is the mindset correction, right? I came in here with a closed mindset and not knowing how to level up, and all these things. So all these mentorships and the daily accountability, the accountability calls and everything, it kind of opened up the whole mindset and the confidence that I grew out of this. And obviously the coaching and mentoring by some of the best in the industry. And obviously the amazing network. You have heard from all these amazing people before me and a bunch of folks going to come after me. I have access to all those amazing network. And of course, the proximity to deals and proximity to money, which is very important. All these things are provided by my membership with the council. So it has been a huge impact on me without this council. And before that, without the Cashflow Tribe, I'm not sure I would have taken actions on any of this. So next slide, please. Yeah, so how can you partner with me? So yeah, I mean, if you're looking to park your capital, including your registered savings, and in fact, looking for capital to fund your project, so we do both ways. We borrow and we also lend. If you're looking for a buyer for a discounted property, if you want to partner with an Airbnb deal, if you have a property which has a potential to be a profitable Airbnb, but you don't want to do the actual work on it, or if you just want to talk about real estate investment, just hit me up. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so just hit me up. I'm available on the phone, WhatsApp, email, Facebook, Instagram. And in fact, if you really want to reach out to me, I think the best way is to find me on Facebook. Just look for my name. In fact, just look for Vinod Krishnan 35 and you should be able to find me. That's all from me.
That's awesome. Vinod, I love this, man. I'm really proud of you, man. I mean, to see the strides you've made in such a short period of time has been just unbelievable. What can you tell us what you've learned the most about yourself since joining council, like literally not even 2 months ago?
Yeah. So two things. One, joining into, in fact, just before even council coming into that boot camp in November, I was thinking that I had enough education on real estate. I knew all the theory. I had not taken many actions till that point, but I thought I knew all the theory. But when I came to that boot camp, I realized that I knew nothing, right? So I was surrounded by all this great individuals, and I had access to all these people. So that was a great experience. But most importantly, I realized that I could do much more than what I thought I was able to do till then. I was able to level up. Coming to that boot camp and then to the council, whatever I was hoping to achieve in the next 5 years or 5 to 7 years, now I know I could achieve in the next 1 year. And to me, that is the biggest difference. The mindset changes. I started reading a lot of books. And you are my inspiration on that, Mark. 55 books in 1 year. I am now, at this point of time, I'm also kind of going at the rate of about 40 to 50 pages of a book every day, essentially one book every week. So, yeah, I want to be next Mark.
That's awesome, and I think we're going to get Ben to come on here real quick, but I need you to do me a favor, Vinod. Can you turn around? I want to see what it says in the back of your shirt there. The back of your shirt, what does it say? C5 Cadet.
Council, yes.
There we go. So Vinod's one of our recent cadets. So make sure you hit him up. He's on a warpath. And like I said, you got to have questions. Reach out to us. Text us at 226-407-5565. Is the humble ready? Hey. Awesome, Vinod. Thank you so much for sharing. Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Hey, this is an incredible day so far, folks, where it's really about, for me, mentorship, extending that olive branch. So somebody's been able to invest in me and help me develop myself so that I can learn and push and get results. And then Mark's been able to grasp onto that and Vinod onto that, and then the next person. And that to me is the value of mentorship. It's understanding that people aren't necessarily placed at where they're going at today, but try to look at people where they're going to be. Look at Mark 10 years from now. Look at Vinod 5 years from now, and understand the potential that these guys have. And being able to be a pivotal part of that journey, I just think is so incredible from so many different ways. Folks, I think the most important thing a person has is their story. And you're either going to own your story or it's going to own you. And I love the deep, dark chapters of our lives when the story is rough and the season is rough and maybe you're struggling. See, your book's not over. You're still writing it. So embrace it, accept it, and let's find a way to keep writing together. And I think that's the power of Mastermind. All right, we're going to come back with another amazing person here, and right after this short video.
You're all enjoying this amazing content today regarding our council. Hey, we'd love you to join us. But hey, I'm sure you have some questions. So why don't you text me? We'll set up a time and we'll chat. Just takes a few minutes. And the bonus is, hey, we can talk about anything you want to talk about in that 15-minute call. And you get a chance to win some prizes. So here's the deal. Send me a text. The number is 226-407-5565. Again, 226-407-5565.
All right, thank you, Mark, so much for that. By the way, if you guys are checking this out and you're just jumping on the stream, we've been live since 1 o'clock. And I'm going to do something incredibly special for the people that are sitting with us here and watching these stories and these testimonies of individual Canadian investors. I'm going to do something incredibly special. I'm going to put together, well, I'm not going to get into it. Here's what I want you to do. If you want to be a part of what I'm about to put together, all you need to do is shoot me a quick text right now at 226-407-5565. That's 226-407-5565. And I'm going to have a special gift. So for those of you that are thinking, hey man, I just want some free stuff. I want to be a part of what you guys are doing. I want to just check out what this council thing is all about. Shoot me a quick text, 226-407-5565. All right. The next story is a Canadian entrepreneur, a business owner who built up a video game company. You heard me. He is a business owner that built up a video game company before looking at other ways to generate more revenue, build up more businesses. He was doing video games and recently sold that company. The amazing thing to me about counsel is this. I recognize it's not just about real estate tactics and personal development, but about business development. See, I've already undergone business development training from my mentors that allow me to travel, basically create virtual companies. And this is what I bring to counsel. So counsel is broken up into two sections. People just starting are going to go through a hyper-intensive training to help them level up and do deals right away so that you can make $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 in your first couple months through real estate investing. The next level is building a business around that unique ability and around that real estate opportunity. So hire people, build a system, build process. A lot of times people will open up an office, some of them will go virtually. Everybody has different goals. If you're 55, 60 years old and you want to retire, maybe you don't want to go down a lengthy path. You just want the answers to the questions. You just want to know, how do I build a business quickly so that within a couple of years, I can have something streamlined where I can step away from the day-to-day operations. Well, my next friend here, I'm going to bring him on right now. It's my brother, Keith. And Keith is part of Ocean Properties with Alison, and they've created an amazing partnership. And I'm really excited for what Keith has done recently. And he's got such a heart of leadership and servanthood, and I just love where he's at. So welcome, my brother, Keith. Let's give him a big old round of applause, a big old congratulations for a couple of recent, actually really big deals in combination. I know your team just landed and closed a $50,000 wholesale deal. You're right. $50,000. So Keith, I'm going to give you the microphone, brother. Welcome to the stream, my man.
All right. Thank you very much, Ben. So I think a lot of people today are really getting the idea of what council's about. And I think it really comes down to a lot of what happened before joining council. What is the backstory? Almost like an origin story of a superhero. Not that I think of myself as a superhero, but I think we're all superheroes. We're all able to do amazing things, bigger and better than anybody else that we could ever think of before. So to give you a little bit of a background of myself, I've been investing in real estate since 2010. And, you know, it was more of the in the background. It wasn't really a focus of mine. It wasn't really going to be until later on. So in 2018, I built up a video game company over an 8-year period. You know, but video games, there's a little bit of a challenge with the business side. You're chasing tax credits. You're trying to figure out funding. Funding is very different compared to real estate. So I decided that I was actually going to take a little bit of a background role in my business while I actually figured out something else that I was going to do. Ultimately, I did the stupidest thing. I went out and got a JOB. And as part of that job, I actually had, you know, I was not a good fit. I didn't have things like a predictive index to indicate, like, was this the right fit for me? Was it the right fit for the company? Was it anything good at all? Ultimately, it led to a lot of stress, and I wound up having a panic attack. I was hospitalized for about a week in April of 2019 because of that. And I think the important takeaway for me is that I knew that things had to change. Otherwise, it was only going to get worse. And I knew this is where almost the beginning of the end, but I didn't know it was going to be the beginning of a major change. So for me, I spent all my time looking at information on how I could actually spin more revenue into my business or create another business on the side. And real estate was something that I had already had some information on. I had some early mentors. And then I found Matt McKeever and his channel. And from there, everything just grew. The knowledge base, the information, the tactics, the strategy. And then in 2019, I actually implemented on that and was able to purchase a few properties. But then I hit my brick wall. I wasn't sure how to actually take it forward from there. So while I was doing that, I figured, you know, I need to get more information. I need to invest in myself. I started going to networking meetup groups. I started investing in, I saw coaches and masterminds, and I was like, I'm not sure if that's for the people who really want to spend money, not for the people who want to learn. How wrong I was. And I realized that it was so much more than that. So there I was. I had a job that I hated. I'm overweight to begin with. I've always been challenged by that. But, you know, just that whole horrible emotional spin roller coaster of having a terrible job just added even more to that. I was depressed. I had a panic attack. I knew it was going to be getting into something worse. And then that's when in January, at the very beginning of the year, I always think of 2019 as my personal worst year ever, and 2020 has been my best. You know, thank God, I have to say, for myself anyway, that COVID came. It allowed me to, it forced the entire world to reevaluate their positions, their situations, where they were, and I did the same thing. And like I think it was Ben who said earlier, or Mark who said, you can either be the victim or the victor. And I decided, screw this. I'm going to be the victor of this year. This is going to be the year that I'm making a difference for myself. Rather than making a lot of decisions on the basis of other people, I'm going to make them for myself and make myself a better person in the process. So I was able to join the boot camp for the Mastermind back, I believe it was March or April of this year. And I remember, I was super pumped up after the weekend, and I knew right away that I wanted to join council. And I was asked, like, why do you want to join council? And I said, I want to run with lions. There's no other better way to actually say that. We are people who are going out, they're going to eat what they kill, and they're going to do amazing things. They're going to be powerful people who are able to do amazing things. And I wanted to be exactly like the rest of them. So as part of that, I was able to join council pretty much right away. And this year I've done a ton of things. Like Ben said, I wound up selling my business, allowing me to free up my time and free up my resources for real estate. I've actually had to sell, the question is, how are you going to be able to fund council? Well, I knew that I wanted to have some money for myself, get into council, have a little bit of runway. I sold one of the properties that I had invested in. I joined multiple masterminds. I hired a real estate coach outside of the council group just so I can get more information. I keep investing in myself. I hired a fitness coach. So I haven't hit the targets like everybody else, but I've lost about 20 pounds so far, and that is going to continue going. And I also started to dream. And one of the things that I've always wanted to do ever since I was 18 years old was to learn how to fly. So this year I finally did it, and I finally joined flight school, something that I'm very excited about. And on top of that, reading all the books, under 75 hard, it's minimum of 10 pages a day. I'm reading a lot more than that. I'm also listening to podcasts and getting together with people whenever I can, based on current situations, listening to audibles. If I'm not able to read a book, I'll listen to a book. So there's different ways of actually consuming that content and improving yourself. And then in addition to that, starting Blue Ocean Properties with Alison and our other partner, Melissa. And we also started a meetup group this year. So we had all this positive things going on. So we started a meetup group here in the Kitchener-Waterloo, Cambridge area called the KWC Real Estate Meetup. You can go and look for it on Facebook. And I met this really bright young man named Ryan. I'll get back to him in a second, but I was really thrilled to meet with him at one of these networking events. And then shortly after that, we actually got out of one of our earliest campaigns, we got a wholesale fee, $45K. Wow, this is great. I get to actually launch a business and make almost an immediate profit. Not something that ever gets done in video games where you can work for a year or more on a title and have no idea if you're going to make that money back. And as Ben said, we also had another campaign. We actually just cashed our check for a $50K wholesale fee about a week and a half ago. So talk about an amazing Christmas present to ourselves. This helps us with our business. We have an office space. We hired an assistant who's now a marketing specialist with us. She's got an amazing set of skills. We're expanding our wholesaling team. And then on top of that, what happens? That friend, that pal Ryan of ours, who I met at one of our meetups, he goes out and he gets a $45K wholesale fee right before Christmas. So we get another Christmas present on top of a check that we get deposited. We get another property under contract. Now, the really cool part of that, we're talking about masterminds and how we can actually network and do work with each other. So here's what I've done in council. I've been able to wholesale that property to other council members where a few of them joined together to take on that property. I've been able to lend out money to other council members For instance, there's one council member who was on earlier. I'm not sure if he's comfortable with me mentioning his name, so I won't, but I've been able to invest in him in one of the deals that he's been working on. So he gets a big win, and I'll get a nice return out of it as well. And I get the benefit of knowing that I've actually helped out somebody else. And that's one of the major parts of mentorship is that I'm able to be helped, and I can also help others. And then since then, like what I never thought I was going to be able to do before, and being a member of council has really helped this, is that I've now raised over $500,000 for a variety of deals over the course of the fall, over the past few months, and I keep raising more money, and I need to, because we're going to be doing a hell of a lot of deals coming up in 2021. So I take a look back at 2020 compared to where I was depressed, I was overweight, I was, frequently frustrated with my position in life. I'm now happy, I'm healthy, I look forward to being with all the people that I get to work with every day and to do some amazing things, and to know that my future is going to be a very solid, stable place over the next few years. So in 2021, I take a look at this. I'm trying to get myself more involved in council. I believe this is one of the most amazing places where you get to network with so many smart, intelligent, amazing, powerful people. And I'm constantly in awe that I'm in the same room as them. I may have had my own businesses. I've employed dozens of people over the years, but at the same time, I'm amazed by just the amount of speed and grace that people are able to move with, like lions, in order to get these deals done and to make some amazing returns at the same time. 2021, I'm planning on private lending in a variety of deals over $1 million. We're going to be flipping 12 properties. We're going to be doing 20 buy and holds. We're having a property management company focused on Airbnbs. I'm going to continue on my health and fitness journey. We're focusing on giving back to the community, on giving to local charities. We just got so much going on. We really think that there's so much wealth and so much to create out there with other people. So, as part of being a member of council, I just love where I'm at. I love the growing, more mindset than anything else. So it's just an amazing place to be.
Dude, you are a stud, man. I'm so happy that you're a part of our community. I'm happy that you're doing deals. I'm excited. You know what? I don't know if we mentioned yet, but real briefly back to Alison on that deal. I remember before she joined, she was like, I'm sticking with my job so I can get that pension. And I think the pension was, I don't know, 60, 70 grand, maybe something like that. And I was like, well, what if you could just make that in a couple of months? Do you really need to stick around and wait for a pension? And then when you did that 50 grand wholesale deal together as a team, I said, remember how we were going to wait a couple of years just to go ahead and get that pension? And now you did a wholesale deal for that much. And guys, not everybody's going to do a $50,000 wholesale deal, but it's possible. And you can if you push hard enough and you make it work. Thank you so much, Keith. Really appreciate you. Guys, if you're out in the Kitchener-Waterloo region, hit up Blue Ocean Property Group. These guys are amazing. These are why the stories matter. They matter because they are you. You watching this stream will identify with somebody's story and their journey and go, maybe it is possible. I find that people just need that one person who has done what they want to do, who started where they're starting, to give them a little bit of confidence that it is indeed possible for you as well. My business is 100% virtual, and other people in council are really pushing towards virtual businesses because we believe in the power of being able to not be tethered to a physical location. So if you want to create a virtual business, if you want to create that in the real estate space, if you want to grow that business so that you can have lifestyle freedom, you can have time freedom and money freedom, you have to level up. I wish I would have known about this. In my early 20s, I flipped over 75 houses, and I did most of it myself. And the truth was I made a lot of money, but it was a pain. It was a struggle. I was a slave to the company. A lot of people, when they start a business, they go, I own a business, but the truth is that it owns you. Until I finally got help from one of my mentors named Mark, and Mark showed me the roadmap to taking my business and going completely virtual, taking my business and actually turning it into a real business instead of having a job. So if that's you and you're in that boat, I want you to text us right now. shoot us a quick text below. Here's the number, 226-407-5565, 226-407-5565. Everybody who texts me at that number before 5 p.m. today, I'm going to give you a special gift. Before 5 p.m., I need you to text that number, and I'm going to do a special workshop on how to build a business during COVID right now, and I'm going to give you guys access to it for texting 226-407-5565. We'll also get you more information about counsel, pricing, etc. when we start the next C5 group, and a one-on-one conversation with one of our mentors to see if it's a good fit for you. Okay, so as we move forward, I'm going to bring back my brother, Mark, and I'm going to focus on one of my other brothers here at Cali. By the way, everybody for me is a brother or a sister because I built such awesome relationships. That's the only way these can be. My next person, Cali, he was flying back and forth across the country. He had done this for years working in the rigs. And, when I finally talked to him, I said, hey, man, it's time that you level up and spend more time with your family. And, I'm glad that he made the transition. I'll let him tell a story, and I'll have Mark introduce him real quick. But Mark is on the stream. Mark, bring on my brother, Cali, and just introduce him to our friends here on the stream today.
Mr. Sunshine, absolutely. Grow with Cali. Cali is a ball of sunshine. I've never met such a positive individual, always smiling, and just a valuable member of our council team and the council family, that is. So, yeah, Cali, I mean, Ben had mentioned, call them the good old rig pigs out there, about being out there in northern Alberta and really trading away his, time for money. But most importantly is really trading away everything to be away from his family so he can, give back and take care of the family. So, and just watching how Cali has simply developed and where Cali has been, I just can't wait for Cali, please share your story, man, because I do have something I'd like you to share here in a second too, man.
Sure. Thanks for the intro, man. Just so everyone knows that Mr. Sunshine is strictly PG, if anybody's confused. Yeah, basically, I've been investing in real estate for just over 10 years, and very passively up until like the start of 2020. But near the end of 2019, I had the realization, like we had our third child was on the way, and I was working 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, going to Alberta, working in the cold and just being away from the family in very remote location. And I was having like a real conversation with myself and my wife, and decided that, you know what, like this can't continue to go this way for forever. Something's got to change. The whole reason I started investing in real estate 10 years ago was so that it would be I would be able to, real estate would be able to provide for my family and I. So I saw these little videos and commercials for Cashflow Tribe, and I really resonated with Ben and Matt and their presentation. And one of the things that I remember on a call Ben had said was, if you can't invest in yourself, how do you expect to invest in real estate, or how do you expect anybody else to invest in you? So that really put me, and right after that, I went and joined a local real estate network group close to home where I live. Awesome group. And as I was attending their meetups, there was opportunities to join a boot camp with Cashflow Tribe, but because of my work schedule, being on night shift and being on the other side of the country, I wasn't able to attend. So none of the times kind of coordinated. Long story short, I attended a weekend virtual boot camp back in May. And what really made me join that boot camp is I was seeing all the wins, people like, Mark Smiths, the Alex Solgas, the Alison Pazo, and I was saying to myself, man, this seems real. Like these people are, I don't think they're faking it. I think these are, real people. They're really getting results. I said, I think I can do that. So I joined up, and I was really moved. I was moved, and I decided to, just live the higher, right? And that's what I've done. Like I since May, I've done a few wholesale deals. I've some capital. I've made some money for investors who have decided to invest in me and my capabilities. yeah, I mean, it's been a great journey, mindset. I've been able to, stay home, so that's awesome. So in September, I actually took advantage of the fact that we had a newborn, and took advantage of the leave of absence to continue working on the business, because the business was taking over and my full-time job was getting in the way. So prior to joining council, it's funny, I had an interesting conversation with my wife, because it's the most I ever spent on myself as far as an investment. And it was a little challenging at first, because I said to her, I said, you know what? I believe these guys. I believe that they're going to push me. I believe the accountability is real. I believe that I'm the one. I can do this. I'm capable. And I thought, I'm going to spend all this money and I'm going to be in the hole, and I'm going to have to work to get out of the hole. And I said to myself, geez, if I'm working to get out of the hole, what kind of trade-off am I making? Am I sacrificing more time with the family? The whole reason why I'm doing this is to do the opposite, to create more time, to create more freedom. And then a couple of days, I had it sink in, and my wife was saying, "Yeah, you're always talking about real estate. You're always investing. You're always like, everything you do is like, one day this real estate is going to be the answer. You give you the opportunity to stay home." And I had an epiphany. I said, "You know what? This investment into myself is not a hole. It's actually going to elevate me." And when I had that epiphany, it was so easy to just pay the money, jump in with 2 feet, and give it all that I had. So here we are, 6.5 months later. I've changed. I've changed a lot. I wasn't a bad person before, but I think right now I'm just better, right? And I want the people around me to be able to experience what I'm experiencing, because it's an awesome feeling. It's the best life. So yeah, man, that's basically in a nutshell. Mark, what do you got for me?
No, man, that's you know what? I remember, like, just like we're telling everyone to text me, right? Like, text me at 226-407-5565. I did the same thing with you, and that was 6.5 months ago. And I remember that phone call. I remember exactly where I was when you called me, and we had a conversation about counsel. And he said, "Screw it, I'm doing it. Screw it, I'm doing it. I'm doing it." And to see where you are 6.5 months later, man, it's tremendous. I mean, I look at how much money you've made for your investors. I see the way you're scaling with speed. But I mean, I love the fairy tale story of yours, because it's not really a fairy tale. It's a true story. I mean, if we have a couple minutes here, you have an amazing story of what you did with your wife. I mean, because let's talk to us about that. I mean, you used to go to the airport every 2 weeks, right? You want to share that story?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. It's an awesome story. So it's funny, because I was talking to you in the past actually about just playing the lottery and, not really being the type of person to, live life waiting to win that lottery ticket. Right. And just, so every 2 weeks I would fly back and forth to work. And when I gave notice at work, I didn't tell my family. I didn't tell my wife, didn't tell my kids, but I always wanted that experience of winning the lottery. So I used to have, like, randomly just buy a lottery ticket, stuff it in my wallet, and show up at the airport and not check the ticket until I was at the airport, because I wanted that experience of being able to just turn around and not have to go to work for that 2-week period. So what I did instead is I didn't tell my family. I grew my facial hair, because at work we would always have to shave. So I grew my facial hair the day before, the morning of going to work. I shaved it all off. I packed my bags, brought the family to the airport, and I got out of the car and I went inside the airport, but I left a little note underneath the floor mat of where my dog had in the back. And when I got to the airport, I walked for a bit, and then I called my wife right away. I didn't want her to get too far, that she was going to get distracted or something. So anyway, I said, "Hey, just pull over 1 second. I got a message for you." So then on the speakerphone, I said for my daughter to grab look underneath the floor mat, and there was this letter, and it said, "Come get me. I'm not going back. This is it. No more," wherever the name of the company was. It's family time. And then I had like, your dreams can come true. So I turned around, and because of COVID, actually, it ruined the surprise, or not the surprise, but the presentation a little bit, because I had walked in the airport, and if you know, right now there's like limited exits and entrances. So I went too far, and I had to walk like 30 seconds, 40 seconds back to get out the right door. And there they were waiting, and they greeted me, and there was lots of tears and smiles, and they couldn't believe it. And we went for a nice breakfast after. But you know what? For me, the reason I mentioned the lottery is because that was my winning the lottery. That was it for me. So that was huge. That was the, if I never win the 10 million or 60 million, right there was priceless. So I couldn't have done that without this motivation, this inspiration. So if there's one thing that I would say that I took away from, or that I'm taking away from being in this mastermind, is that I can, right? Just the confidence to know that I can do it, and I am doing it. And yeah, man, it's a blast. It's a blast.
I love it, man. And it's so powerful. Again, here's another story where 2020 for many, again, we were given a choice in 2020. You can either be the victim or the victor. And sure, you became a victor here. And I mean, look at that. What an amazing story. And the thing is, to just be part of that, to witness that, to be part of that, is just phenomenal. Cali, Cali is a Bollywood hero. They make these movies like this in Bollywood. So we'll have to hop a little later on dancing, I'm sure. But hey, well done, Cali. I'm very proud of you, and I'm just so excited to see where you're going. You're just so dialed in, man. And for all of you out there, make sure you guys connect with Cali. He's just an amazing human being.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Hey, just to let everyone know, if you do want to connect with me, at Grow with Cali on Instagram, or you can find me Cali Braithwaite on Facebook, and let's hop on a call. Let's let me share some of the deals that I'm working on with you. If you're interested in investing in real estate and wanted to know what I'm up to, I'm definitely looking to share some of these wins with other people. So yeah, it's an exciting journey, and I'm always looking to grow and help whoever is with me grow along the way. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Love it, man. You're an inspiration. Thanks, brother. Hey, so how was that, everyone? I mean, that could be you exactly. I mean, it's life's biggest risk is not taking one. That's the reality. Life's biggest risk is not taking one. What do you have to lose by simply texting that number you see on the screen, 226-407-5565? I mean, that's exactly what everyone has done, is they went and reached out. So let's go. And you know what? I'm excited about our next guest, because again, the same thing. Again, the common theme is I was blessed in order to talk to this individual who had a bunch of questions about counsel, and he's absolutely crushing. He's out in Montreal. And in fact, he joined counsel, and he came to his first council meeting. I think his baby was maybe 7 days old. So I want to introduce you all to Dharminder. Let's get Dharminder on. There he is. Looks like you're on mute there, man.
Hello.
How's it going, brother?
Doing great, Mark. Thanks for having me here.
Oh, man. I think it's amazing. It's amazing. We just had Cali on, yourself. I mean, there's just so many great stories. I mean, these are real life stories. I mean, to have you come on, man, let's talk about yourself, man. Let's talk about pre-council, because you joined council would have been right before the summer, if I recall, right?
Yeah, in September.
It was September. Okay, cool. Yeah. Awesome. And you're out representing Montreal, and we got on a phone call. So let's talk about that moment before that phone call, and then where you are going now.
Certainly. Yeah, no. So just about myself, so my background is I'm an engineer by profession. I've been working in this for several years now. Always ask myself, what is, what's also I can do, right? My mindset is, maybe it's the immigrant mindset, like Ben says, right? Always looking for more, to grow, and, because we're in a beautiful country here. where we have all the opportunities, right? All you got to do is find your way out there, right? Find the right people and talk, and you'll find opportunities, right? So certainly, when the COVID started, of course, I'm still working, and then I was, always wanted to do something else. So it gave me the opportunity to think about it, how things were, right? It allowed me to focus on what's important, what are the priorities, right? And so this allowed me to kind of focus on, really, I should look at the real estate as from the business aspect, not something like as I was doing, something just on the side as an option. One day I came across on the Facebook this little online event from Ben and Matt. And as I was looking, always searching for something, and I go, okay, why not? It was the whole day workshop, digital workshop. I joined it, and these guys were amazing. Like the material, the strategies they were talking about. I go, really? Does that even exist? Different you talk about wholesaling. Wholesaling, I don't know. You do wholesaling in real estate? What does that mean, right? So it really drove me more the curiosity about the whole aspect of how you can actually grow within this field. And I joined within a week. I joined Cashflow Tribe and started learning more about the whole aspect of more about the real estate. And it was amazing to see how these guys were available, right? And around this, like how they were willing to help and come talk to you one-on-one. And as I got more curious, start talking to yourself, Mark, and Ben, everybody, right? And that's when we had another workshop, and that's the text. I sent you a text message, Mark. I'm in, and I need to get on this train. And because if I lose this opportunity, right, during COVID, I think it's one of the best time to have a strategy how to grow for next 5 years, not wait for the COVID to be over, then figure out what you're gonna do, right? Then it'd be too late, or you'll be either following the whole the tail end of everything there, right? I'm not trying to create a scarcity, but if you want to be a leader, if you want to be approaching things like leading it, then you gotta jump on the train on this bandwagon now, because these guys, Mark, Matt, again, Ben, and there's so many amazing people, Alison, Keith, all of these guys I work with, and that's it, So I joined Console, and my baby was 2 weeks old. So I go, I gotta meet these guys. I can't just be doing this virtually. I need to go drive out there. So drove for 10 hours, and that's when I had the opportunity to meet you guys and really connect. How deeply this group is, really well established, and how they are out there willing to just be out there to help you out,
Mm-hmm.
So, and since then, it's been an amazing journey for me.
That's awesome, Dharmender. No, and Dharmender, you know what? Like, I see the things you're doing out in Montreal, and the key thing is, like, when we talked about this before joining council, is what you're doing is, again, it's compression of time. Like, so a lot of times people will look at Ben, they'll look at Matt, they'll look at some of these young wholesalers, and they're saying, oh, but they're young, they don't have families, they don't have kids and that kind of stuff. But the true testament is, look at us. We got children. I mean, I have 4 kids. I believe you have, what is it, 2? You have a newborn, right? You are an engineer, and you pretty much could be set in your ways and saying, hey, I'm an engineer, I'm doing pretty good in that kind of stuff. But we're always looking to level up. And that's the beauty about council, is everybody is an ally. Everyone is pushing. Everyone's having their growth and that kind of stuff. And that's the key thing. And I think what's also been great too is that when I had, my dog is here barking. Chapo got excited to hear your voice. But the funny thing is that when we joined council, we also, not only do we compress time, but we also got access to Ben's Rolodex and Matt McKeever's Rolodex. And when I know people are willing to invest in themselves, that's why Ben and Matt do that. They say, hey, we'll connect you. We'll plug you in. Hey, go talk to this person. I can say, hey, Ben told me to reach out to you. Okay, what do you need? And it's done. And the same thing with you, Dharmender, right? Like, the same thing can be said about you. People say, I'm looking for someone in Montreal. I said, well, speak to my guy, Dharmender.
I love it. That's the beauty of this, right? This is not just a local group. You're creating a countrywide, a community that can, that's very result oriented. That has an accountability, so like you're connecting with all those people, there's potential opportunities coming out of this, right? It's all about talking, building relationships, right? I have, so as I mentioned, like building a business is important. So for me, if it was to just having another side hustle, it's much more than that. Actually, this whole console has taught me how to set up for long-term future, have that stability where you can start spending time on what you really want to do, right? Have a business that's running on your own. So with that, I have currently a great team, a partner that I'm working with it locally. They're actually live, they're watching me. and these guys are amazing, and then we're driving results. We just locked down 2 wholesale deals, and now we're currently working on dispositioning them, and I'm looking forward to going doing more deals as we speak. I'm working on setting up my mortgage business, right? So these things, I never thought I would be able to do that, right? So there's a whole lot future out there, right? What I like about this is everybody's result oriented, and everybody wants to see if you have the drive, they will support you. They will provide you and be able to sit with you conversation how we can make you successful. That's it, right? So
absolutely. And I love what Ben and Matt both said the same thing to us, right? We're not a council family. Because family, they have the reachers, they have their leechers. We all know it. We know it. I don't have to go there, but there's people within families that will, oh, that person's doing really well. They want some of that and so forth. Council is a room full of allies, and the allies have a common goal, which is results.
Yeah.
And in our case, we have impact and we have results. So when Dorminder wins, I win. When I win, Dorminder wins. When Matt McKeever wins, we all win. Like that's the beauty about this is, and again, it comes down to council is not for everyone. Council is not for everyone because there is a commitment here. It's a commitment to be results, for the results and impact. I mean, what would be some of the words of advice or counsel, I should say, for those of you that are on the fence and saying, well, do I join it or do I use the funds for a deal or do I wait for my first deal? What would you say to people?
I certainly, so for those, if you really want to thinking of the long term, right? You really want to build that relationship that will allow you to have access to the best of the best real estate investors who have done hundreds of deals. On top, you will have access to, funding. I never thought there would be an alternative funding option that existed except the top 4 or 5 banks out there, right? Which is going to be very difficult for you if you really want to be an established investor, right? So I will always promote, certainly recommend invest in yourself before you're thinking about investing in a deal, right? Because if you're not investing in yourself, you're not going to be able to learn the strategies. Just, I was going through the whole deal structuring. How do you structure a deal? Like you may have the money, I have a $50,000 or $100,000 funding sitting here, but if I'm going out there, I'm going to buy a multifamily units or whatever it is, right? If you don't have that knowledge, how are you able to have a successful business? And so invest in yourself first, then think about investing in, having deals that may not be, long-term deals there. So.
I love that, Dorminder. And as we come to a close here, I mean, it's amazing. Canada, we're blessed to live in an amazing country. It's a land full of immigrants and that kind of stuff. We all have our stories where we come in, our parents say, you're crazy to be spending that kind of money on yourself. Go to school, do whatever it is. But I mean, if you want to add to that.
No, absolutely. That's what I was taught. I went to school, I got a job, right? But again, I thought to myself, if I was going to get a job, I could have stayed back in my country, right? Everybody's getting a job. Everybody's an engineer in my country, where I come from. So what's the difference? Why did I come to this such a land of opportunities and do something? This is not only I'm doing for myself. By the way, this is not only money oriented goals. You can make money, you can build businesses, have employees, you're providing jobs, you're creating opportunities, you can make money, go contribute back to your community, local community. So there's a whole lot of aspect behind this, right? But in order to do that, it certainly takes money to drive all these things, right? And I think real estate investing provides that great opportunity. right?
Absolutely. So this is awesome, Darminder. We're going to go to the next video. But again, for those of you that are interested, have some questions, text me at 226-407-5565. Thanks, Darminder.
Thank you.
My name is Alex Solga.
My name's Alison Pazo.
So I go by Mark Smith.
So Dwayne Becker.
I didn't know any other investors until last summer, and I was miserable. I was broke. I hated my life. It would have been better to be in prison.
Thought I could do it on my own. A life full of scarcity, just bad environments. Tried to do it by myself because that's what I thought the nobility was. And yeah, I hit barriers and my mindset was completely shattered.
It's a community of people that I've really been looking for a very long time.
There's other groups out there, and they're out there telling you what you want to hear. And the difference here was we actually had someone like Ben that was like allies that basically said, no, we're not going to give you the participation ribbon just for showing up. You got to earn your right to be here. And that's what it was. That's what exactly the type of accountability I was looking for.
My life has completely changed. It has saved me. In terms of monetary, I got 2 checks this past week from our first properties that have closed for $145,000 that went into the bank. So phenomenal. My husband has left his job. He's happy.
This year, I'm doing 7 flips, and I bought 4 properties, which is 2 triplexes and 2 fourplexes. Basically stress-free, using other people's resources, building relationships. There's just that different mindset on actually how to build a business. That was massive for me.
That this is by far and away the best investment that they could possibly make in their future.
You know, last year was the worst year of my life, and this year has been the best year. So I'm not going anywhere.
I have not gone back to teaching this September. It's just, there's so many pluses. This could be a very long video if I went through all of them.
It's a hard, lonely road on your own, which is why it's so helpful to be a part of something like this.
These stories are such a blessing to me and so many other people, and it's just so amazing. So I'm just going to touch on something real quick that Mark had brought up here. There's 3 resources in life, my friends. There's time, energy, and money. The reason why your age doesn't matter is because if you're a person who's worked your entire life and saved up equity, maybe invested in RSPs, maybe you don't really have a lot of time, but you have some money and resources, then my question to you is, are you actually putting that to use? Maybe you're a person who's brand new and young and you have all the time in the world, but really no money or no skill set or no resources. My question is, are you putting your time to use? You see, the beautiful thing about our mastermind is about the combining of resources and time, energy, money. And it's not about you necessarily creating something from scratch, but it's about you partnering with somebody who's already spent time creating something in their life that you can use jointly. So the question for you, the powerful question is, those of you that have home equity, how are you using that to grow your wealth? See, majority of Canadians over the last 5 years have almost doubled the equity in their homes based on, Southwestern Ontario, and many other parts of the country. The prices as they've increased. And the question for you is, are you actually using that equity wisely to grow your wealth, or is your return on equity 0? How many of you have RSPs in Canada that are in the stock market moving up, down, and sideways, but yet don't know that you can use your RSPs to actually create wealth through real estate as well? How many of you are brand new to the game and you don't have a clue what it's like to do a deal with no money down, without 20% down? I can tell you this, at the age of 23, I realized the bank told me I was a small business owner. I didn't have enough credit. They weren't going to give me any mortgages, and I barely scraped by with 1 or 2, and they told me that 5 was the max, so I stopped going to the bank. Over the course of 10 years, I raised over $30 million in private deals, private capital, through RSPs, through equity. See, nobody's going to teach you this stuff. This is the reality, my friends. People are going to gossip and talk about things on a superficial level, but who's actually going to go deep with you? The reality is simple. Until you have somebody who has done it, all the conversation in the world doesn't matter. The reason we call this counsel is because counsel comes from a person who has done exactly what you aspire to do. Counsel comes from a place of awareness and wisdom and understanding. This is called counsel and not advice. Everybody will give you advice about real estate. Everybody who's never actually done it will tell you how to do it. People that are employed will tell you how you can quit the rat race. People that still barely make enough to scrape by will tell you how to become wealthy. My truth is easy, friends. We don't want to claim to do anything that we haven't done. If you want to build a multi-million-dollar virtual real estate business, I'm your guy to do it. If you want to retire from the game, you want to retire and be able to have time freedom for you and your family, I'm the guy to help you get there. But it will require work. It will require pressure on your part. It will require a commitment and a sacrifice. So if that's something that excites you, you're in the right room. And if that's not for you, then that's okay. We'll help you with other resources. We have a whole community at cashflowtribe.com where you can join for free and learn for free. In fact, cashflowtribe.com is a place where you can go right now for free, take advantage of amazing tools and resources. You will get thousands of dollars of value for free by simply getting an account at cashflowtribe.com. But if you're a person who want to be in the elite, you're a person who wants to go through the struggle, you're a person who recognizes that there is a journey and you better hurry up and start going down that journey faster. And you're a person who wants to see massive financial and personal results in the next 6 months, then go ahead and text me right now. Text me right now at 226-407-5565. And what I'm going to do is for everybody who texts, I'm going to put together a special training on how to do virtual real estate deals. All you have to do is text me this number, 226-407-5565. Do that right now. Strategy doesn't matter without clarity, my friends. I can give you all the strategic stuff in the world, but I need to understand you. The most important asset in real estate investing is you, not the property. Because if you know what you want to build and you get accountability and you get somebody who's done it before you, who's willing to show you the ropes in a transparent, results-oriented way, you can absolutely do this. Folks, I can't teach you what I haven't done, but what I can teach you is exactly you want to raise capital, if you want to close deals. We've closed hundreds of deals in Ontario alone. Hundreds, not 12, hundreds. And if you want access to that level of information, that level of accountability, and that level of truth, then text me right now, 226-407-5565. We're going to keep going here as we move forward in our conversations. The next person is a good friend of mine, my brother Brandon, who I met 3 years ago at an event that Matt McKeever put together called OREC. OREC 2018 was hosted by Matt McKeever and Jeff Weibo, and it was an event to basically connect people in Ontario. I met Brandon there, this big-eyed young guy who has already done a couple deals, and he and his girlfriend Alexa at the time, they wanted to do more deals. So him and Alexa said, I want to get into this in a more consistent, mature way. And I met Brandon, and he's been an absolute rock star trajectory since then. Brandon now has a team. I want to bring him on and have him share a little bit about his experience from the last couple years of direct mentorship with me. And this is a guy that I love for one main reason. Ready? He is completely obedient to the process. If I say Brandon jump, he just does it without asking me how high. And I know that sounds strange. Like, am I willing to give that level of control over to somebody else to tell me exactly what to do? My friend, that is exactly what I did with my mentor, Chris, my mentor, Mark, my mentor, Judge. These are people in my life who I've given them complete control and said, tell me what to do and I'll do it. And Brandon has been that guy. So let me bring on Brandon from the Niagara region, Brandon Kulik. He's here on the call. Look at that beautiful smile, man. Brandon, welcome to the stream, my brother.
Yeah, this is awesome. I really appreciate it.
I love it. I love it. So I'm so glad you're here. Brandon, I want you to tell your story and let people know who you are, what you guys are doing in Niagara. Give them a little bit of background. Tell them how much you've grown. And folks, if you love this conversation, what I need you to do, if you want to win a free ticket to the $99 event, 226-407-5565, text us right now. If you can be that obedient, we can help you. Brandon, the floor is yours, brother. Have at it.
Yeah, so yeah, like Ben said, that's where I met him a couple years ago at OREC through the Matt McKeever event. Yeah, Alexa and I were, for me, like Alexa already kind of had her career. And for me, I was, ever since I was 19 till, 23, 24, I felt like I was in a chokehold, I felt that I had so much more in me and my potential that I was being held back. I was being paid minimum wage and it's just that being paid minimum wage, $15 an hour, you're putting yourself, that's what you're worth. You're worth $15 an hour, and your boss or who's ever's you're paying you, that's what they're putting your worth on. And I just told myself, I'm like, man, I don't want to be your boss or who's ever's you're paying you. So that's what they're putting your worth on. And I just told myself, I'm like, man, I don't want to wage $15 an hour. Sorry, I had it on my phone too. Yeah, so you're being told what you're worth, right? And I was like, man, I just feel like I'm so much more. And we went to the event, signed up right away, got paid the $10K to get the mentorship from Ben. Now 3 years later, I'm paying 2 councils for I've been in it for a whole year. It's the best thing that I could have ever done. Going from doing it by myself till now. I have two employees that are working with me, have an assistant. We're looking to expand and get another 6-7 guys on our team, young, hungry, hustling. So raising money. We bought a 10-unit property this year, a duplex. We bought some land. We're building a house. Like, there's just so many things that are going on. But during this time, I've just grown so much, personally, mentally, physically. Like, I have new challenges for my body. I have new challenges for my mental health. I have new challenges for my spiritual health. Like, it's just so much more than real estate. And then, I have conversations with Ben and Matt, and it's just like, literally every time I speak to them, I learn something new, and I'm just blown away. And I go back to my guys, like, I just spoke to God. Like, it's just like, it's unbelievable. I'm still learning, and I appreciate their time. And every second that I can spend with these guys or just listen, I'm all ears, right? And I just know that with the right attitude, anything is possible in this business. And it's just, you're going to go through struggles. You're going to go through hard times. You're going to not know what to do or not know what to say. And it's just having these people, the council in your backyard as a family. Like, this is not just, hey, sign up and, have a couple phone calls and try and do it by yourself. Like, this is a family. Like, this is literally one text away or one phone call away, and everyone's here to help and everyone's here to grow. And this year we're looking to expand and build partnerships and build lifelong relationships, like, not just for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, like, for literally till end of time, till we're not here anymore. Like, that's how long we want to build these relationships and just do hundreds and thousands of deals together. Like, there's so much deals to go around and so much real estate that we are, like, we can literally do whatever you want to do in this business, right? So yeah, like, it's an amazing opportunity. This year, a lot of people, it's been crappy for a lot of people, and every year should be the best year, and then, like, 2021, I already know it's going to be better than this year, right? And this year was amazing. And these ideas and opportunities come up, and partnerships are they just come to you, right? You don't even have to ask for them. Like, I'm at a point where people are literally just messaging me with 100,000, 20,000, 300,000. Like, and I don't even ask for it. It's just coming to me because I'm in it. I've stuck with it. This is the longest job I've ever had. I don't think I've ever lasted more than 6 months, maybe 8 months at a job, because I'm literally a terrible employee, because I had that urge to do more, right? So this is the longest job I've ever had, and this is definitely going to be part of my future, and will always be a part of my future. And yeah, like, we're just, like, for me to think about that I'm paying for people's, like, salaries or giving them opportunities, like, it's just crazy to think about. Like, I would have never thought that I would be paying for other people, and I'm giving other people opportunities. Like, I tell my guys who are working with me now, they're literally like 21, 22 years old. It's just like these young guys who are just, I'm like, I want to build something for you guys that I never had when I started. So me being a part of this council, being part of, the inner circle with Ben, Matt, Mark, Alex, Allison, like when Allison was speaking, I remember the first 3 months when she started, she was like freaking out because she sent out flyers and she got no responses. Now she's talking about doing, $300,000, $400,000 worth of deals. Like, it's just like, it's crazy to think about because she stuck with it, right? Because of the council, of the support, of the free information. Like, and again, it's just like, it's not just about real estate. It's about friendships. It's about connecting. It's about, going out for dinner, having coffee, and, just growing together. And I realized that if I do this by myself, it's an amazing, doing it by myself, I'm going so slow. Like, if you think it's going to take you 5-10 years, you're literally going to do it. You want to do it 5-10 years from now, then go ahead, do it by yourself. But you can get there so much faster with, building a team, surrounding yourself with mentors. Like I told Ben, I think our last conversation, I was like, I need you guys. Like I will, if I don't have that money because I'm investing it in my business and always investing, like I'm gonna, like, I need you. Like if I don't have you, I feel like I'm lost. So that's literally what the council means to me. It means that if I don't have it in my life, that I'm gonna be lost. So it's crazy to think about where I am now. And we're going to 2021. We're looking to hire a massive sales team. We're looking to partner with some amazing individuals, grow our business. We have an office space here in Niagara Falls on Main Street. Again, I want people to go there and to be like just amazed with how we treat them. We invite them in, how we do our business. Like I said, this year I want massive attention and I want to keep the consistency. So I think I'm wrapping up here in probably a minute or so, but
dude,
I'm just like, it's crazy to even think about. Like, it's just the way my mind goes and ideas pop in my head, and like raising money, and just it's crazy to think about. It's crazy,
dude. I love it. One of the most important drivers of success to me, Brando, is attitude.
Yeah.
Nice guys finish first. If you have a consistently positive, productive attitude, then you can grow in just about every area of your life: mind, body, spirit, relationships. So Brandon, I've noticed that about you. Attitude has been a key thing. And, I recognize you for your growth, man. I know looking outside, sometimes social media doesn't depict the whole truth. But when you see an individual, maybe who's quiet, who's a nice guy, but pushing hard every day, you can recognize that growth. You can see it in the way that they speak and how they communicate it, obviously in the bank account for you. Like, it's so hard for people to understand, Brandon. How can you raise money without even trying? How can you get 100% financing? How can you get somebody to believe in you when you can't even believe in yourself is what most people struggle with. So it's all about attitude, Brando. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations on your success. Keep going, man. 2021 will be huge.
Yes, sir.
All right, folks, we're going to keep moving here. We got some more stories for you. Let me say this to you here. So real quick, those of you guys that already texted us, we'll be sending out ticket information tomorrow afternoon. Our staff is actually on the stream. Mark wants to get a chance to talk with you guys here, so bear with us. If you're like, oh my God, I didn't get my stuff, I texted you, just chill. We'll get it for you guys tomorrow. But if you haven't already texted us already, go ahead and do it right now, 226-407-5565 before 5 o'clock to win a free training we're going to do, a really, really cool training. It's going to be live with myself and Matt and our team over here. So real quick, what is counsel? This is some of the tactical things you can expect on a weekly basis. Number one, 3 live private coaching calls that we do as a team, where we dial in on the business development, on the real estate development, and on the personal development. Remember, there's 3 different things to counsel: personal, business, and real estate. Next thing, training, one-on-one training that we do. The first 6 weeks will be an intensive. The first 6 weeks will level you up very, very quickly. That's how I know you're committed, is because you make it through our BUDS program, or our first 6 weeks of training. We have monthly events. Sometimes there's Zoom calls, sometimes they're in-person events, sometimes there's small group meetups, but we get together every 30 days to build relationships and to do deal flow. We do a lot of JV deals. You heard Brandon say, and you heard Keith say that we actually partner with each other, that we share deals, that we actually jump on a deal and we all work it together. We'll lend money to each other. I do deals with Cashflow Tribe members. Brandon and I have done a deal. Allison and I do deals on a regular basis. In fact, my money first goes towards Cashflow Tribe, and counsel is where most of it ends up first, because these guys are doing the most deal volume, which is the truth. Business building and legacy wealth. So we focus a lot on that. So for those of you that have done a couple deals already and you're like, yeah, I already know how to do real estate. Okay, cool. What about a real business though that can generate $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 a month and create some actual passive wealth? I'm not talking about the 2 rental properties you have that are a nightmare every 30 days to manage. I'm talking about a systemized, organized business where you can scale multifamilies and get either hundreds of units, or for me, I love the passive mortgage business, which generates over 40 grand a month completely passively, which allows me to travel. If that's what you want, then text us right now, 226-407-5565. Remember, scarcity, friends, only exists in our mind. If you're one of these people like I used to be, who says, oh, there's not enough deals, the market's too hot, there's not enough money, you're living in a world that you've created for yourself. And I promise you it is different than the world that I live in. My world has abundance. Somehow, we can still do deals every month. We can still raise millions of dollars. We can still cut the deal up into 3 or 4 different ways, share it with other members in council, and everybody makes money. That's the reality that I live in. That is my truth. If you're living in scarcity, we have to work on the mindset. We've got to work on the things that keep you in scarcity, because I promise it's not the reality. It's just the one that you've allowed yourself to believe. So let me jump in to grab our next guest here. We've got Marshall and Olga coming in. And Marshall and Olga have decided to get super aggressive on their goals. They joined council a few months ago. They've gone through the C5 program. They had a hyper-intensive training. And now they've decided to partner up and do deals together in my hometown. Talk about scarcity. Do you think I would let people in my own town and steal all my deals? Absolutely. Because there's enough for all of us to go around. And the long-term value, the long-term deals and the long-term relationships are more valuable than any one-off deal. So let me bring on my friends here. Olga, let me bring on my friend here. Marshall, we have you guys on the stream?
Yes.
Hey, there we go.
Going? Thank you. Thanks for having us. I don't know what's up with Olga's camera, and apparently Alan's stuck in the middle of the city somewhere, but
no worries, man.
We're having some
Olga, we've got audio, and Marshall, we've got voice. Let me give you guys a chance to jump in here and share your stories, and I'll just give you guys the floor here to go ahead and let people know who you are, what you guys are up to.
Okay, thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Olga, and Marshall and I are 2/3 of our company, WC Properties. As we're seeing, we're having some technical issues today, but it's all good. So I, like a lot of you guys probably, was an entrepreneur, sort of just stuck in a life of an employee, and that never worked well for me, like I'm sure you've heard from some of my fellow members before. And really, when COVID happened, for me personally, it gave me that break to kind of break out of that rut, and that's when I took the opportunity to really get serious about my real estate journey. And that's when I joined Cashflow Tribe. I then joined council in September, and the reason was really twofold. Like, I learned so much just through our trainings in Tribe. It was such a wealth of knowledge, but I felt like I was ready to actually implement and actually build my real estate business. And the second thing I was looking for is really to join forces with people that are as serious about their success as I was. And I have to say, I was definitely not disappointed. Both of those goals are now coming true for me. So firstly, council is definitely focused very heavily, firstly, on personal development, but also definitely on your development as a business owner. And that's what I found so incredibly helpful. So they will definitely take you through the process and different strategies to build a business, build a team, scale a business, and run a company. And that's what I'm doing now with my partners, Alan and Marshall. And so, Marshall, do you want to talk a little bit about what we're doing in Windsor and how we're expanding going forth from there?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Olga. I guess I'll just kind of start off with council for me personally so far, if I can jump in with that. I know Alan's been the longest member of council in our collective in WEC, and as Ben mentioned, me and Olga joined in October, early October of this year. So Alan's really the one who took off with wholesaling first in Windsor. I think he's personally done about 13 or 14 deals on his own. And then we've all joined together now, as I have kind of gotten more experience buying rental properties and doing flips in Windsor this year. So we're coming together as a collective. You know, we want to be doing more flips, more wholesale deals, expanding through Ontario and eventually into all parts of Canada, right? We're looking for partners. We're looking for money partners to do our own flips, more active partners when we have capital to invest ourselves. We're looking for bird dogs and new wholesalers, whether you guys have zero experience, some experience in real estate. It might be a good start to at least jump into Cashflow Tribe and learn from all the training in there. Like Ben said, there's so much free training, even if you can't commit yourself just yet at this point on the financial side, right? Because there's paid memberships later on or council that you can come into if you really want to commit yourself in that aspect. So what we've done is we've gone ahead and done the legwork. You know, we've set up our relationships with lawyers, other lenders we've already worked with. You know, we have our own buyers list in place, and now we're just looking for people who want to get started. Maybe they don't know really where to begin, or they just need help doing their first deal. So that's where we can come in really, and we've invested in ourselves this year as our business in WEC, and we've invested personally in ourselves by joining council, right? We each all have our own individual memberships, and just the relationships that come with that when you invest into council. Just Matt McKeever, Ben, and Mark are three of the main guys, but there's so many people behind the scenes that are doing things. There's so many members you can connect with through Cashflow Tribe and council in the in-person meetups. And, you know, now, like, due to COVID, a lot of stuff is virtual. So we're doing calls every night. Whether it's, you know, trainings through Matt McKeever and Ben, like I still go on the trainings. Alan and Olga are on there. We're always learning stuff, right? We're leveling up ourselves. Olga, are you still on the call? I know you're having problems.
Yeah, it's just my camera, but you can go ahead.
Okay. So was there anything you wanted to add in there as well? I know Alan wanted to speak about a few things, but we're trying to cover on his behalf at the moment. This is a last minute switch up. So I'm just wondering, do you have anything that I'm forgetting?
I just want to let you guys know we are actively now doing campaigns all across Windsor, Essex County. And I would definitely love to connect with you. For those of you that are investors, there are a lot of interesting smaller markets around Windsor that present some good opportunities for different strategies. So I would love to connect with you guys and see what you are up to, see what your needs are. So if the right opportunity comes along, you'll be the first to know. And you can find us most easily on Facebook. We are WEC Properties. You can message me directly, and I would love to connect and have a call with you.
Yeah, that's another good point. You know, we have our social media set up. You can get on a call with one of us and just ask us questions, you know, whether it's about our business or whether it's about joining Cashflow Tribe and council, because Mark Smith and Ben and Matt, they're not so easy to get a hold of sometimes. So if you'd want to reach out to one of us, we can connect you to them whenever the time is right, whether it's working with us in wholesaling and doing flips or just getting to start your education, right? There's many things that you can do. Now Ben's coming on. I think he might want to talk. Yep.
Yeah. So Marshall, okay, you're a young guy in this with Olga, and you've got an awesome team here, the three of you guys. And by the way, you can just drop your handle here below and we can reach out. I think what Olga was saying, just reach out to her and she'd be happy to connect with you guys in Windsor, Essex region. Right. What's it like as a young person, right? A young guy says, hey, you know, money's tight. They don't see mentorship as an investment in themselves. Instead, they see it as an expense, maybe because it sounds like school. What is it like to you, man? What happened to you to finally go, it's worth it for me? And did you have any scarcities before about signing up or committing to yourself in this way?
Right. So I think we all sort of have scarcities at certain times. For me personally, I'm really big on like the proof of concept in something. So this year I decided to get into real estate. I don't know if I touched on that yet. Like I'm pretty new, right? I've done a few deals, bought a few properties. I really wanted to see the proof of concept and make sure this was the right thing for me before I really, you know, went all out and invested in mentorship and one-on-one partners and any kind of thing that comes with counsel, right? So for a lot of young people, yeah, the money is the problem. They can't, or they think they can't spend the money to go to a weekend mastermind or a 6-month commitment or something on the lines of that. But it's really worth it in the long run. Like I think Darminder mentioned a few segments ago, it's the long-term relationships and not about just doing this one deal and having the down payment to put on one property. It's about where do you go after that, and who do you look to for private money when the banks stop funding you.
What happens to a person, man, when they commit 5 grand, 10 grand, 15, 20 grand to their personal development? For me, it was about the moment that I paid, I got very, very serious about it because I couldn't afford to pay money and not do the work. But what happened to you? Like, was there a direct relation between commitment level and the cost?
Yeah, I would say there is, right? As soon as you pay, you pay attention, right? You pay to play. You're really going to commit yourself and not pass up 2-3 days in a row without making an offer or scanning for properties or making a phone call to that seller, right? You're going to commit yourself every single day. And especially with counsel, like the accountability aspect as we're filling out money sheet or anything like that along those lines, it's really everybody's holding each other accountable, and you're holding yourself accountable once you've invested.
I love that. I love that. And you know what? What's cool is like in a small city like Windsor, the 3 of you guys could get together with Olga, and you guys are not living in fear of like, oh my God, that person's stealing my deals or that person. What's interesting is like when you've committed individually towards your own development, other people who have done the same, you have a new level of synergy and trust, don't you? Like I trust Olga, I trust you, and I trust Alice intrinsically a lot more because you guys have committed to it. So I know you're taking it seriously and you're not likely to just flake around or rip people off because your reputation matters. So what is that like? What is that for you guys? Like, how did you merge that together? And what advice would you give other people living in scarcity?
Right. So the way we just decided is the same thing like you mentioned. We know we've invested time and money into this business and ourselves. So it only makes sense that we're not going to screw each other over or rip somebody off on a deal because our names are on the line. And when you've invested in yourself, that's just not what you want to do, right? That's not the way to conduct business. So that's something people have to think about too when they're getting started. I know we're running short on time here. Hopefully I'm answering.
Tell everybody where they can reach you guys, to connect with you guys. If they're in the Windsor, Essex region, where can they hit you guys up?
Okay, so you can find us on social media at WEC Properties. That's Windsor, Essex County Properties. You know, we're pretty much everywhere. Phone number is 226-212-2861 if you want to get on a call with Olga. And our Gmail is wecpteam@gmail.com.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Hey guys, partner, connect with Marshall and Olga and you know, get going with them if you're looking for deals or you want to invest in this region of Windsor, Essex County. Love it, bro. Okay, we're going to keep moving forward here. I'm going to bring on another amazing guest. Before I do, I'm just going to go ahead and play a quick video for you guys. By the way, if you like this stream, give me a thumbs up real quick. I'm going to announce a big winner very, very soon on something. If you haven't had a chance to go ahead and participate with us, I need you to text us in right now. Text us over at this number, 226-407-5565, to go ahead and win a chance to connect with us for an amazing live training that we're going to be hosting with all of our leadership here. So we'll be right back after this short video. Cheers.
You're all enjoying this amazing content today regarding our council. Hey, we'd love you to join us. But hey, I'm sure you have some questions. So why don't you text me? We'll set up a time and we'll chat. Just takes a few minutes. And the bonus is, hey, we can talk about anything you want to talk about in that 15-minute call. And you get a chance to win some prizes. So here's the deal. Send me a text. The number is 226-407-5565. Again, 226-407-5565.
Okay, I love it. I love it. Welcome back. I'm going to bring on my brother Sahas next. And my brother Sahas, he joined our mastermind about a year ago. And Sahas came from a world of business in the marketing space and online digital marketing. And he's been our digital marketing guy. So he's actually used the council to grow a different thing in real estate industry. So what's cool about council is that it's more about business development. It doesn't necessarily have to be or a wholesaler or a landlord or a lender. It's not strategy specific. It's very much specific to you and building your own business. So let me bring on my brother Sahas here so he can share with you. Where's my Bangra brother? There he is. I love this guy. We're always doing the show him the Bangra, man. Come on, there it is. Okay, the guy's always teaching me everything, and I'm still waiting on my butter chicken. Sahas. By the way, Sahas is what I would call good people. Him and Molly are just fantastic humans. And he has a very interesting story. Sahas, you've gone through a massive transformation I've seen in the last 12 months, and you already came as a very developed person to me. I want to give you the floor for a few minutes as you share some of your journey and let folks know some of the development you've gone through and what's going on in your world a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would say that I'm the most dumbest person in the room. The reason why I say that, because I want to be in a place where people are smarter than me, and I'm in a right room. That is how I know, because I'm surrounded by smartest people in Canada right now. And that was my goal when when I was searching for, to find a community, find a network where I can excel and I can grow. And my point was to compress time. By the way, it's just been like not more than 1.5 years since my wife and I, we moved to this country from India. And it's been an amazing experience and the most part of my stay in this country has been with the council. And like just after moving, after 6 months, I was a part of the council. I raised money in the bus. Nobody knew me. I had nothing on the credit card. I knew that I wanted to be in that room. So for me, it was not much more of a mindset struggle that how do I make that money? But for me, it was more of a challenge that if I have to get into that room, how do I do that? So I raised money to get into onto the bus and to get into that room. I did that. I became the part of the council. I established my brand marketing business, lead generation services business, started my YouTube channel, started my podcast, and also I hit 159 push-ups in one go during the lockdown when nobody was going to the gym. So I think this year has been like one of the best and the most amazing year for me and for my growth. And it's not just the business aspect that I learned from the council. It's basically holistic, everything in terms of like, mind, body, and soul. And this is what I realized that, this was something that I was missing because I wanted to be in touch with the community. I wanted to be in touch with myself more first, and then go further, because I need to be personally developed if I want to help somebody else. And which is what I found in the council, that this is the place that I want to be in. And like Mark also says that, right? Like he wants to invest more than $1 million on his personal development. And same goes for me. I mean, for me, I believe I need to keep this sharp every single time. This is what is going to be bringing the best return on investment, nothing else. So I know that I need to keep on building it, nurture it, cultivate it, keep on watering it. So which is why I also renewed my membership, and I'm going to be doing that as long as, I need it. I know that I need it. So it's great to be here. And to give you a little background, like I have a brand strategist. So I work as a brand strategist and I have a digital marketing company as well. I work for a lot of real estate investors and realtors to help them out in their businesses to generate leads and have their personal brands set up to dominate the social media platforms. Also, apart from that, this year was just more of a foundations for me, which is why, a lot of things were happening, and it got me to that level, and that wouldn't have been possible without council. It's as simple as that. There's no other way that I could have thought of. So right now in the next coming year, 2021, I have lots of things coming up for my business. I have partnerships with Mark and Alex for real estate. I have my coaching programs for personal branding if somebody wants to get done for themselves and learn how to do them. I also have Facebook ads courses coming on for realtors. So I have lots and lots of stuff planned out for the future, but the best part is that I'm really enjoying the journey right now. I wouldn't have met myself this way ever if it wasn't for council.
Dude, I love it. I love it. And something interesting about you, Sahas, is when we first met, you're like, dude, I want to join council, but I don't have any money.
Yeah.
And I said, well, if you don't have any money, you need to sell something. Like, what do I sell? I said, sell yourself.
Yeah.
And not in the creepy way, but in the way of like going out and saying, I'm Sahas. I need you to believe in me. It is so underrated when the underdog sells himself. A lot of people are so afraid to just get out there and make themselves embarrassed by asking for help. But that's exactly what most people need to do.
Yeah.
I did that when I met my mentor. I walked up and I said, hey, I don't know what you're all about, whatever, but it looks like you've got your stuff together and I need freaking help right now. Help me. What do I have to do? I will be the loudest and I will be whatever I need to do to get myself out there and get these results. So I think for those people that can develop a little bit of courage and have a little humility and ask for help. And you did. You basically stood up and said, who will believe in me? With your accent, not my accent. But you said, who will believe in me? And people stepped up. And people stepped up and they believed in you. And they helped you get started in real estate investing. And yeah, you are the hustler. Thanks, Cali. By the way, I'm seeing the comments, guys. Keep dropping comments. I'm seeing them pop up. I appreciate you guys. So, dude, what does it take to become that hustler, Sahas? What does it take to become that person who's willing to do whatever to get to the top?
Ben, I totally believe that your future, your story, your life is in your hands and nobody else's. And for you to be on that position, it's you who have to do the work. Nobody else is going to do on your behalf. So instead of waiting for the government to help you out, instead of waiting for things to happen as per luck, you will keep on waiting and things will never happen to you. You have to make the change in you. You have to be with the right people in that room to help you encourage and through your struggles and whatever you're going through. So it's basically, you have to, if you think that you are incapable of motivating yourself, find a mentor, find somebody who can help you out with that, speak it out. You have to ask for it. I asked for it. And you remember the moment that I asked you, in my mind, I was just trying to be more, smart. And I was like, Ben, how could you help me? I want to be in that room. Why wouldn't I give you interest on the payment for me joining the council? And I'll pay you the money after 6 months. And you said, it's too easy. Let me make it difficult for you.
That's right. That's right.
And I was like, okay, let's go.
You know why, Sahas? Because nobody will give you shit for free.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to do it for you guys.
Exactly.
It's one thing to like go watch YouTube videos and sit back and talk about it. It's another thing to have the courage to show up to an event and say, I don't know what I need to do, but you obviously have it figured out. What can I do? What do I need to do to level up? Guys, I got to be honest. Money is everywhere. Money is everywhere if you simply start looking at it the right way. If you have a shortage of money, there's a cure for that. We first have to change the way you think about money and understand that money is everywhere if you understand how to get it. Otherwise, you're going to end up like what Brandon said. When somebody pays you minimum wage, you start thinking that's all you're worth. And you are not worth minimum wage. You're not worth $30 an hour or $50 an hour. You're worth invaluably more than what you're getting paid right now. Everybody here. So Sahas, thank you, my brother. We're going to keep going through here. Appreciate you. Appreciate your story. And bring me some of that buttered chicken, my friend. All right. I'm having I love you, man. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, folks, I'm going to bring on another massive inspiration story. Somebody that I saw at the back of a room during a digital workshop who was almost broken by the tragedy that is personal development. And this person turned it around with a phenomenal story. And I want her to come on next. Ladies, if you're in the house and you're waiting for an inspirational moment, this is where it's happening. I want to bring on my good friend, Katie Stewart, onto the stream and have her share her journey. There she is. What's up, Rockstar?
How you doing, Ben?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm going to give you the floor, my friend. I think you have an awesome story. You and I have talked about this several times. I'd love for you to share with everybody the radical transformation you've gone through. The floor is yours.
Okay, I'm going to try and speak quickly so I can get as much as I can out here. So I started my real estate journey last year, 2019, with my husband. And at the time, we didn't know what we were doing. So we went ahead, got a realtor. We, purchased our first investment property, overpaid for it, of course. You know, it was a single family dwelling where we literally just gutted it, converted it into 3 units, which was wonderful. But, you know, I thought to myself, you know, there's got to be a better way than this. You know, we can't keep overpaying for properties every time we want one. So I started searching, and I found Matt McKeever's YouTube channel. I subscribed to it, and it eventually led me through to Cashflow Tribe, which was perfect for me because it had everything that anyone who wants to do investing could need. It gives you access to all the information that you require, ROIs, you know, 1% rule. You know, they would have weekly sessions and trainings. Ben would get on there and he would talk about the personal development stuff, which was really, really good, you know. But at that time, it was just like, you know, it's good and everything, but, you know, just give me the spreadsheet. I need to get on this. I need to start, you know, scaling. I need to start getting these properties. And anyways, one of the programs that Ben was doing, he had made a comment, and the comment that he made was something along the lines of no excuses. It doesn't matter where you are in life, you can get what you want regardless. And I remember being so angry with him because I thought to myself, how dare you? You don't know me. You don't know my life. I have 5 kids. I have a full-time job, okay? And now, at this point, this was last March, I'm stuck at home full-time, raising 4 kids under the age of 8. Okay, the youngest one is literally still nursing, sucking the life out of me literally as I'm working from home on my computer. The other 3 are driving me crazy, driving each other crazy, fighting all the time. My husband's off working, you know, and here's this guy telling me, no, you can, you know, no excuses. It's like, you don't understand my life, okay? When is this COVID thing going to be over? I can't take this anymore. I just want my life back, all right? You don't get it. Anyways, I got over it. Kept watching, you know, the sessions and everything. And then they had this virtual summit that I attended. During that virtual summit, Chris Food came on there and he started talking to us, letting us know that, you know, we've been lied to about our health, and started naming off a few books that we needed to read. Now, Ben had always been mentioning books to read, and I thought, yeah, you know, it was, I just hadn't gotten to it yet. And finally, when I heard it this time, I thought, no more procrastinating. I wrote down the books that was suggested, and it took me 1 week to actually follow up and purchase those books. But when I finally got around to reading it, I immediately realized right there and then that I had been playing a victim. And I thought back to when I was so angry with Ben, and I realized, wait a minute, he's right. You know, I can make a difference. I can do better. If I really want it badly enough, I can do more. You know, I'm stuck at home with these kids right now, but what if I got up a little earlier? Now that I don't have to get them up for school, what if I got up a little earlier and used that extra time to work on myself? And so I did that. For the first time in a decade, I started working out again. For the first time in about 3 decades, I started reading again. And for the first time in forever, I started meditating. Now, I'm going to ask if you can just please pull up the photo of me when I started on this journey. This was May the 24th of 2020. And when you look at this picture, what you see here is a person who was living a comfortable life, okay? She was living a comfortable life, but she was living in scarcity. She was living in fear. There was a fire that was dormant inside of her that she didn't even know existed. Now, if you could please just move over to the next photo. If you look at this picture here, this is someone who is living a life of gratitude, a life of happiness. Go ahead, you can scroll on over to the next one. Well, let's look at the 2 here. May 24th of 2020 versus today. The difference between these 2 people that you see here is choices, different choices. You see, I'm reading a book right now from Stephen Covey called The 7 Habits of Successful People. And in that book, he talks about admission of ignorance is the first step in our education. If you don't ask your teacher a question and reveal your ignorance, you won't learn, you won't grow. Now, counsel is my teacher, and I needed to reveal my ignorance, okay, so that I could grow, so that I could learn. Thank you. You can take those photos off now. I got into a smaller room because I was looking at my mentors, and I was seeing that there was something about them that they knew that I simply didn't know. And I wanted to drink the Kool-Aid that they were drinking, because I mean, these guys had some confidence that I just wasn't seeing anywhere else. Okay? I mean, here we are in the middle of a pandemic. Everybody else is freaking out. I mean, even myself, I hadn't left the house in 2 months. I was ordering groceries online. I wouldn't let the kids leave my property line. And here's Ben talking about it's business as usual. In fact, we may even ramp things up. And I realized this is what I need. This is what I need to surround myself with. Okay? This whole journey has been a complete life changer for me. I mean, not only was I learning, not only was I growing, but I was building relationships. Okay? I mean, it's a matter of now, when I'm using OPM, I'm picking up the phone, I'm making a phone call, and I'm being asked, how much do you need and when do you need it? I mean, this wasn't something that I was privy to before. You know, I just got my very first wholesale deal this month, and the seller called me mid-November, and I asked him, I said, Mr. Seller, have you thought about reaching out to a realtor? And he said, yes, I have, but you know what? They're taking a little bit longer than I would like. You see, because all I want to do is sell my house so I can move to Nova Scotia and be with my family in time for Christmas. And I asked him, I said, Mr. Seller, are you an early riser? He said, yes. I said, great. I'll be there first thing tomorrow morning, which I was. First thing, 8:30 that morning, I was at his house. And while I'm in his home, you know, we're sitting down, and he wants a certain price and I need a certain price, and we're doing the dance. We're doing the dance, right? And I'm telling him, Mr. Seller, it's got to be a win-win, right? And we're doing the dance. And eventually I get him down to a price where it's a win-win for both of us. And we agreed upon a closing December the 21st, which was just last Monday. December 21st rolls around, and the buyers that I had assigned the deal to, there's a little bit of a delay with their finance, their certified check. By the time they got it, it was 5 p.m. So that meant that the closing had to take place the following morning. So I spoke to the seller and I explained this to him, and he was pissed. I mean, he had already rented a truck. He was ready to go, and he wasn't a happy camper. So he was bitching, and I'm listening to him and I'm empathizing. And I said, you know, I still want this to be a good experience for you. And he said, it's not a good experience. We were supposed to close today, and now I got to wait until tomorrow. It's going to cost me an extra day rental, going to cost me an extra day of hotels. And I said to him, I had to remind him, I said, Mr. Seller, when you and I first spoke last month, you said to me, all I want to do is sell my house so that I can move to Nova Scotia and be with my family in time for Christmas. Mr. Seller, I got you home for Christmas. I got you home for Christmas. And he sighed because he knew I was right. And he said, yeah, you did. I fully realize that no wealth or position can long endure unless built upon truth and justice. Therefore, I will engage in no transaction which does not benefit all whom it affects. I will attract to myself the sources I wish and I need to use, and I will induce others by allowing them to, let me just say that again, sorry. I will attract to myself the sources I wish to use and the cooperation of other people. I will induce others to serve me because of my willingness to serve others. I will eliminate hatred, envy, selfishness, cynicism, jealousy, and develop love for all humanity, because I know that a negative attitude toward others can never bring me success. I will cause others to believe in me because I believe in them and in myself. I will sign my name to this formula, commit it to memory, repeat it aloud once a day with full faith that it will gradually influence my thoughts and actions so that I will become a self-reliant and successful person. Napoleon Hill, think and grow rich. Stay blessed.
Katie, hold on just a second. You are an absolute treasure. See, a lot of people have incredible potential. And I think it's a unique gift as a mentor when you've seen enough or you develop an intuition about people and you see this thing in people, this passion for life, this conviction in their words, where you know that if that person just applies themselves, they will accomplish amazing things and truly be an example of potential. I think that's you, girl. Here's something crazy that I think about. You're very welcome. The people on the stream and the people watching who are in a couple different camps. One camp goes, this sounds too good to be true. Another camp says, sign me up. Another camp goes, I don't need that. Are you living out your potential regardless of what you do after this whole conversation is over? Are you truly living in your potential? How many of you watching this need to stop playing games with your future and just live through conviction? It won't be easy, Katie. It's a struggle. Losing that kind of weight is more difficult mentally than it is physically. See, it requires you to develop a self-confidence, an appreciation for yourself, a humility about who you are. There's a lot of things that go through that. It's mental. And I think that that is the brilliance of the physical manifestation, is that you've mentally conquered it. And the body just is there to show the world. The body goes, hi, here's an indication of what's been going on in my mind and in my spirit. See, Katie, you're one of those people, and there's many others on the stream. Nothing will fucking stop your potential if you simply decide. If you decide to live this life out in full, in your potential, and you have one ally that will push you and support you, you can accomplish amazing things for you, your 5 kids, your husband, your family, and community. So thank you, Katie. Thank you for sharing it. Thank you for your spirit. Thank you for your amazing words. I love it. Folks, these are real people with real change. I can't give you anything other than help you become the best version of you by pushing you through accountability. And in that, you'll discover you've had this massive potential living inside of you all along. All I want to do is help you bring it out, and that will manifest into your bank account, into your physical appearance, and into everything else. We're going to keep moving forward on the day here. Katie, thank you so much. Folks, we've got a few more amazing stories to share with you here. The next person here is a good friend of mine, Sean, from the East Coast. Yes, everybody in Canada can get results. It's not just Ontario. East Coast Canada. An awesome story about a father who worked on the oil rigs for months and months while he sat on the back of a Zoom call with me in the Cashflow Tribe community until one day Sean realized, I need to level up. As soon as he did, the opportunity came through COVID. Yes, I said opportunity through COVID for him to alter the course of his activities, for him to stay at home with his family, and to push for growth in his real estate business. So I'm going to bring on Mark here to introduce and interview our friend Sean Gunther, another amazing friend of ours who I had an awesome privilege of hanging out with on the coast of Mexico just a few weeks ago. Sean, are you here, my brother? There we go. Hey, and Carly. I love it. Sean and Carly are both here. By the way, Sean's beautiful wife, Carly, has been an awesome support system. So for those of you at home that have a spouse, listen, let me tell you, men, here's one thing. If you say to me, my spouse isn't on board, but I am, let me tell you this. That is the journey we all go through. And sometimes the women have to bring the men on board. There's always going to be a more active partner, a driver, we call them, and a passenger, right? Or a support partner. If you're the driver, it is your job to expose your partner to this world. They don't want to just take your word for it, how awesome it is. Immerse them in it. And I love seeing my wife, Andrea, come on board. I love seeing Mark's wife, come on board. I love seeing Allison's husband come on board. And I love seeing Sean's wife come on board. I think it's amazing. So let me turn it over to you guys and just share with us what your journey's been like.
Yeah, that's great. I can't believe I'm following Katie. That was the most passionate speech I've ever heard in my life. That's awesome. That's great. I love hearing her talk. Yeah, so pretty much just gonna talk a little bit about my journey here. And basically, I spent about 8 years in the oil field, which apparently there's quite a few more council members that are also came from the oil field as well. And you know, it came to a time where, you know, COVID started and all this nonsense too. And, you know, I was tired of being away from my family all the time. And I was kept searching for something else that was, that could be better, that could provide at least you know, at least comparable to what I was making out west, that I could still stay home and actually be with my family. And, you know, but it was a very, very unstable career anyways. And while I was searching, I actually joined into a couple other real estate courses, and mostly were American courses that I came across. And while I was asking questions in the American course, I was actually referred to Ben from somebody in that course. And it was just before Cashflow Tribe even started. So I reached out to Ben. I just sent him a message and let him know. I told him we were best friends now, and that we were going to be you know, basically friends. And I asked him if he could help me with anything. And he just kind of let on that something was coming, something was going to be starting that, you know, would be good for Canadians. And, you know, lo and behold, Cashflow Tribe came out, I think it was a month after or so. And I've been in it ever since. And like Ben said, I just sit at the back of the room for, you know, quite a few months before stepping up, and, you know, basically sat back and learned and was trying to figure out like how I could even make this work. And, you know, how, you know, just have a strategy and try to get as much information as I could without having to put out a bunch of money. And, you know, because, you know, when starting out, finances are such a stressful thing. Like, you don't want to go, oh, hey, I'm going to spend all this cash to go into this thing. It's difficult. It's a difficult pill to swallow from the start. So I stayed back in alpha for, you know, probably 4 or 5 months, a good 4 or 5 months at least, before I decided, like, hey, I'm going to make a good go of this, and committed, and, you know, joined council from there. And it's been, I don't regret it whatsoever. I think that, that the money was well worth it. Just the knowledge that we've learned and all that stuff. And, you know, my wife's on board now too, so that's even better. It's been nothing but, good times, and the family that we have here in council is just amazing.
Sean, thank you so much for sharing, man. I've watched you, like, I remember you being in the back of the room. I remember seeing you there. I still remember the keyboard back there. I still have the link you sent me of the music that you've created and so forth. And, you know, just went right there. And then all of a sudden you joined. And that's where it was like the glass walls were removed over you. And I've just seen you just grow. And let's be honest. I mean, those glass walls were the ones you created for yourself.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
And it's just like Ben always says, you don't know what you don't know. Like, you walk into this world with a preconceived notion of what you can and can't do, but you don't know. Mm-hmm. And until you actually commit and decide to join council, like, there's so much that you think you know that mm-hmm. you have no idea about. For and sure. You know, like, now thinking that money was my biggest hurdle, like, how am I ever going to get the money to invest in more than one property at a time in order to, you know, create a business that could potentially, you know, solve all my financial woes and create a career that I could do as well as I was doing in the oil field, you know, was beyond anything that I could think. You know, and then now coming into this world and learning how all these different strategies and how to go about it, it just, like, I wish I would have done it sooner. Sure. I wish I would have done it way, way sooner.
Yeah, and it's so true. I mean, I was looking at the comments before. You know, people say, I hope. They'll say, I hope, or one day. There's no such thing as that. That's a fairy tale, right? That doesn't. You got to either do it or you don't do it. That's what it comes down to. Because there is no such thing as one day. It's now or never. You know, tomorrow we can get hit by a bus. Tomorrow anything can happen, and that's what I love about yourself and Carly. And Carly, I'm going to put you on the spot here because what's important with Carly as well is is like, Carly, I've watched your growth as well, and and as you're talking within a leadership realm within Cashflow Tribe and council and so forth, you're always showing up. You're always showing up, and it's not because you're simply Sean's cheerleader. You're doing it for yourself. You're a mother of 4 children, right? I mean, you guys have a young family. You guys are out on the East Coast. What has council done for you?
It's brought such a network of like-minded people. I really need accountability to stay on track. And I feel like council has brought that. There's always somebody, if you're struggling with anything, there's somebody to message that will lift you up. I'm big on positivity, and to know that everybody in council really wants everybody in council to succeed. It's just so comforting to know that. Because you see these other groups and that where I feel like everybody's competing against each other, and it's dog eat dog, and it's not like that here. I mean, at all. It's wonderful.
No, thanks so much, Carly. I appreciate that. Let's talk, you guys, your business. I mean, let's talk about, like, you guys are too humble. I mean, you guys have a wholesale business. I'm biased because we have a partnership as well. So we work together there as well. You have a flipping business. When you need money, all of a sudden, Ben, bing, 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 this is a deal. Ben lends you money. Like, let's talk about this acceleration or growth for you.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Like when I first began, like I jumped into a deal right away. I mean, it didn't seem like it was a great deal, but we got a good price for it and ended up selling it and basically tripling the money that we put into it. Which, wasn't much, but it was great, right? Me and my partner both, I gave him 150% return on the investment that he put in, which was awesome. My very first wholesale deal that I did, I was able to do a $30,000 wholesale. Since then, I've done a flip that's currently up on the market right now. That's waiting to be sold. And now we're looking at ways to expand the business and create a sustainable business for us. So we're looking for, buyers, sellers, and investors all here in the New Brunswick area. So anybody looking to sell a house or buy a house or make some money on investments, definitely give me a shout out. But yeah, like, I mean, it's been so amazing to learn all this stuff that we just didn't even know before, that has created such a abundance lifestyle for us. It's amazing. Yeah.
For sure. I'm going to pick on both of you here. Hopefully it doesn't cause any fights. So Sean, you first. What's something you've seen, something that Carly's, like, her biggest growth since joining council?
Her biggest growth, I think, is just, having a community to kind of be involved in. I know that's very important to her. Being social is an extremely important thing for her. And being involved with this and learning about what it is that I'm doing instead of just, me telling her, has been a really awesome growth for her. And like, really, like, she's opened up so much to the ideas now. I think scarcity was a big part of our lives for a long time. And that's starting to, like, of course it still comes up a little bit here and there, but it's definitely behind us for the most part. So I think that's one of the major things that's growth that she's experienced since we've been in Cashflow.
That's fantastic. And Carly, what's the biggest growth you've seen on my man, Sean?
I think just trusting other people. He's always been I'll do it myself. I can do it myself. I don't need anybody else. And I feel like when you come into this community, it really is so relationship based that I've seen him let go of the reins a bit and be trusting of other people and, taking other people's advice and really growing in that aspect. Yeah, the mindset aspect of it all is just amazing. It's been wonderful to see because, like he said, like, he'd be down here on these alpha calls, all the time, every day of the week, and I'm upstairs dealing with the kids and this and that, and to just see him progress. I mean, I felt like I had to catch up. Like I had to get on board because I had to catch up with him, and it's been great to see. I'm so proud of him.
For sure. That's awesome. Well, I'm proud of you guys. I know everyone in council is proud of you. And at the end of the day, when we go to the next video, for those that join council and are part of our community, I mean, your spouse, your partner is involved with this as well. And that's the best part. So let's move on to the next video. And thank you again for sharing your journey.
Thanks,
Mark.
All right, so we are Canadians investing in Canada. Let me make that clear distinction. We're not Americans investing in America. There's not a U.S. training education thing. Canadians, how's she going, eh? That's how you know. Oh, Canada, our home and native land. That's how you know, because I know the national anthem. But seriously, we are Canadians investing in Canada. Here's the thing. A lot of people in Canada will tell me right now, like, hey, man, with the rules and the banks and the COVID and the pandemic, we just can't do deals. Friends, listen, something I want to let you know. You're either creating deal opportunities or you're complaining about deal opportunities. Stop qualifying at the banks and start creating. There's a specific mindset behind this. There's specific tactical things that you can do, all right? But what I want you to do is this. If you don't know about this stuff, and we're going to put together a special call. We're going to go over how to build in Canada a real estate business. We're going to do this. All you need to do to get entered in to come join us here is text us. Send us a quick text. You all have a phone. Text is 226-407-5565. 226-407-5565. And we're going to send you information tomorrow on how we're going to get together. We're going to talk about this, how we can do this. But we have to stop the idea of qualifying. The bank won't let me do this. The bank won't let me do that. Here's my answer to the bank. Stop using them. The bank is not here to make you a real estate investor. We have to break apart some limiting beliefs, some lies. You've been fed lies by people who don't know any better. Listen, it's the truth. People have been telling you about real estate that don't own enough real estate. People with one duplex have been telling you that you can only buy one duplex. Don't allow the limitations of somebody else's bank account to limit the beliefs that you have and then limit the actions that you can deploy. If you want to become wealthy, spend time talking to wealthy people, all right? The bank is not the only option. One of my mentors used to tell me, you just don't know what you don't know. Friends, my question is this. How long will you live in ignorance? It's a real question. Ignorance to me is lack of knowledge by its definition. How long will you work at your regular job for how many years to try to save enough down payment to buy one property a year to make $200 a month in cash flow? For how long will you believe this lie? I'm telling you it's a lie. I'm telling you that if you have no money, you can still buy real estate. I've done it. I'm telling you if your credit sucks, you can still buy real estate. I'm telling you that if you can't find deals, you can still find people that can and still buy real estate. You can flip houses in Canada right now with whatever situation or pandemic is going on. I choose to create and live in abundance. I'm not living in fear. My council family is not living in fear. Do you notice the difference in our tone of voice? You won't hear one of us complaining about the economic conditions holding us back in our business because we know whatever opportunity is in front of us is because we created it. We went out there and got the deals. We went out there and raised the money. We went out there and created the lifestyle that we wanted. I'm traveling right now when most people are too afraid to leave their house. And the reason I'm traveling is because I choose. So my friend, you have a choice. You can choose to live in fear every day, or you can choose to say, I'm going to take control of my destiny. I'm taking control of where I'm going, and I choose to not be ignorant any longer. Here's what I want you to do. Get out of ignorance. Text me right now. Send me a text so we can get you guys set up here. 226-407-5565. Don't worry, it's not going to cost you anything. Just text me so I can put you on a special training I'm going to do. All right? And one of you is going to win some one-on-one time with your boy right here and some conversation with our friend Mark. All right, let's keep the party going. We got a few more amazing conversations for the day. If you're loving this, do me a solid. Give me some thumbs up. Give me some indicators. Give me some hearts and click that share button. And if you're following us on social media, hit that subscribe if you're on YouTube, or click the share if you're on Facebook. Let us know you're here. People notice. If you give me some hearts, I notice. If you say something, I notice. In fact, I'm watching you guys in the comments, and I might just give you guys a couple shout outs. I might just say, hey, what's going on? Some of you guys have been on this stream for the last couple of hours. My boy Arthur, big shout out to you, Arthur. Arthur's out west. My boy Vinod, who was on earlier. Tom de la Cruz. I love it, man. So if you guys are on here, Varun, our friend Andrea Richards, there's a whole bunch of people here on the comments. My Richard Chambers, Tanya, what's going on? All right, so there you go. Give us a like, give us some shares. Let me bring up my brother Daniel. This is a guy who can't get bank financing. This is a guy who is doing contracting work because he can't flip houses. And so I partnered with him and I helped him fund his deals. And now he's flipping houses with 100% financing. Yes, you heard me, 100. But ban, they said you can't get 100%. Here's my question. Who is the they? Who told you that? I don't want people to lie to you anymore. Let me bring on my brother Daniel, have him share his story and show you how you can do deals. Brother Daniel LeBlanc, welcome to the stream, brother.
Thanks, Ben. That's awesome counsel you just brought to everybody there, and I urge everybody to listen to that because awesome, awesome stuff.
Okay, bro, I want to give you the floor. I want you to share what's going on in your life. You're a contractor. You're working for everybody else. You're sitting in the back. By the way, Cashflow Tribe is an amazing community to sit there basically for free and ask good questions. And then at some point, you're going to go, I can do this. Talk to us about your first deal. Talk to us about how it went down. Give us a little background and what your experience has been like. I'm going to give you the floor here, my brother.
Okay. Well, it started off with a few investors I have here in local market because I've been investing since 2004, but not always successful like I am now. Thanks to Cashflow Tribe, I'm moving a lot faster and I keep growing a lot faster. Basically, the first deal we did in the event is the one deal that one of my investors had too many on his he bought too many and he couldn't get it all, so he handed it to me, and it was great numbers, and I presented it to Ben. Ben listened to my options. We went back and forth 2-3 times, and it was nothing too complicated about, just basic straight questions and straight answers. And I was blown away to how fast that things went through, and obviously, the project didn't start till later because we had some a lot of issues going on and whatnot. But these are things that do happen with buying properties. It does happen. The thing is, it's not to give up and keep moving forward. The deal that we have with Ben is a great deal. It's JV partnering, and JVing is something that I've never done before. It was the first time I got to do it because before that, I was always doing private lending. Private lending is okay, but it takes a lot of the cost away from the renovations. While JV, we can actually use the money towards the whole renovations and get the money later, which is the way it should be done, in my opinion. Again, I've been doing this for a lot of years. I'm from a family of construction. I've been basically my whole family's in it, and 3 generations deep. I got so many uncles into this game. Anyways, I've always been on the wrong side of the fence. I've been on the working side of the fence, and I wanted to go into the investing side of the fence. And thanks to Cashflow Tribe, I've actually got to go a lot faster now. I met a lot of great people in council. Council is a great way to make things happen in a much rapid way because people get to know who you are. And once they know who you are and what you can do, and then once you start working with people and the word goes around that you're doing the work together and it's successful, then more people comes in. Right now, I'm at the point of doing 3 flips at once right now. I got one with Ben, I got another one with another council member, and I got another one that I've refinanced with another council member. Well, she used to be a council member anyways. And basically it's keeping me going. But now what I've realized going through these flippings is, obviously being a carpenter, I'm going to go in the flipping side of the game. But I also have rentals, but that's going to be later on. But to continue on the flipping side of the game is basically by having everybody involved the way I'm doing, I'm realizing through my flip with Ben is that it's too slow. It's not going fast enough. And this counsel that I had from all the council members and what they're pointing out to me to do is to grow and expand and to level up. And my way of leveling up, it's already been in place since I started the second flip with Kelly, great council member. And basically,
hey Daniel, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay, so your first deal to get funded, right? How hard was it to call me up and get 100% financing? People at home want to know, Daniel. They're like, you can't just call up a private investor, right, folks? If you're in the comments, let me know. Do you guys want to know what does it take to call up a private lender and go, I need 100% financing? Daniel, give them the scoop, man. What's the truth of it, and what's some of the false beliefs you had before?
Well, the false beliefs is that you always get no, right? So you always get that fear in you because if you don't have the right backing to do everything, it's not going to work out. But once we approached that deal, we talked about it. As long as we brought the pitch, let's say, we brought the numbers in and everything else, I sent it towards you as an email, and we discussed how we could do this deal if it worked for you. You verified it, and you said the numbers made sense, and you were willing to work with me. And then we kept coming back and forth with a few questions. I answered it. You replied back with more questions. I answered them back. And then finally we said, we're going to set it up. It was that simple.
So it wasn't as hard as a lot of people are so afraid of the word no, right? They're so afraid that they're going to call an investor and they go, I need 20% down. I need all this stuff. Remember, friends, you have been lied to. Somebody's been lying to you. You don't need 20% down. You only need 20% down if you have no confidence, if your deal sucks, and if you don't know how to pitch your deal. Daniel LeBlanc, you're recently on the show, The Pitch, pitching your deal. Talk to me about the relationship, man. If you and I have a good relationship, how easy is it to just ask for funding on a deal?
A lot easier because you got confidence now behind it, and you got to know the relationship that we built, and you know what you expect from one another. So now it's making it a lot easier to go through. First time I approached you, I didn't know what to expect. I knew you were saying a lot of, you finance deals. And I said, well, I'm going to send out an email and see what happens. And sure enough, it did. Now that I know that does work, now it's more confidence to approach you and actually move for the next deal. The only thing you can say is yes or no. And there's nothing to lose. It's just give it a shot, go out there, ask for it. And if you get it, great, because that's what the whole point of it is to do. And if you don't, then work on what you've not done right and work on it so you can perfect it, and then you can get the results that you were looking for. But at least by doing, you'll know what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, because you don't know everything, right? So it's awesome.
Well, you would say, though, once you know the person, right, Daniel? Like once you and I know each other, we have a vested relationship, right? We know, like, and trust each other. See, I funded your deal. I live in Windsor. You're in New Brunswick. Across the country. I've never been to New Brunswick, nor do I need to go. There's this crazy idea that everybody needs to go and see the house to fund it. Listen, I was like pro social distancing before COVID. I don't need to come see your house. I don't need to come and see you for every little decision because I trust you, Daniel. I trust you that you know what you're doing. And now funding deals in New Brunswick, not only just me, but you're getting all kinds of partners who see New Brunswick as an awesome opportunity for growth. So you've got more deals on the go, right? And you're in the and you've got that property flip. So what would you advise somebody if they were like, hey man, I want to get started, but I don't really trust people, or I'm reluctant, I'm by myself, I feel alone. What advice would you really give them?
I would say just make your homework, make sure you get your numbers together. And when you're ready you're confident about the deal that you have, put it out there. Don't be afraid to put it out there. Make sure people get to know what you're doing and what you're up to. And then eventually it's not about the deals at the end of the day. It comes out to the relationships as far as I'm concerned. That's what I'm more investing into the relationships than I am in the deals right now. And I find the deals are coming along on their own. So just keep working on those relationships and make yourself known who you are. Basically, put yourself out there. Let them know that you're out there, that you're trying to do something. Tell them about your faults and your successes. Doesn't matter, because failures are part of the journey. It's part of what we have to do to grow. So just put it out there. You have everybody in Cashflow Tribe, if not council, they're out there to support you and tell you what you're missing. Just go out there and be confident with these people. These people, it's like this. If we keep giving success to one another, there's enough success to keep going around. So the more that goes around, the more we can continue this perfect situation going on.
We're all just regular people, Daniel, right? Like here's what most people don't know about Daniel. It's that he sat in the back of the room and he was the last one on every call. Every call. He was sitting there for months. So I got to know him. People notice. We live in this weird world of voyeurism where everybody sees it, but nobody says anything. If you show up, people notice. Speaking of which, I'm going to give a big shout out to Paul. I think it's Wackman. He's been on the call all day commenting. So Paul, big shout out to you, buddy. Thank you for being here. Hopefully I said your name wrong. Right. If I said it wrong, you can say mine wrong and we'll call it even. Actually, Paul says, aren't private lenders really costly? I'll take this real quick and then we'll wrap up, move forward. But dude, when you find a win-win deal, it's not about transactional lending. It's about relationship. Daniel and I are partners with JV on the deal. If he wins, I win. If he loses, I risk money too. I like that kind of partnership. If you're just going to go and borrow money from lenders, yes, it's more expensive than the bank. But here's the question, Paul. If you can make 20% return on that money, does it matter if it costs you 10? A lot of us are so focused on the cost of things that we don't ever turn it into a profit potential. Cost of funds doesn't matter, folks. What matters is what you can do with that money. We've been lied to by the banks for so many years and other investors that we think that we can only make money borrowing at 3%. So, Daniel, so happy you're here, buddy. What's the best way people can get a hold of you, man, other than the back room at every meeting ever in Cashflow Tribe and Council?
Well, I can be reached on the new Cashflow Tribe website, and I can also be reached on Facebook.
There you go. If you guys, by the way, if you don't have a free account yet, cashflowtribe.com. You don't want to miss out. Free account. There's almost 2,000 Canadian investors that are waiting for you. Okay, thank you, brother Daniel. Okay, guys, as we roll, I want you to text me 226-407-5565. I'm going to be putting everybody who texts in a special gift. I'm going to give you guys back out. We're going to share with you how we're doing deals right now in Canada, right now with social distancing, right now with fear mongering, right now with all the different things. And if I'm a little bit blunt, you'll have to forgive me. At first, some people may not like me because I'm a little aggressive. But once you get to know the intentions, which is I want you to live in truth. I don't ever want you to live in fear because somebody else is spitting lies. All right? So that's my intention. I like pushing people because I like to be pushed. And that's because I'm a winner, and I think a lot of you guys are winners as well. All right, let me bring out my other Romanian brother who also joined us. He's from Romania but lives in Canada. My brother who's been working in the GTA area for quite some time. Very detail-oriented guy. He's been doing a lot of great flips, and he joined the council here a little while ago, and I think he has an amazing story. So I'm going to bring on my brother, Alex Mustatia. Alex, there he is, family man. There he is. Hey, what's up, my man?
Hi, how's it going, guys? Hey, Ben.
Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. So we've been sharing stories all day, and you've got a very cool one, Alex. So I'm going to give you the floor, my brother, and just let you chat for a few minutes and share about what you got going on and your experience.
Okay, thanks. So yes, I guess as Ben had mentioned, I'm originally from Romania, born and raised. I was 14 years old when my parents immigrated to Canada. I guess within weeks from coming to Canada, not speaking the language, started high school in grade 9. Went through high school, attending most of it, I guess, as well as college afterwards. Got myself into a 3-year diploma program at Mohawk College for mechanical engineering. I spent the next 15 years climbing the corporate ladder. So pursuing various roles, working for small, medium-sized, and large corporations, multi-billion-dollar corporations in various roles in sales, product management, project management, the whole time trying to climb the ladder. And some of the people that I would always look up to at times would almost wear it as a badge that their job, they were too busy in their job to have time for their family. I also realized that they were still playing someone else's game. They were at a higher level, making a little bit more money, but it was not their own game. And that combination, those two things, my drive for entrepreneurship or for some level of independence, as well as with the bleak picture that was being depicted, has driven me more and more away from that. So it was a breath of fresh air when I started following guys like Ben and Matt McKeever that have achieved a great level of success by taking massive action across all fronts and basically driving the point that you don't need to sacrifice your home life or your health in order to achieve success on the business side. And that's when it all clicked to me. I was smart enough to listen to reason and get into real estate over 10 years ago, but it was always on a passive level. I owned a couple of properties for long-term buy and holds, and I've always held on to those properties with the intent of only liquidating them when I see a path forward for entrepreneurship. Well, it was this summer, once I've attended a couple of workshops and meeting the guys in the Cashflow Tribe, as well as joining council, that I saw the path to independence. And I finally liquidated that one property in order to become a far more active investor. So I've actually prepared a slide, if Peter doesn't mind bringing that up, just a PowerPoint presentation with just a couple of deals that I've done this past year that are worth mentioning. So we'll go to the next slide. That's Hammer City Properties is the company that I founded. So I'll talk a little bit about the legal duplex conversion. This was a project that I got involved with on my own. I am quite hands-on. I do a lot of, I have done a lot of my own renovations. So from the real estate side, I always saw that as a great benefit because I can do my own renos. But again, that became a limiting factor for me to be able to scale up because I could only do 1 or 2 of these a year by myself. So again, coming back to council, realizing that you don't need to do it by yourself, that there are better ways, whether it's working with banks and as well as other lenders, or whether it's being able to buy well enough and do strategic renovations to allow yourself to contract this work out and scale up. Yes, my construction background helps me, but I'm moving more and more away from that and being able to do more of these. So the example that I have here, the legal duplex conversion, we'll go to the next slide. That just shows a brief drawing of it. Just gives you guys an idea of what went into this project. Basically, we did the full permit thing. We completed drawings, the whole city inspectors, everything became a legal duplex. We've actually rewired the entire house to be able to upgrade the electrical service and do 2 separate meters. And the point of all of this is to also identify, not from a construction point of view, but from a strategic real estate investment point of view, what is it that you're trying to achieve? If we bought this place well enough to allow for this kind of renovation and you're trying to attract top tenants, then this may be the type of renovation that you want to undertake. Whereas in some other areas or other points of purchase, you may not want to go through this level of renovation. We've actually gone ahead and done additional installation that was not necessarily required, only that in order to be able to take full advantage of the one of the Enbridge home energy rebate program. So I was able to add additional installation, considerably improve the efficiency of the home, and my overall cost on this project ended up being in the tune of $500-600 by the time I got the rebate program. Now, additional above and beyond the code requirements was also sound dampening. So I'm just mentioning this, but I have some more pictures, so we'll go to the next slide. The sound dampening system that I went with here. So by law, you're required to do resilient channel, safe and sound insulation, and 1 layer of 5/8 drywall. That just shows the demo. So it already had a kitchen in the basement, which oftentimes you may very well be able to use, but I've decided to gut the whole thing so that I can go above and beyond on these various, whether it be sound insulation or thermal insulation. So the next picture over, we'll show you the sound dampening system. Basically, it's the 2nd layer of 5/8 drywall combined with green glue. It's a sound dampening compound that's applied on the 2nd layer to help improve the sound transmission between the 2 units. So this is the basement unit. So that's the final kitchen there. So not only did I change the kitchen to hopefully attract a higher end tenant, but I've also taken the opportunity to further sound insulate this unit. A couple more, we'll go over to the next slide. So that just shows the upstairs kitchen and some before and after pictures. So again, did I have to do that? Not necessarily, but I did want to include a dishwasher, which was not part of the initial kitchen. So it just, the opportunity was there to basically got that upstairs kitchen as well and renovate it as well. Next slide, please. We've also opened up this is, again, evaluating from a real estate investment point of view. The initial thought was that I was going to remove that wall between the kitchen and the living room to make it a full open concept. costs associated with doing that were at a point where I didn't think it was worth it. So instead, I've decided to basically cut a window between the living room and the dining room, insert a small bar to allow them to have bar stools, and again, obtain some of that open concept without getting involved with all kinds of beams. So you tailor your renovation to what makes most sense at the time. Now, I did add laundry both upstairs and downstairs, so I used the upstairs staircase that would have led downstairs as the place for the upstairs laundry, and then the downstairs laundry just went into the brand new bathroom there. So next slide, please. So again, this is just the 2 bedrooms downstairs, the kitchen downstairs, the overall living room. The point of all of this isn't so much the renovations. I don't think these are so much going to impress anybody on the renovation side. I think more important here is the strategic choice of what to do on these renovations in order to obtain a higher quality tenant and ultimately, if you go over to the next slide, be able to cash flow. So I decided to include, this is the slide that I think makes the most sense here, to just provide a breakdown on the price, the purchase price of the house, as well as the additional closing costs, $477. So this was January 15th, 2020. Well, the exact same house, 2 houses down on the same street, just sold in its original shape for $570. So there is already $100,000 worth of organic appreciation, not to mention the additional improvements that I've done. My rehab costs were about $90,000. Holding costs were about $17,000 across the 6 months. Again, the purpose of this is I'm outlining here the mortgage payment, property taxes, various things that everyone's familiar with, but I don't want to be ignoring things like cost of borrowing on the down payment, which I've included in that as well. So on the BRRRR strategy, the ARV came back at 670. So ultimately, I had to leave almost $50,000 in this deal. My costs, again, are inclusive. My monthly costs are inclusive of vacancy allowance and property management, as well as the cost of borrowing the cash in the deal. So I'm allocating that because that is an actual cost. I don't want to be working with my own cash money here, so that is being borrowed at a certain rate. So on this particular property, monthly cash flow of just under $400, based on above average rent on both the upper and lower unit. So total income of just shy of $4,000 a month. Just quickly on the next deal, I guess if you don't mind going over to.
Go ahead, bro. You got another 30 seconds.
Okay, next slide, please.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
So my quick flip on the Hamilton Mountain. Next slide, please. This would have been a lipstick flip. We ended up modifying the kitchen layout, as you can see in the top right-hand corner versus the bottom. So it ended up being a little bit more involved. Next slide, please. Just a few shots, just to give you an idea of what went into it. But again, ultimately, what's important here, as far as I'm concerned, is the return on time. So we'll go over to the next slide again. Further modifications, put in dual sinks. Next slide. So that's the most important page as far as I'm concerned. Purchase price, renovations of $35,000. We've allocated 3 months, but the truth is this went from close to close, from closing on the purchase, a month worth of renovation, and closing on the way out. It was 2.5 months. So a gross profit of $43,000 with a month's worth of renovations across 2.5 months. I'd say that's a pretty good return on time.
Dude, that's amazing. You know what I love about this, Alex? Guys, you've seen flippers and stuff, like on TV and whatever. Alex is a real life flipper. And, I love that you're sharing the spreadsheets and the details and you there. Guys, if you're an investor in this region looking for a place to park your money, park it with Alex. Seriously, do yourself a favor. He's one of the most detail-oriented, most considerate flippers that I know. So these are the kind of people. We have so many stories. There's no way we're going to get to everybody's story today in council because there's so many. Do yourself a favor. Text us so we can connect you with some of these people. 226-407-5565. Alex Mustatia, what's the best place for people to get a hold of you if they want some more information about you or partner with you on a deal?
I think nowadays Facebook is probably the best bet. So it's my full first name, Alexandru Mustatea. Otherwise, I think my phone number and email address will also be included. hammercityproperties@gmail.com is, or you can try the cell phone if people still do that kind of thing.
I love it. We'll drop some more details right here on the stream. Alex, appreciate you so much. Folks, again, this is just the glimpse. Can you see success story after success story? Am I bragging about my members? Absolutely. These are my family members. These are people who are pushing for massive results. These are people who are making money. Alex did 43 grand in 1 month on one flip during a pandemic. We have to start asking better questions. Is it really possible for you to do this? Do you belong in a better community of people? Do you deserve results in 2021? If so, I'm not telling you that I'm the answer. I'm telling you you're the answer. All you need to do is get into the right environment with people like Alex and people like Daniel LeBlanc and people like Katie and Sean and Sahas and Brandon and Marshall and all the amazing people we've seen here just today. All right, let me bring on somebody who I've got a lot of passion for. This is an awesome person who, she sat in the back of the room also for months before she finally had the courage to come to a live event and ask some tough questions. And I'm so glad she did. She is becoming a quick star in our council community. And like the way that, again, it doesn't matter where you've been in life, what your career has been, what it hasn't been. What matters is your level of commitment. And Katherine has an insane commitment to growth, learning, and abundance. I want to bring her on right after this short video.
You're all enjoying this amazing content today regarding our council. Hey, we'd love you to join us. But hey, I'm sure you have some questions. So why don't you text me? We'll set up a time and we'll chat. Just takes a few minutes. And the bonus is, hey, we can talk about anything you want to talk about in that 15-minute call. And you get a chance to win some prizes. So here's the deal. Send me a text. The number is 226-407-5565. Again, 226-407-5565.
Okay, guys, we're powering through today because we're actually 27 minutes behind schedule. My team is like, man, we have so many things going on here today. We can't even get this done in a 5-hour slot because there's so many amazing stories to share. So we're going to be jumping through a few more people here. I want them to come on and share what they're doing. If you're in their town, connect directly. In the meantime, shoot me a message, 226-407-5565. Shoot me a text saying, I want more info. I need to be in the next small room that you're doing, and I'm going to give you access as a Christmas bonus, absolutely free, to get you guys in a room. Let me bring on my friend Katherine. I'm excited for her to share because she was one of those skeptical people at the back of the room with the hands crossed. But now look at her. I haven't seen her hands crossed in months. Katherine, hello and welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much. Can you hear me well enough?
You sound great. Let me give you the floor. I love people to get to know who you are, what you've done, and a little bit about what's going on in your world.
So my journey is a little bit different than a lot of the people you've heard so far. I worked for 30 years for a Fortune 100 company. I grew my personal money, paid off my mortgage, and always lived within my means and thought real estate was really risky because that's what my parents had taught me. I had lunch with a friend one day, and she told me that she owned 4 investment properties, which really shocked the heck out of me. And I thought, well, if she can do it, then I can do it too. But also, if I can do it, you can do it too. You know, you're hearing a lot of people and they're like 20 or 30, but if you're 40 or 50 or 60, you know what? It is not too late if you have interest and passion to be able to get into this business. I ended up buying 3 townhomes in Guelph, which is a lovely, lovely city. And I would like Peter now to be able to show the first slide. So these are the 3 townhomes that I bought. I did some strategic renovations. Next slide, please. And, floors, bathrooms, and I had great tenants. I had university students that are the age of my kids. And I found out I had some talent for being able to manage tenants. If we can see the next slide, here, for example, I've got a money tree from one of them and some chocolate from another. And so, learned that I could do this business. Next slide. I ended up buying 2 additional properties in Windsor. This is one that had some work to be done. And in Windsor, I learned that it was larger renovations required because there had been, less care done for the properties, but they're all coming along. So this is one, if we can see the next slide. So this is what the property looks like now: cleaner, brighter, more modern. And then the next slide. Another property, this is a 5-plex, a much larger renovation, and certainly interesting to learn through a large renovation. Having an engineering background, it really appealed to me to be able to get involved to something this large. For anyone who has experience with properties, if you see the picture with the alcohol bottles and you see the stuff that looks like black powder, well, you and I will both know what that little creepy crawly creature is, which I have learned to handle. And then the final slide. And so this is Peter. And so this is where we are right now. This one will come online between January and February of this year, and we'll make a very good return. So why did I join council? Really, I joined council because I was older. I am older, and I needed to go faster. As I said, people have said earlier, you can take time to be able to do this, or you can go fast and you can pay for it. And joining council has really changed my direction. It's changed the learning that I had. I never thought about turning my investments into a business. I'm learning that, and I really appreciate it. I found myself working in my business. I was telling Ben at one point that, as I was washing the walls and I had the carpet cleaning machine, and I thought, I used to have 7 people report to me. We had a $10 million budget, and now I'm cleaning floors. Well, guess that's how it is. And through council, I've learned that this is not how it is. It doesn't have to be that way. You actually can, look at this as a business, scale things, develop processes. I have a much bigger appreciation for the importance of mindset and resiliency. It is hard sometimes to be able to change yourself, to be able to look at new things, to be able to experience new things. You're not always as successful as you'd like to be. There is no success without challenges. And being in this community, I not only do I have the support from people, but also then the resources like the books that people have talked about, and then the community to be able to talk through positively about going through the challenges. And then the last one is a deeper knowledge about how to invest in investing. I'm an engineer by training, didn't have a whole lot on finance, and I'm just amazed at what you can do with money. So you might be like me, if you're older and, if you have resources in your home because you paid it off, if you've got resources in your RSP or TFSA or LIRA, lots of things, and you can use these money assets to be able to lend to others at a higher rate of return, like maybe 10%, 12%, 15%. And your friends and family could do the same thing, that they could make more than they might make at a bank or other places. This to me is amazing because, it makes a difference if you're a certain age, if your money doubles in 5 years, than if your money doubles in 10 years or 15 years. So for me, I'm looking to create a community of friends and family who will look at being able to lend money at higher rates of return to fund renovators or families who need to be able to find a home. And if you are interested in something like that, you can get a hold of me. My Instagram, because I've gotten into that because my kids taught me, and that is Katherine O'Neal 416. You can get a hold of me that way, or you can get a hold of me through Facebook or anything else. So that's what I have to say.
Katherine, you're awesome. The reason why I'm really happy that you're sharing your story is because some people think real estate investing is only for people before they've had a career, or only for people that are, fresh out of school. But I think you're living proof that you can have a full career, you can have kids and marriage and a whole life, and then jump into real estate whenever you want. It's not about age. It's not about career. It's not about anything other than a commitment to you, a commitment to deciding what you want. And you know what? There's a moment in time for everybody. I love what you said a little while ago when we talked. It's not necessarily about you should do it now. You should do it when it's right for you. So if you're happy with the job and you're happy with the career, hey, stick with it. You know, if you want to learn about, you know, real estate, come join our free community. But for those of you that go, okay, I'm ready now. I'm ready to really deep dive this thing. I may not have a lot of time left. I don't necessarily want to spend years figuring this out. I want to really get this dialed at ASAP. I think counsel is about one key word. If I have to break it down, it's speed. Speed to implementation, speed to knowledge, speed to execution, and speed to results. So we're so thrilled that you're a part of our community. You've been an awesome blessing and just a mentor to so many other people because you've already got a world of wisdom from where you came from. And I'm just so thankful that you're part of our group. And the woman with her hands crossed is now seems to be the woman with her hands open. So I think that is absolutely stunning. So thank you so much, folks. Connect with Katherine. She is a rock star, and I'm so happy to have her as one of my allies. Thank you so much, Katherine, for being on here. Really excited. Okay, folks, we're going to bring a couple more stories on. Here's the deal. I've got 100 spots available for this special Zoom call that we're doing. It's a $99 training. It's a digital training, 100% digital, and we're selling this for 99 bucks. It goes on sale this week. I'm going to give away some free tickets to this thing. In fact, 70 tickets are already gone. I've got 30 spots left. I'm going to make a quick change here. Anybody who texts me before 6:30, the next 53 minutes, I'm going to let the next 30 spots go for free. If you want a free ticket to my next $99 training, okay, which is going to cover thousands of dollars of info, I guarantee you, if you've never been to one of my trainings, well, you just wouldn't know. But the people that have, drop it in the comments if you've been to one of my trainings. Is it amazing or not? And do you get the value or not? I'm going to give it away for free. The next 30 people only before the next 53 minutes. If that's you, text me 226-407-5565. Why free? Because it's Christmas. And number two, I don't need your money. But I do want people that are committed. I do want people that are serious. And I do want people that are going to test to see if this is the right environment for you. Let me let you spend a couple hours with us, hang out, dive into real estate investing, dive into personal development, and then you make a decision for you if counsel's a good fit. Fair enough? Fair enough. And if you get no value, that's okay. No problem. All right? The only thing is this, because I've only got a few spots. If you commit, show up. Do not get a free ticket and not show up. I will oust you if you do that. All right? Because we want to get people who are serious, ready to roll. All right. 226-407-5565 while we have a few spots left. All right. We're running out. Actually, you just got a text in. We've got 15. Holy crap. That's going quick. 15 spots left. Text us now at the number that you see on the screen. Okay. Let me bring on the next rock star here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on my brother, Mark here. We're going to bring him back on the stream. Hey, Mark. Boom. Look at that. The magic. Man, we have a young stud coming on next who, you know, came here also as an immigrant, who came here like literally trying to figure this business out from scratch. I think this guy is an absolute rock star. So I'm excited for you to interview our brother Juan Fano. Let's bring on Juan. I know he's here somewhere. Hey,
what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's going on? We have Hammer City buyers. There we go. Okay, you guys are looking good. All right, okay. So Mark, I'm going to let you take it away. Juan, I want you to share your story, brother. I know you're in downtown Toronto. I love connecting with you guys at the last event that we did. The fact that you committed and was like, okay, we're going to work on this business. So, Mark, how's your audio? You doing all right back there?
I'm doing good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect, man. Okay, I'm going to let you guys take it away. And Juan, share with me, bro. Tell everybody what you guys have been up to.
Thank you, Ben. Well, guys, as Ben said, yes, I immigrated to Canada like 5 years ago. Kind of hard at the beginning because obviously you left all your family. I just came with a friend, and that even matter. We just need to push ourselves to greatest things. So that's how we start. We start here. We start just developing your ideas to how to live in a new, completely whole different country with a whole different temperature country, a little bit colder no more. And then I set my goal, who was just be able to start here in Canada and living in Canada. Now we're permanent residents here, so nobody can kick us out yet. So then after, I've been working in a 9-to-5 job. Then I started working overnights, and I said, you know what, like, I just want to do something different. So I started researching. I've been in other groups as well, real estate investment groups. The first one didn't work out, but thanks to that one, I was able to join here Cashflow Tribe. So that is probably the biggest win I got from those guys. And now I'm living the 2020, which is, I'm a little bit sad because it's going to end right now in 4 days. And this is the best year of my life. And come on, we're still having 4 days to enjoy this, because I'm very excited for 2021. It's going to be a massive, and you will see from me a lot of stuff, and from Andrea as well. Since I joined Council, I have to say that I was able to meet a lot of great people, a lot of well-minded people who are able and willing to share their own ideas and experience with someone else without getting any pay or anything. That was great. I also joined, we're kind of partnering with Alex Mustate, who just spoke a few minutes ago. I think he is probably the best partner I could get in this group, because he has what is missing from both is a little bit detail-oriented and experience here in Canada. Big shout out for him. He's a great partner. Right now, we're creating our wholesale team. We have my wife, Andrea. We have another wholesale as a part of the team. I'm training a new different wholesaler right now to start just building and start getting results. We locked up a property under contract. You will start hearing from us in the next couple of weeks, and see how that goes. At the same time, I have to say thanks to Matt and Ben and even Mark Smith, who I always going to be grateful, because he was able to give me as well a chance and the opportunity to join Council, and I always going to be thankful for that. At the same time, I remember those days when I met these guys. I went to that meeting in Hamilton, and as soon as I saw 3 of them, I just hugged them and I said, man, you're real. Like, you're not just a computer thing. And man, so far in this year, I have to tell, I was not able to qualify for a mortgage. I was a little bit above a minimum salary. So after I start hearing all the opportunities and ways to grow up, I found a way to partner up with another investor, and we bought our first property, which I'm actually in his house right now. And we just talked that our property just got $40K incremental in the last 3 months. So that's great. And appreciation and natural appreciation. I'm always looking for talking to people, to know new people, to try to help each other to grow and get better things together, because at the beginning I was trying to do everything by my own and I was not doing anything. And at this point, I think that partnering, GV partnering, and one lender, whatever you want to call it, is just networking and trying to find better partners with everyone. That's one of the things that I got to say. At the same time, I like to say I found my Canadian mom, which is Alison, and my rich dad, which is Ben. So it's great. Like, I mean, this has been a completely change in my mind. Also joined 75 Hard. I've been doing a lot of stuff lately. I cannot even remember all the stuff that I've been doing. My mind is just above, I don't know, 10,000K more than what I was back in 1 day ago. So I'm just learning and learning and learning. And this is just, there's no roof. Like I told you, the sky is the limit until you got your jet, and then we will see what will be the next.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, Juan, I saw something in your hand. Are you playing? Are you have one of these in your hand here? There we go. So everybody can see that. So we get these medallions here. You join Council, you got these medallions. What does this medallion mean to you, brother?
Not too many people knows, but I said that this remember me, like the commitment that I have with myself and with everyone who trusts in me. So now from the last week, I've been handling this with me the entire time. So this is coming with me now every single day to every single part where I'm going. So this is kind of to remind me that you commit with yourself and you're trying to do bigger stuff that you were probably thinking before. And now is the time to remember all this stuff. And think that it's just a medal, but it means a lot to me now.
So Juan, like your story is quite unique. I mean, and of course, you came to, we had a pop-up party. Cashflow Tribe had a pop-up party, and there was some giveaways. And you won one of the giveaways to attend the Mastermind Experience weekend.
Yeah.
And I remember you breaking down, and it was, you know, and so there's people on here that are winning the opportunity to attend these events. And many may just take it for granted, saying, "Oh, I want a free event, so I don't really need to show up." Tell the audience, what does that feel for you when you won that seat at the table?
Well, you know, I remember from that there were 3 giveaways, and I was the third and last one. And when it was the second, I said, "I'm the third. I'm pretty sure I'm the third. I'm the third. I'm the third." So when I won it, I said, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, because that's another thing. The day after, because that was on Friday and the Mastermind event was on Saturday and Sunday, and we both had to work Saturday and Sunday. So I have to do magic to try to cover, not even call sick or do something just to attend, because I cannot miss it, period. And then after that event, that I will always say, try to assist if you ever never been there, because it just blows your mind. Like at some point, and like you say, I broke down, like it's kind of crazy. Like you are holding yourself sometimes because you don't know what you want. And when you are there, they start just giving you the path, and you start just walking your own path that you didn't know that exists. And then you start realizing that there is much more that you can do, and you were just not confident of taking it. And like you said, you're not giving a fish, and I'm gonna be very clear on that. See, if you join council, that doesn't mean, oh, now you're gonna be successful and rich. You need to put the work and do the job, because if not, you're not going anywhere. You can get resources, you can get networking, and that's great. And I'm gonna tell you, that's basically everything. It was kind of incredible when all these council members joined into one call and all together put a job together where all bought one property that was another call, another council member. But once again, like these kind of things that you just see when you are in these inner groups, and you cannot find it somewhere else. There might be other groups. Yeah, I won't say no, of course, but so far in my experience, this is the best group I've ever been, and my new family here in Canada.
I think that's a great testament to, you know, what you said before, because our council has grown, and a lot of our council membership have actually been part of other groups, which I'm not going to mention. And they were still felt they were missing something, because it was almost they paid money and they were given the fish, but then that was it, if they even got the fish. So, you know, as we come to a close here, if you could tell someone that's in another group or perhaps thinking about it, why join council?
Well, I was going to be completely honest. Like at the beginning, I said, I'm not joining any single other group because it's not worth it. And it's just scam and then whatever. Why I joined council? Because I decided to trust again. And I saw that you were genuine, and I saw you and I saw Ben, and I saw that they were just regular people, that they were actually caring of what was myself. But they were not just seeking for money. They were just people who seeking for greater stuff and better opportunities for people. And I always want to be completely happy for that I joined this group. The best decision I ever made.
That's amazing. And Andrea, I wish I could have had you speak, but we'll definitely get you next time. I know your dog was speaking in the background. So I want to say thank you to both of you. I mean, again, we love the underdog story. See, what we are in council, we're the outliers. We're I don't even say the 5%ers, we're the 1%ers, because we're the ones willing to invest in ourselves. So for your story, what you and Andrea have been able to do in such a short period of time is just excellent. So I think that's amazing. And you know what? We got to jump on to our next guest here. I want to say thank you very much, and love the fact you have your medallion with you. So do I, man, at all times.
Thank you. Have a nice day, guys. Take care, bye.
Take care, brother. So, wow, that's awesome. So, you know, again, call to action, guys. If you just want to jump on a call, you jump on a call, send us a text message. The number is 226-407-5565. I haven't given out my phone number like this since high school, so enjoy it. I love to chat with you guys. And there's, you know, what do you have to lose? I mean, here we had Juan come on, and he had nothing to lose by showing up, and look where he is now, him and beautiful wife. So this could be the same for you. You just have to show up. So you got the phone number there. Again, It is 226-407-5565. I look forward to chatting with you. So our next guest is, again, someone that's just in our C5 program right now in council. And again, I mean, she's just said, I need to do this. I have to do this. And I was blessed to meet her in person over a month ago, actually. And I've seen her in the background, and again, decided to make the jump into council. So let's welcome Sherry.
Hi.
Hey, Sherry. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So
I've
Sherry,
been watching the whole program, and I tell you, it's it's inspiring me, remotivating me. It just, all the stories here have been so wonderful. It just makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside, and knowing that, I've made this wonderful choice, and I'm just happy to be here.
well, we're happy to have you on with us, and I'm most importantly, I'm grateful that you took a chance on yourself. You took, I said this before, life's biggest risk isn't taking one. You attended the last Mastermind experience.
Right.
And I remember having a conversation with you, and you said, I have to do this. I'm doing this. I have to do it. I have to do it, which you did.
Yeah.
And then not only that, you decided to join the next level, which is council. So let's talk about that.
Well, it's like I said, I've been listening to all the stories, and mine is a little bit different. 2020 certainly started out very challenging. I had my marriage end after 25 years at the beginning of this year, and then a few months of feeling the effects of that, and then of course COVID hit, and I'm here now, with my two children, adult children, trying to keep a roof over our heads, and working 3 jobs. I've always known I wanted to do some real estate investing. I am very, very new at this. I don't have properties right now. I'm still really in the learning stages of all of that, and I'm so thankful that I attended a digital event back, I think it was April, and just kind of learning. With COVID hitting in, it kind of allowed some opportunities for research and development on my own. My son of 19 years old wanted to get involved in doing something, so we've done various things over the course of time. We did some stock option trading and learning and stuff like that, but nothing ever really just hit, nothing really connected until I went to the Mastermind. I followed the Facebook groups over the course of time, and I just felt like, this is, I really, really want to do something like that. I love that romantic idea of flipping houses and transforming things. So when I decided to do the Mastermind group, that to me was my investment in myself. But once I got there, it was like, okay, I have arrived. This is where I'm supposed to be. I need this change. I absolutely need to make a change here. I am like Katherine in, latter stage. And I don't have a lot of time. I don't have time to, try and make things work. I need to fast track it. And council was fast tracking. I joined because I thought it was this great exclusive group that's going to allow me opportunities with partnerships and mentors and money, just all wrapped into one. And it has not disappointed in any way, shape, or form. I'm only learning. I'm at a C5. It's on my back. So I am still learning. And then, Christmas and everything. And I'm all on my own. It's not like I have a partner that's pushing me or in the past has held me back. But so it's, that in itself presents some challenges. But Mark, you being a mentor has certainly, and Alison have been wonderful in pushing and being available to talk with at any time. And I just know that I'm where I'm supposed to be. You've given me the courage to move forward. And although I'm still holding myself back, I know that, that this self-help and self-development is exactly what I need. That book, The Slight Edge, that you guys have recommended we reread, is just life-changing for me. Just even in the thought processes and putting things into perspective. So I'm so thankful to be here. I'm so excited to move forward. 2021 is going to be flipping amazing. And that's my story.
No, that's amazing, Sherry. And you know what's amazing? You know, Ben talked about the 80-20 rule at the beginning, and you know, and I always say it's the 95 and the 5% rule. And what's amazing, we're going to have a lot of people that are going to either text, but what are they texting for? Are they texting because they want to level up, or are they texting because they just want to, get into whatever it is? But the fact of the matter is, it's going to be the 5% of that 5% of that 5% that are going to be willing to level up, and you're one of the 5% of the 5% of the 5%. And it's not for everyone, right?
Right.
So in your opinion, based on what you've been dealt, some bad hands, right? So you went through your divorce and a lot of challenges and so forth. I mean, you're a mortgage agent as well.
Yeah.
Like, what would you tell someone that's sitting on the fence right now about leveling up, and someone that says what was in your mind? I have no money, but I have to do this. What would be your counsel to them?
I would say, there's no time like the present. We do not know what a day brings. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You need to make that decision. You can either do, it's easy to do, or it's easy not to do, as quoted in The Slight Edge. So I think, it's all a matter of choices. And I think you just need to, just do it. You just need to do it. I can remember making the decision while I was on the Mastermind group that, yes, I want to join this group. I'm so excited. I want to join this group. And, I put the money together and I put it all and I sent it off and it left my bank account. And I went, what did I just do? Oh my goodness, what have I done? And then I would say within the next 2 minutes, I was like, that's what I was supposed to do. So, all of this self-doubt needs to go outside of your realm of thought, because you're going to be involved in a group that is exceptional, inspirational, motivational. It's a group you need to be involved with. Absolutely. Just do it.
Absolutely, Sherry. And, and it's so true. I mean, I love what you said about the whole self-doubt, because, as we go through the different layers, right, we got thoughts to feelings, feelings to actions, actions to results. What's before is all this programming. It's all this lard and fat and toxic stuff that's been in our environments that's programmed us to always second guess ourselves and always go back to the path of least resistance, which is just being cognitively ill or a robot. But we actually have to fight that resistance. So I love what you said there, is you had that instinct, oh, what am I doing, to, hey, it's on now. And seeing you and seeing your development and seeing just everything come together for you. I mean, let's quickly talk about what the C5 has done for you. The C5 program part of council has done for you.
Oh my goodness. Well, just the education. I'm a mortgage agent, so I know the business. I know the mortgage business. But the private side is something that is a little foreign. I would say 95% of my mortgage business has been first-time home buyers. So this is a total different side of the business that I have not had any experience with. But I think just, the fact that it's not just a get-rich-quick scheme of developing. You're not just making money on real estate and getting rich that way. It's a whole personal development. It's mind, body, soul. It's everything. And you have to have all of those elements to be successful. So I think, the council and being a C5, being in training right now has made me realize that I need the self-discipline. I need that self-help. I need that mindset, because I need that shift because you know, I'm like I said, I'm a little older, so I don't have that many years to develop all of this. I need to do it now, and this is the right time. This is the right time for me. I've been involved in groups, and I've done you know, the big groups, gone to down by the airport and you know, and spent the afternoon there and got all hyped up about that, but it just wasn't right. This is right. This is right for me right now, and I wouldn't be anywhere else.
I love this. And Sherry, you know, as we get to the next segment here, what's so important is everybody needs accountability. Yeah. Arnold Schwarzenegger talks about this. He needed mentorship. Michael Jordan needed mentorship. Connor McDavid needs mentorship. So we're not unique when we're doing this. The high-level athletes, high-level performance, high-level achievers, high-level entrepreneurs, they require accountability. So what you've done is you've just, you know, created your own reality now by getting a mentor, which is amazing, instead of living in someone else's. So Sherry, thank you so much for sharing your story. And what we're going to do now is we're going to move to a quick video, and then we have, of course, have to get my man Humble back on. So Sherry, thank you so much. Very proud of you.
You're all enjoying this amazing content today regarding our council. Hey, we'd love you to join us. But hey, I'm sure you have some questions. So why don't you text me? We'll set up a time and we'll chat. Just takes a few minutes. And the bonus is, hey, we can talk about anything you want to talk about in that 15-minute call. And you get a chance to win some prizes. So here's the deal. Send me a text. The number is 226-407-5565. Again, 226-407-5565.
Okay, guys, we've got a couple more amazing stories, but what a blessing this day has been. If you're a Canadian investor or want to become a successful Canadian investor, I think you can resonate with some of these amazing real-life Canadian stories. These are my friends and my allies. You know, I started investing about 14, 15 years ago now, and I grinded on my own for many years until I realized I need allies. I need to be able to connect with people. So this isn't just about mentorship for me. It's about growing my ally base of people that I can work with, people that we can do business with, and people that we can help and push and grow the Canadian investor impact as a whole. I've got 2 more stories for you, but I've only got 4 spots remaining. I'm giving away, I've decided, the $99 digital workshop that's going on sale next week. I'm giving it to you guys for free. For those of you that text us, there's literally 4 spots left. Text me right now, 226-407-5565, 4 spots, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on my next friend here. Shares the same last name, from the same home country, Angela Murashan. I'm going to bring her on and share. For those of you that think that Cashflow Tribe and Council specifically is Ontario only, wrong. We are across Canada. Angela is actually out west, and she's growing her business, learning about the business, and making moves out there. So let me bring on my friend Angela for her to share her story about who she is and what she's doing. Angela, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, Ben. Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm great.
Good.
Great from Edmonton. Yes.
Good. So originally from Romania, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we are from the homeland. We are brother and sister. Now we are brother and sister in Canada, and now even more so doing deals in council.
Absolutely.
I love it. Let me give you the screen here. I'll let you share, tell people what you got going on, and maybe a little bit of education for us on what's up.
So just wanted to introduce myself. Angela Murashan. I'm in Cashflow Tribe. I'm not sure if I'm.
Let me stay on with you. Go ahead. So you've got
Sorry,
some.
I didn't know if I.
There's a little PowerPoint there. No, I think we got some audio. Yeah, if you want to move the slides, we'll just let Peter know and he can move them for us.
Okay. So being part of Cashflow Tribe Council, I'm investing in Edmonton, Alberta. I would just like to talk about my personal development. I've just as a story, I've immigrated to Canada with my husband and our little girl a few years ago with just $5,000 and none of us speaking English. I used to be a teacher in Romania. My husband was an engineer. We didn't really choose an easy road when we came here to start a new life, but we came prepared mentally to start this new life and of different possibilities. We went through the journey of learning English and finding new jobs. Myself, I found a job in the insurance industry and my husband in engineering. Not having a family here, we wanted to really make sure that we will not depend on other people. We will not depend on our jobs or pension. So we decided to buy long-term investment properties. And we ended up buying 5 rental properties, ended up keeping 3. We thought that will pay off by the time we retire and that we are going to be okay. Well, going through the economic cycles and seeing people losing jobs in Alberta in the last few years, we soon realized that we need to make a change if we don't want to depend on our jobs. So we realized that owning 2-3 passive investment properties is not where we want to settle, and that we have the potential and skills to grow, but didn't really know how to progress from here. I've discovered Cashflow in the summer this year, and I joined council in August 2020 after attending a digital workshop. And this really shifted my mindset. It opened my mind to different possibilities. It's not just about learning the strategies. In council, I found the relationships, the support, the encouragement, the accountability that keeps me moving forward and grow. I think we all have up and down days, but having someone to check on you at times really means something. Ben and Matt are always looking for ways to help, to improve our journey and help us reach our potential. Well, I've become obsessed to do more to grow my business. Council really pushed me to take action and find my true potential. With team meetings every day, one-on-one meetings, learning about strategies, supporting each other, personal development, it's the environment that helps me grow and pushed me out of my comfort zone. We keep ourselves motivated and being consistent. It's nice to be in a room where at some point you have a question and people are jumping on saying, how can we help? The training through council is really inspiring. It really teaches us about learning how to take control and deal with the obstacles through the training and ongoing support. I've been working on my personal development since joining council. It's all about the mindset, who you are, and really helping you discover your true potential. Since I've joined council, I've completed the 75 hard, very proud of that. I've been reading books on personal development, investment every day. I've become a giver within our community. Growing inside, it has really a ripple effect. I'm no longer afraid to take action. With this amazing group, the support, the knowledge I've acquired, I'm planning to grow my business. I would like to just show a few of my accomplishments. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is a legal suite development that I've done with my husband. We just put a legal suite in the basement and rented it out. It's close to university, so it really increased in value. We have another project is a garage suite, newly built. In Edmonton, there are many neighborhoods where you can build a garage suite and really have like a third unit on a property, which increases the rent potential. And the next slide, I have my last project is a flip. So just a few numbers there, just to show overall the renovations are completed. It's being staged and it's gonna go on the market soon. I just want to say that in Edmonton is a buyer's market right now, and it has the benefits of finding houses below market with the possibility to add value for profit. I am right now looking for houses to renovate in a way that suits millennials who are looking for modern houses at an affordable price range. This is a flipping project, just completed the renovation. So with regards to the Edmonton market, the next, just want to show you a little bit about the market affordability in Edmonton, Alberta, and the benefits of this market. Just a few things. With only 34.8% of income that covers housing costs, Edmonton is a very affordable city. It started to attract a number of millennials. There's no land transfer tax, which is a bonus, and no provincial tax. The next slide is just showing the affordability index in comparison with other provinces. So if you're considering investing in Edmonton, those are few points that you can consider. And the next slide, what's the investor potential in Edmonton, Alberta? Well, you can invest in short-term investing through flips or adding legal suites for higher potential. I'm looking to grow my business next year, really increasing the flips, growing my business through flips. And I'm always looking for potential investors who would like to join and gain together. If you're interested, next slide is just, you can find me on Facebook, Angela Morrison. And if you would like to learn more about Edmonton market, investing in Alberta, contact me. And yeah, thanks for
I love it, girl.
listening.
I love it. That's a great job. So a lot of the market is, a seller's market, but in your area, Angela, it's actually a buyer's market. Really interesting how the market conditions differ even within the same country. So get out of ignorance, folks, get into awareness. And I'm glad Angela brought us a fresh perspective on the Edmonton market. So I highly encourage you guys, give us that phone number one more time, Angela, or give us your best contact info one more time so people can reach out to you to connect.
Phone number is 780-918-2151. And you can also reach me on Facebook.
I love it. Not only do we share the same name, but we also share the same purpose of going out and filling our own cup and then helping other people. I love it, Angela. Thanks for being on. Appreciate you and your journey and your story. All right, folks. Well, we're going to keep moving forward. We've got one more awesome story for you. Angela, have a blessed day. We'll talk to you soon. And folks, here's what I want you to do. We've only got a couple spots left. If you're still looking to get a free ticket to the digital workshop, and trust me, you do not want to miss this, 226-407-5565. We got a few minutes left and we're wrapping up for the day. We have been live for 5 hours and 25 minutes. Holy crap, do we have a lot of awesome stories. And that's just a handful, folks. And we could literally be here for another 2 days, right? 2 days more with just amazing testimonials. So if you're already in a real estate education company or training or mentorship, and you're not getting results like this, if you're not a part of a community that's going live like this, if you're not a part of a community that's open and abundance thinking and supportive, it's time to rethink the people you're surrounding yourself with. I need you to realize that proximity to people who are productive, who are positive, and who are pushing is going to help you change the way you do your business. 226-407-5565. Text me now at that number. We'll get you access to a special free workshop for you guys for next couple minutes. Here we go. I'm going to bring on my last amazing story of the day, and then we're going to wrap it up and tie it up here. And this guy has had a truly remarkable transformation in the last few months. As a father, he's got several little kids, and he really tried to make a go of a lot of different businesses before connecting with us. And it took everything he had to finally step up in courage and commit. And I'm so happy that he did. He's one of our successful friends who's been able to just absolutely change and alter the way that his life is. Check out this quick video that I'll bring on my brother, Alex Solga.
My name is Alex Solga, and I joined the January boot camp in 2020, and I joined council that weekend. I have invested for a few years before Cashflow Tribe, and I had some really hard years, actually. I started investing in 2012 with a student rental and then a duplex in 2015, then another duplex in 2017. And honestly, every year I was investing was a really hard year. I had nothing but problems, and I was in it alone. I didn't know any other investors until last summer, and it was a hard road before Cashflow Tribe. And after the January boot camp I went to and joining council, it really opened my eyes to a different way of doing business in real estate. You don't just have to be a landlord doing it on your own, renovating a property every night while your family sits at home. That's what I did for years, and I hated it. I was miserable, I was broke, I hated my life. It would have been better to be in prison. My why started when I was a kid. I grew up on a tobacco farm, and growing up and working with my parents gave me that entrepreneurial drive to really build something for myself. And for all these years, from when I was a kid until this past year, I tried many different ways to make money, and really nothing worked. The only thing that did work was real estate, and I hated how I was doing it, and I needed a new start. And joining council in January helped me hit that reset button and do things a different way. The biggest change for me is my mindset on how to do business. In the last 8 years, I bought a student rental and 2 duplexes. This year, I'm doing 7 flips, and I bought 4 properties, which is 2 triplexes and 2 fourplexes. Basically stress-free, using other people's resources, building relationships. There's just that different mindset on actually how to build a business that was massive for me. The biggest success is realizing I don't have to do it alone with my own resources. I never had money. I was always maxed out on debt. I hated my life. It was horrible. And so realizing that there's other people that I can partner with, and that partnering isn't actually a bad thing, but it's a good thing. And that I can make more money partnering and not just giving away half my profits all the time. So just a different way to look at doing business was everything to me. I don't plan to be leaving Cashflow Tribe. I'm getting more involved, actually. I love to inspire and help people even more than I love real estate. And so I'm here to stay. And, Cashflow has saved my life. Last year was the worst year of my life due to many circumstances, and this year has been the best year. So I'm not going anywhere. And we're just doing more business now. Mark Smith is my business partner, and we've got big plans, big goals. I would recommend it to anyone who wants to build a business. Cashflow Tribe Alpha is perfect for everybody. because they'll work on your mindset, and your mindset is good for every aspect of your life. If you want to join council, it's for anyone who actually wants to build a business and really take things to the next level. If you want to do that and your why is big enough, this is where you need to be. But it's a hard, lonely road on your own, which is why it's so helpful to be a part of something like this.
All right. So I'm going to bring on my brother, Alex Solga, here to share his journey. As you can tell from the videos, he had a very powerful transformation. So brother Alex, let me bring you on here, and I want you to share with folks, let them know who you are, what you've done. You built a very cool business with your wife, Andrea, who's right behind you there. And you partnered, again, this key word of abundance. You partnered with Mark Smith to create the Clydesdale Capital Group. We've done deals together. You're doing deals with several members within council and outside of council, and you're quickly becoming a rising star here, my brother. So let me give you the microphone. Go ahead and share with us a little bit more about your story, what you've done, and what you guys are all about.
Awesome. Thanks, Ben. I'm happy to be here. I'm ready. I put a bit of a slideshow together just to go over a bit of my story, some notes. So if we can pull that up, I'll quickly go through it. So this is my story. Let's go ahead to the first slide. So I grew up on a large tobacco farm in Southern Ontario, and that gave me the entrepreneurial bug at a young age. And I learned a lot of responsibilities as I had to be the boss at a young age. And I really didn't have a childhood. I just worked, and that's all I ever knew. And so that gave me the drive to what I wanted to eventually be doing now. Let's go to the next slide. So these are some of my attempted business adventures outside of real estate. So I traded stocks multiple times between 2007 and 16. I bought and sold furniture. I'd go to auctions, buy them, put them on Kijiji, sell them. And then I did that for a couple of years. And then I bought and sold ATVs on Kijiji the exact same way. I did that for 3 years. I day traded stocks. I did door-to-door sales, selling hot water tanks. I sold bottled water Friday the 13th in Port Dover. For 3 years, I created an Amazon store and sold picture frames, which ended up losing me $30K back in 2019. And basically, I attempted anything I could to get me out of my day job because my drive and my why was so deep that I would do whatever it took. And so let's go to the next slide. And so this is my my experience in real estate. So I bought my first student rental in 2013. I bought it basically with 5% down, and I scraped together everything I could. I didn't have any money at all. I used debt to fund everything. And the tenants knew I was a new landlord and bullied me, and they absolutely destroyed my life. Constantly harassing me and giving me a ton of stress. I had bed bugs and rodent issues, and they're constantly threatening to sue me until I let them out of their leases for the summer. And I had a property manager that was managing the property as I bought it, and he constantly gave me terrible advice. I didn't know better. You know, I was trying to seek counsel, and that was the best I had. And in my first year investing in real estate, I lost $10,000. So that was my 2013, and that was my first time I ran out of money. Let's go to the next slide. So the pain wasn't bad enough, so I bought a duplex in 2015. I used a loan from a friend and my line of credit to purchase and renovate the property. We completely gutted the upper unit and renovated it nights and weekends. So I had my day job in the office. So I'd work like 7 to 5 in the day job, get home, go to this rental property. And, you know, I thought that was working smart. I thought that was the thing to do. And I hired the same property manager for this property. I was constantly broke and desperate to fill my vacancies, which led to more stress and problems for me. I had a string of bad tenants that caused nothing but more heartache and financial stress. And I dealt with constant verbal abuse from these tenants, constantly telling me the property is a piece of crap. I'm a piece of crap. They're going to sue me. They're leaving. Like it was relentless. And my property manager, whom I trusted, you know, he was only capable of so much. and he caused me more problems. You know, I looked to him for direction, and it was some pretty bad direction. And so you can see how my experience has been, you know, doing this by myself. And I had a lot of hard years. And so it was a lot of evenings and weekends. Like for this property, it was every evening for months and weekends. And like, it was awful. Like, who wants to live like that? Let's go to the next slide. Oh, so my story continues with this one. So in 2019, a tenant destroyed the main unit and quit paying rent. I finally got the sheriff to kick them out in August. During their tenancy, they broke my new windows. They littered the unit with hundreds of needles. They had their children removed. They had 2 big cane corso dogs piss and crap in my unit for the entire tenancy, which was 8 months. And they eventually locked the dogs in the basement to starve to death. If you Google my name, there's a CBC article to go along with that. I spent nights and weekends from August 2019 to February 2020 gutting and renovating this unit. And I had some guys from work help me, and it was brutal. Like, this was the worst year and the worst experience of my life. Like, I constantly was running out of money. I did not have the resources to do this myself. And so I was out $30K in rent and damages. And so that was that experience with that duplex. So let's go to the next slide. So my pain wasn't bad enough. I knew other people were successful in real estate, so I went ahead and bought another duplex. Once again, using borrowed money, and I was able to refinance a couple properties to get some cash together. And I bought it vacant. It was half renovated, done terribly, so we gutted both units, and we renovated them from May to December 2017, every other evening and every weekend for that duration. And at this point, I was getting burned out. I was frustrated. I hated my life. Like, it was an absolutely terrible experience. I refinanced it after all that and finally experienced some good tenants. And my property manager never found out about this property. Lucky for me, because he caused me nothing but heartache. After this, I bought and renovated my own house in 2018, nights and weekends as well. So clearly, I'm a glutton for punishment. Let's go to the next slide. So this was my previous mindset. I knew what I was doing wasn't working. I hated myself. I thought success was for other people and not for me. I thought I was working smart, but I wasn't. I didn't know any other investors other than Matt McKeever on YouTube. And so which made me feel even more like a failure. I needed a change. I considered myself a failure and my past a waste of time. I felt stupid and was getting what I deserved. I hated my life and I was depressed. I wanted to quit my job for 10 years and I couldn't figure out how. I wanted to build this real estate business and I couldn't figure out how. I thought I was just unlucky, and I was in a constant state of frustration and stress, and I gained a ton of weight. Let's go to the next slide. I ended 2019 more desperate than ever for change. I knew physically I couldn't handle another year like this. November 2019, I learned who Ben was and a Cashflow Tribe. I put my student rental up for sale the end of 2019 to pay down some debt. Sold the property in 2020. That gave me the cash I needed to go to the January boot camp and join council right away. And I didn't even hesitate because I knew I needed a new start. Like, this was my fork in the road. And it gave me the new perspective I needed to do things differently. I learned that I can be successful and that I can build a business and work smart and not be stressed out. And Matt and Ben literally saved my life, and they threw me a lifeline when I needed it the most. Let's go to the next slide. My new mindset. I no longer hate myself. I actually love myself, and I no longer use negative self-talk. Success is for anyone who wants it, including me. Life doesn't have to be miserable. Personal development and a mindset shift is the beginning of my success. I read 3 books in my previous 35 years of life. This year, I've read 11 books so far. I'm on my 12th book. Success starts with the mind, and I don't have to do this alone, and partners can be a good thing, not a bad thing. There's a new way to leverage resources of other people, and I don't just have to maximize my own all the time and stress myself out. Created the structure in my life, the rules I needed, example, victim mindset, negative thoughts, and so that I don't live like that anymore. There's more structure. I never had structure. And there's so much more than just everything I've just said. Anyways, let's go to the next slide. So this year I quit my job, built amazing relationships, cut out my negativity, sold all 3 of my own rental properties, bought 2 fourplexes and 2 triplexes, reasonably stress-free with partners. I'm no longer broke and stressed out. I created a business partnership with Mark Smith. We flipped 7 houses this year. We're in the process of doing 3 wholesales. I built a team and created a real business that we can scale. I've read 12 books. I've lost 20 pounds. I exercise 5 days a week. I'm living my dream life right now. I'm happy, and I'm just happy to be able to inspire others. And we've built this business, and I've had more crap happen to me this year than all the others combined, and I'm not stressed and I can handle it. Let's go to the next slide. So my call to action is we're expanding our flipping and wholesaling business into 2021 as money partners. And if you appreciate my journey and you know, like, and trust me and Mark, we're looking to partner with investors for upcoming projects. We've got some big plans for this year. And so this is how you can reach out to me. Email time@ismoney.org. That's my cell phone number. My Instagram is Time is Money. My WhatsApp is Time is Money. And my Facebook is my name. So that's my journey in a nutshell.
Brother Alex, man, that is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. You're a great example, man, of the way that I see the transition with people. It's personal impact, personal growth. Then you get the tools, the resources, the awareness, and the skills to develop financial impact and financial growth. That comes through discipline. And then you have community or corporate impact, which is pouring into other people. So, dude, you're making a lot of money. You're driving a brand new Range Rover. You quit your job. Your wife quit her job, which I think is amazing. But more importantly, you've developed into a more confident, a more abundant version of Alex Solga, one who's winning. When a person is winning, it's easy to be happy, Alex. So friends at home, you simply need to start winning more. The more you win, the more you can do. The more abundance you can create, the more opportunity you will see. But you have to start winning. Alex, thank you for sharing. And Alex, thank you for being a freaking winner, man. I love winners, and you are a winner. Alex has been one of the most obedient mastermind students I've ever had, who just does whatever I say. It's that word obedience. It's the thing that we don't want to do is exactly the thing that we should do. We should work on our bodies. We should work on our mindset. We should work on our marriage. We should work on our business. We should do all that stuff. And Alex is a great example of personal impact, financial, and community. Thank you so much, my brother. Really appreciate you. Folks, these are the stories that we've got, and we're out of time here for today, but we've got so many more amazing stories within council and within our community. And I want to encourage you. I want you to connect with us. I want you to meet these other Canadians that are doing deals, that are growing, and that can have a little bit of impact on you, that could rub off on you in the right way. So what I'd like you to do is go ahead and text us right now, 226-407-5565. And we've got a whole bunch of really amazing events coming up in the next quarter. We've already planned them out, including these amazing digital boot camps that we do as well. I'm going to give one of our exclusive boot camps right now to somebody who's been on the stream. Let me see if he's in the backstage. I'm going to announce a winner, Dario Silvestri. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Boom, there he is. What's up, man? How are you?
Oh, fantastic now, man.
Hey, you guys might remember Dario because he was on The Pitch recently, which is the Cashflow Tribe TV show that we started. So he was so adamant and so involved. You know, he won this ticket as well. That goes to show you, those who show up are those that win. And
Absolutely.
Dario's been showing up, man. So, hey, congratulations, brother. We're giving you a $500 ticket to the exclusive mastermind event that we'll be hosting. Dude, how do you feel?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, man. Thank you for being a part of our amazing community, brother. And thank you for bringing a positive attitude. And you want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas out there, all the thousands of people that'll watch this stream?
Absolutely, absolutely. Merry Christmas to everybody. And like he said, take action. They're giving you an opportunity here. Take advantage of it. Absolutely.
I love it. Thank you, my brother. Congratulations once again. Okay, folks, as we wrap up here, let me just say a couple parting words and then we're going to call it a day. Counsel really, to me, is about results. If you don't have any more time, if you need one-on-one mentorship, if you need clarity, and if you have to get into the smallest room with the highest possible connection, engagement, information, and resource, then counsel may be the right fit for you. Now, it's not for everybody, and counsel is not open to the general public. This isn't something where you just join because it's available. It's not available. Counsel, if you're interested, you will have an interview, a one-on-one with myself or Mark or one of our key leaders, and we'll make sure this is a good fit for you before you commit. You know, we don't want your money. We want your commitment. And if you want to be part of our thriving community, if you want to be part of the folks that are winning, that are changing their lives, like Alex and Mark and Katie and so many others from today, then there may be a spot here for you. What I need you to do, if you're at all interested to get some more information today, 226-407-5565. Text me at that number, 226-407-5565 as we wrap up. And listen, maybe you're brand new to the whole thing of real estate. You're seeing this live on one of the many channels that we're broadcasting, and you just want to kind of dip your foot in a little bit, but you're not ready to commit at any real level. Is that you? If it is, give me a quick hands up. If that's the case, I want to invite you to join our free community at Cashflow Tribe. The website is cashflowtribe.com. We'll have Peter throw it on the screen there for you guys. Feel free to go and open a free account. There's amazing tools, resource, and almost 2,000 people there who are starting their real estate investment journey, who are learning about investing, and who are, most of them, pursuing their first deal, their second deal, etc. If that's where you're at and you're curious about real estate but not ready for a massive commitment, go to cashflowtribe.com and feel free to open up a free account. That's my gift from Matt McKeever and myself to you folks. We spent a lot of time and money cultivating and creating that environment and that community to help people get started and give them some confidence. And if you're here thinking, okay, Ben, I'm in Cashflow Tribe, I need to level up. I don't know if I'm ready just yet. However, I'm thinking I may, I may want to get some more information. Then text me over there at the number 226-407-5565. And if you're on the stream going, man, this freaking guy is too salesy, then just stay in the free community. Consider it my gift to you. Let me see if my brother Matt McKeever is out there. I know we've got a lot of people back and forth on the stream. Matt McKeever, I think this has been an amazing day. I'm so proud of what our community has accomplished, the dozens and dozens of success stories. Let me turn it over to you and have you share a few words.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of fun today, Ben, just getting to highlight and share all the different council members' successes and the different journeys they've taken through 2020. I think, again, it's important to put this into context, right? A lot of people really had a lot of struggles and challenges throughout 2020, but playing into that concept of your network is your net worth, which I'm a huge believer, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. You know, it's been great to see them kind of level each other up, work together, partner together, really find ways to bring it together, and 1 + 1 = more than 2. So it's been so amazing just getting to see all the growth from our council members, and really looking forward to 2021 and their further future growth. And again, want to encourage anyone that hasn't checked out the Cashflow Tribe community, go to cashflowtribe.com, sign up for your free account. You can play around with the free calculators. We've got deals forums there where people are posting their deals. We've got the online just internet forums where people are sharing all kinds of great tips and tricks, as well as just strategies and techniques and resources. We've got our purchase and sale agreement wizard. We've really got the most robust set of tools available for Canadian investors over there. So just want to encourage everyone to jump over. And yeah, again, amazing 5.5, almost 6 hour live stream here.
This is a pretty serious hardcore live, man. I don't know a lot of other mentors willing to do a 6 hour live and empower all of their members on social channels. So I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to see the success stories, and I'm happy to share them because it's about abundance at the end of the day. So folks, if you didn't get your chance, we're going to wrap up now. There's the number on the screen. I've said it enough times. I've internalized it. We'll wrap up here with a quick video. Folks, have a beautiful holiday season. We're so thankful for the many of you and the thousands and thousands that will end up seeing this video. You know, we hope that you have a wonderful season with your families. And in 2021, get your ass in gear. It's time to get to work. It's time to get results. And I think it's time for all of us to push and live in more confidence. Have a beautiful day, everybody, and take care and stay humble.
Yeah, come on, man. Cancel not advice. Yes. Hey, yo, it's your boy. Hey, it's Humble B. We dropping wisdom on the streets with Danny B. Yeah, we about to live the truth while ripping counsel on the beat, the balance sheet. And ayy, it's growing steadily, cause you know my cash flow on repeat, so tell your peeps. Oh, in the tribe we're the elite, cause we come in and take the heat and say, hey, we the council, we the best, and we putting it to rest, and ain't no faking on this test and say, yo, cause we blessed, and we're making money, moves out playing checkers, we play chess. I'm singing counsel, not advice. Say advice, we say it twice. Singing counsel, not advice, cause with advice you pay the price. This is the family that you'll never be, cause we just stick together and we're pushing mindset every day. So any storm or weather, and I'm here to leave a legacy to a mark up on this letter. And I'm lifting up my brother Danny B, a trendsetter.
Council meeting, skip the greeting. We be like the Navy SEALs, getting real estate investments. We be buying real deals. Got my mind up on the vision, no time for distractions. I told my team put in the time, the results come after. Many used to be employees, now they employers. Doing big deals now, needing big lawyers. And now I'm here, I gotta take it to a new level. If you don't know it now, real growth is in the struggle. Y'all never heard this before.
Hit it one time, humble.
Let's get it, humble.
Let's go.
Put into question the rest, counsel is first and then all the rest. The journey to hard for many to quest, repping for counsel and settle for less. And mindset develop and never depressed. By living in faith, we mitigate stress. And seeking perfection, just daily progress. We're rolling together and hashtagging blessed. Pushing to grow our fortune so we can give back and help families. I'm focused on getting my portion, filling this cup. And starting with me to say that rich people greedy have more than they need, but the root of all evil is their jealousy. Live in abundance and not scarcity. My brothers and sisters are winning with me. Trying to live like the Jones until I got broken, thinking we're dead. Living paycheck to paycheck to paycheck and retire with only regrets. And trying to survive, but to live in the thrive. We're making no ceilings, no floors overnight. Got only one shot, so doing it right. And mind, body, spirit, commit to the fight.
Commit to the fight until we die. Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, we the council, we the best, and we putting it to rest, and ain't no faking on this test and say, yo, cause we blessed. And we're making money, moves out playing checkers, we play chess and say, hey, we the council, we the best, and we putting it to rest, and ain't no faking on this test and say, yo, cause we blessed. And we're making money, moves out playing checkers, we play chess. We the council, we the best.